The Best from Fantasy and Science Fiction, a 40th Anniversary Anthology, edited by Edward L. Ferman. Copyright 1989 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, all rights reserved. Narrated by Fred Major.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Collection of stories by contemporary science fiction and fantasy authors that tell about a feline detective, conceited aliens, a science project gone awry, misdirected interdimensional missiles, plaited moonbeams, backwoods horror, religion in a box, miniature soldiers, the Spanish Armada revisited, ingrown toenails, and counterspells. Strong Language, 1989. From the book jacket. In 1949, when editors J. Francis McComas and Anthony Boucher founded the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, they established a goal of publishing the finest literature that the fields of SF, horror, and fantasy had to offer. 40 years later, the magazine remains true to that goal, as this volume amply demonstrates. The Best from Fantasy and Science Fiction, a 40th Anniversary Anthology, is a joyous celebration of the fine art of fiction, featuring the best stories to appear in the pages of F&SF since 1982. Included here are works by such established masters as Damon Knight, Ursula K. Le Guin, Thomas M. Disch, Harlan Ellison, Fritz Leiber, and James Tiptree, Jr., as well as many of the field's best newer writers, including Nancy Kress, Lucius Shepard, Kim Stanley Robinson, Judith Moffett, and John Kessel. Together, these stories, which include numerous winners of the Hugo, Nebula, and World Fantasy Awards, demonstrate the variety, craftsmanship, and uncompromising quality of fiction that appears in F&SF. The 40th anniversary is traditionally celebrated with rubies. This volume provides 20 gems in all, crowning the science fiction celebration of the year. About the editor. Edward L. Ferman has edited the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction for more than 20 years, during which time he has won 2 Hugo Awards for Best Editor. He lives in Cornwall, Connecticut. Acknowledgements. Understanding Human Behavior by Thomas M. Disch, copyright 1981 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. A Rare Bit of Magic by John Morressy, copyright 1982 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author and his agent, Curtis Brown, Limited. Black Air by Kim Stanley Robinson, copyright 1983 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Slow Birds by Ian Watson, copyright 1983 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. The Cat Hotel by Fritz Leiber, copyright 1983 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Salvador by Lucius Shepard, copyright 1984 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. The Aliens Who Knew, Everything, by George Alec Effinger, copyright 1984 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Out of All Them Bright Stars by Nancy Kress, copyright 1985 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. The God Machine by Damon Knight, copyright 1985 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. State of the Art by Robert Charles Wilson, copyright 1985 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Uncle Tugs by Michael Shea, copyright 1986 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Surviving by Judith Moffett, copyright 1986 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author and her agent, Virginia Kid. The Boy Who Plaited Manes by Nancy Springer, copyright 1986 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author and her agent, Virginia Kid. Face Value by Karen Joy Fowler, copyright 1986 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Cage 37 by Wayne Whiteman, copyright 1987 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Judgment Call by John Kessel, copyright 1987 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author. Buffalo Gals, Won't You Come Out Tonight, by Ursula K. Le Guin, copyright 1987 by Ursula K. Le Guin. First appeared simultaneously in a book of the same title from Capra Press and in the November 1987 issue of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. By permission of the author and her agent, Virginia Kidd. In Midst of Life by James Tiptree, Jr., copyright 1987 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author and her agent, Virginia Kidd. Eidolons by Harlan Ellison, copyright 1988 by the Kilimanjaro Corporation. Introduction by Harlan Ellison, copyright 1989 by the Kilimanjaro Corporation, by permission of the author. While You're Up by Avram Davidson, copyright 1988 by Mercury Press, Incorporated, by permission of the author and his agent Richard Grant. Dedication to my mother, Ruth Ferman, for her 80th year. Table of Contents. Preface, Edward L. Ferman, Side 1. Introduction, Harlan Ellison, Side 1. The Cat Hotel, Fritz Leiber, Side 1, Tone 2. Slow Birds, Ian Watson, Side 1, Tone 3. Judgment Call, John Kessel, Side 2, Tone 1. The Aliens Who Knew, Everything, George Alec Effinger, Side 2, Tone 2. The God Machine, Damon Knight, Side 3, Tone 1. Understanding Human Behavior, Thomas M. Disch, Side 3, Tone 2. A Rare Bit of Magic, John Morressy, Side 4, Tone 1. In Midst of Life, James Tiptree, Jr., Side 4, Tone 2. Surviving, Judith Moffett, Side 4, Tone 3. Cage 37, Wayne Whiteman, Side 5, Tone 1. While You're Up, Avram Davidson, Side 6, Tone 1. Eidolons, Harlan Ellison, Side 6, Tone 2. Face Value, Karen Joy Fowler, Side 7, Tone 1. Buffalo Gals, Won't You Come Out Tonight, Ursula K. Le Guin, Side 7, Tone 2. The Boy Who Plaited Manes, Nancy Springer, Side 8, Tone 1. Out of All Them Bright Stars, Nancy Crass, Side 8, Tone 2. Salvador, Lucius Shepard, Side 9, Tone 1. State of the Art, Robert Charles Wilson, Side 9, Tone 2. Black Air, Kim Stanley Robinson, Side 9, Tone 3. Uncle Tugs, Michael Shea, Side 10, Tone 1. Preface. This is the 25th volume in the Best from Fantasy and Science Fiction series, and, except for one theme anthology, the best horror stories from the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, St. Martin's, 1988, it is the first collection from the magazine to appear since 1982. Thus, my problem in putting together this book was finding room for all the stories I wanted to include from this longer-than-usual period of 1982 to 1988. There was no perfect solution. The best we could do was to publish a bigger book, and this was accomplished. We offer in this volume 20 stories rather than the usual dozen or so. The series began in 1952 when founding editors Anthony Boucher and J. Francis McComas edited a collection of top stories from the first 3 years of publication. This first best from F and SF included stories by Cleve Cartmill, L. Sprague de Camp, Martin Gardner, Richard Matheson, Robert Arthur, and others. This was, in fact, rather an early SF anthology, since the species didn't exist until the 1940s, and the series quickly became a frequent feature on the SF publishing landscape. The 2nd through the 8th in the series were edited by Boucher. 9th to 11th by his successor, Robert P. Mills. 12th to 14th by Avram Davidson. and 15th to 24th by me. This book also celebrates 40 years of publication. In looking back, I'm aware of only a few changes in F and SF. For instance, we use hardly any reprints these days, and am struck by the similarities to the early issues and the vision of the founding editors. There remain no taboos at F and SF, except for trite ideas and bad writing. There remains a commitment to publishing new writers. You will find several in this book, along with many famous names, and a commitment to publishing quality SF and fantasy that is the equal of any fiction published anywhere. Edward L. Ferman. Introduction. Harlan Ellison. Just toss that stack of stuff on the floor, sit down, and make yourself comfortable. It's good to see you. When you called and said you wanted to drop by, I thought you were coming to bust my chops about missing another deadline. I mean, it's so seldom we actually get to see each other these days. I write the column, send it in, chat with Ed or Audrey. Will you make it by the 10th? Yes, I'll have the column to you without fail. Trust me on this. Are you sure? Yes, I'm certain. Don't worry about it. Like that. So there's been a long time between. Just sitting down and talking. So tell me, F, how the hell you keeping? I'll say this for you. You're not showing your age. Turning 40 doesn't seem to have had any effect on you. Looking good. But then, I'm still 15 years older than you. We're both getting on. I was 15 when you were born. Did you know that? Now you're 40 and I'm 54. That's a long time to be friends, F. A lot of hot type in the slag bucket. Did I ever tell you how tough it was for me to start selling to you? No? You mean in all these years, we've never reminisced about that? You're kidding. I can't believe it. Well, it was tough. Now that I've had so many stories in your pages, and that special Harlan Ellison issue back in July of 1977, and the column for the last, 4 or 5 years, I'll bet you've forgotten that I never actually appeared in you till August 62. Your first issue was fall 1949, and I was submitting to Tony Boucher and Mick McComas as early as 1951. And not only was I rejected regularly by them, but always with a nice, if brief, encouraging note, but when Bob Mills became the editor in 1958, and I'd been writing professionally for 3 years at that point, even he turned down everything I submitted. And he was my agent. It didn't happen for you and me till Avram took over, and he bought Paulie Charmed the Sleeping Woman for that August 62 issue. Do you remember that issue, F? What a killer. It led off with Fritz's The Secret Songs and included Dean McLaughlin's The Voyage Which Is Ended and Horace Gould's What Price Wings. And Jesus, what a batch of names on that table of contents. Gordy Dixon, Ted Cogswell, J.T. McIntosh, Randy Garrett. Avram doing books, Isaac with the science column, a Feghood by Reg as Grendel Brierton, and quite a lot more. To be in such company, I glowed for a month. What? Oh, you remember the infamous false sale, do you? Yeah, he said bitterly. I remember it, too. That was one of the most embarrassing practical jokes ever played on me. I like to die, as we used to say in Ohio, which was where I was living when it happened. Refresh your memory? Sure, but please don't pay any attention to the grimace of pain as I recount. Well, what happened, as best I can remember, was this. It was early in 1952, along about March, if I recall correctly. I'd been doing this fanzine called Dimensions, or maybe it was still called Science Fantasy Bulletin, I don't know, and was involved with Cleveland fandom, and I was writing these dumb little SF stories and sending them out, and getting them bounced right back at me, usually with a printed rejection slip from Argosy and Blue Book and New World Writing and Collier's, or from the SF specialty magazines. The only difference was, I'd met a lot of the editors who were working in those days. B. Mahaffey at Other Worlds, Bill Hamling at Imagination, John Campbell at Astounding. It hadn't become analog yet, I guess. And they were all very kind to me, bouncing the stuff, which was pretty sophomoric, but always encouraging me with a handwritten comment on the printed form. For instance, Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 14th, 51. Harlan Ellison, The Beer Campaign. Sorry, but nice idea, but once you've stated it, that's all. You haven't developed it into a story. The editors. That was one of Tony's. It kept me going, I'll tell you. Boy, did I revere that man. To sell a story to Tony Boucher was one of the most important things in my life. I knew even then, even as a high school kid, that having Anthony Boucher accept the story would be the imprimatur that would validate all the dreams I had that I could be a writer worth reading. So out would go these idiot stories, and back would come these idiot stories with printed rejection slips or little notes saying, try again. And it went on all through 1951 and 1952. And then one day, I got a letter from Tony saying that he really liked a short thing I'd sent titled Monkey Business. If I recall correctly, a piece of correspondence from that period from another editor rejecting a couple of other yarns contains a comment, "Glad to hear of your success with the World of Roger 1132. And I rejected it, tisk tisk. I hang my head in shame." It gives me pause. But since the only success I'd had at that point was with Monkey Business, I guess it'll have to wait till some archivist figures it out before the mystery is solved. Anyhow, the letter from Tony said it was a sale. It was a nifty little yarn, and that a check would be coming along shortly. Well, I just died and went to heaven. Like the teenaged fool that I was, I ran around proclaiming that I'd hit F and SF. It sure as hell was the envy of all the other fans who'd been trying to break into the prose. Silverberg was dumbfounded. He had been writing and submitting, too, and he didn't sell his first story till 2 years later. So I was something of a celebrity in fandom. And it made the rounds, and everyone was startled, and some were pleased, and some said I was making it up. And no check ever arrived. And when someone checked with Tony Boucher, he was utterly unaware of any such purchase. He made it clear that no, F and SF had not bought a story from me, and when he compared the letter which I had to mail to him in the flesh in those pre-Xerox days with one of his own, he was forced to tell me that the initials signed to the missive were a forgery. Someone had gotten hold of a piece of F and SF stationery and had sent the bogus acceptance letter to put Ellison in his place. It was all a nasty joke. I died and went to the hell of unending embarrassment. The story never came back. I don't even have a copy in my files. Lost forever. Not that it matters much, I suppose. It probably wasn't a very good story to begin with. And I never found out who'd pulled the gag, though Dean Grinnell once told me that he'd managed to cop some F and SF notepaper, and I have in my files a photo of a bogus F and SF note he sent me as a gag, and it wasn't that hard to do. What? Oh, no, hell no, it wasn't Dean who'd done it to me. We were and remain friends, and I know he wouldn't have been so cruel. He was, and is, one of the kindest men I've ever known. But if he could get his hands on some of that notepaper, well, I guess others could have as well. It was a mean trick to pull on a kid so hungry to break into print, and it was one of the earliest manifestations I experienced of that nasty streak that runs through fandom. And I was a laughingstock in SF circles. Not the last time that's happened, I'm sorry to admit. Does it still bother me? Yeah, I guess it does. Because I was this highly verbal, hyperactive kid dazzled by the wonders of the genre and all the glamorous writers in it. I ran around like a loon, making an obnoxious pest of myself. I suppose the only reason no one snuffed me was that I was obviously well-meaning, no matter how annoying. And I guess longtime friends like Bob Bloch and Cliff Simak and Isaac saw some potential in me. And they kept the Visigoths from rending me. Not that I was smart enough to assist them much, but that phony F and SF acceptance letter was an ugly stunt, and yeah, even now, more than a quarter century later, I get wistfully morose about what a jackass I was made to appear. But you can imagine, F, how intent I was to justify myself, and the only way to do that was to sell to you. Then Tony died, and that was the end of that. And when my own agent couldn't find merit in my work for the venue I most hungered to reach, it produced a sense of awful ambivalence. Why was it that I could sell hundreds of yarns to other magazines, some of them more prestigious, most of them better paying, but couldn't crack the pages of F and SF? If I'm any good at all, I thought, why the hell can't I get into F and SF? So then Avram came in as editor, and he bought Pauly, which I never thought was all that, ha-cha-cha, a piece of work. And I had sold to F and SF. And I don't think I placed anything with you again till the special 200th issue, which was January of 1968, one of the stories from Partners in Wonder, a collaboration with Sheckley. Terrific story, but I always had the feeling it sold because Bob's name was on it. That one was bought by Ed Ferman. He was in charge by 68, if you recall. It may be that I'd had a book review or two between 62 and 68, but of stories there were none. And then later that year, in October, Ed published Try a Dull Knife, which was pretty experimental, and he got back a lot of good comment, and that started the honeymoon. So Ed bought The Death Bird and The Place with No Name and dozens of others, and a bunch of them won awards, and on through the years, till I started the film column, which has been some kind of weird exercise, let me tell you. And now Ed wants me to write an introduction for the 40th anniversary anthology. And I've got to tell you, F, I haven't the faintest damned idea what I can write. It's hard, kiddo. I grew up with F and SF. I mean, can you imagine what it was like to be intense and smart and absolutely no price socially as a kid in Cleveland? Back in 1950? To love reading SF and fantasy, but to be bewildered by hard science and to know you just can't write like that, yet hunger to tell stories in the genre? And then to read F and SF, where the accent was on strong literary values, to be exposed to a range of great writing beyond merely those who wrote SF. Oliver Lafarge, Wakefield, Dickens, Jack Finney, Leslie Charteris, Robert Graves. My God, how the list goes on. Tony and Mick were so well-read, so awesomely urbane. Just sampling the work of the great masters of literature in those pages of the early issues made me dizzy with disbelief at how ignorant I was, how presumptuous I was to think I could be a writer without having read all of these astonishing talents. So I went at it. Every time I'd come across someone like Lord Dunsany or Robert Nathan, then Ray Redman or Saki, I'd ravage the school library or the public library and read everything I could cram into my head. I've got to be honest about this. I think as much as anything I learned how to write from the College of F and SF. That special reading course Tony and Mick proffered along with a feast of good stories. So what am I to write about for this 40th anniversary thing Ed has in mind? How do I relate the history of a magazine that published Chad Oliver and Chuck Beaumont and Dick Matheson and Ted Sturgeon and Ward Moore and Scheck and all the others who were blazing new paths every month? How do I express my anger at stick-up-the-ass volumes like Best American Short Stories or the annual O. Henry Awards that have totally ignored these 40 years of your existence? Look back at the last 40 years of those annual Best collections and see if you can find a dozen stories out of the hundreds they've selected as the best each year that compare even remotely to the best that F and SF has published. It's miserable is what it is. See, I don't want to get mawkish, F. I don't want to do one of those phony flag-waving routines about how special and how wonderful and how influential and blah, blah, blah. We had enough of that crap with Dukakis and Bush. And I don't want to spin out some dull literary history that will bore those who've been through it and stun those who will be coming to F and SF through the pages of this book. And to be honest, it's always so damned personal. If I were to bore the readers with that false acceptance story, would it amount to anything? Would they understand that for 40 years this magazine has been a lot more than just a newsstand periodical of tall tales? Would they understand that this magazine, you big F.U., that it's been a standard-bearer for exemplary writing in a time and in a nation where slovenly thinking and inept storytelling have become the norms? Is there some way to get that across without sounding like a city hall pal beating the drum for a hack alderman? I don't think so, F. I don't think I'm the guy to do this. I think it ought to fall to someone like Sprague or A.J., or maybe even Isaac. They're a lot more serious about such things. It's okay for the two of us to sit here and schmooze, but it's something else to write an introduction to 40 years of brilliant literary production. So I think I'll just tell Ed I can't do it. No, it's nice of you to say that, and I think you're cute too, kiddo, but I'm going to call Ed in the morning and just beg off. I've made up my mind. So, remember the time Ed and Audrey... What's that? You want to know what? How the hell should I know why Ferman keeps running that slug line on your table of contents, including venture science fiction, when the magazine folded almost 20 years ago? Maybe he's got some outstanding subscriptions. Maybe it's got something to do with keeping rights to the title. How am I supposed to know? Ferman's beyond my understanding altogether. I mean, how rational can a guy be who keeps publishing my stuff, even when they threaten to burn down his house? You figure out why he asked me to write his introduction, and I'll figure out why venture science fiction. And would you mind not hogging the chips and dip? It's nice having an incipient old fart like you visiting, but I've got to tell you, there is a lack of dignity with all that guacamole dripping on your cover. So, as I was saying, remember the time Ed and Audrey... The Cat Hotel. Fritz Leiber. No SF writer has won more awards than Grandmaster Fritz Leiber, and few have his range and variety. Among his many enthusiasms are cats, but cat lover or not, you are sure to be delighted by this tale about the adventures of two curious pets and their mistress. From the cool patch of floor by the kitchen door, Gummidge, an orange cat of endless curiosity and great patience, watched the younger and slenderer gray cat, Psycho, stand motionless over their water dish, peering down at her reflection. The day was hot, but she did not drink. Although they were not related, Gummidge felt a big brotherly concern for Psycho. He wondered if she were studying the mirror world or even considering oversetting the dish to create a water sculpture as he'd done on occasion. Or if something sinister were at work. Kitty Come Here, their feather-brained mistress, known to humans as Helen Hunter, stopped in the dining-room doorway, a small, slender woman in a thin flowered dress carrying a furled green parasol and a small white handbag. "I've called a taxi, Gummidge," she informed him, "to take me to the Concordia Convalescent Hospital to make polite inquiry of my beloved widowed mother-in-law as to how her broken hip is mending, and sweet, worried noises, though truly it is the great Harry Hunter's place to do that." She sniffed. "Don't you think, Gummidge, his business trips have come most conveniently since the catastrophe? I leave you in charge of the house. Please don't go out and pick a fight with the mad eunuch. It's much too sultry. Ah, there's the buzzer. Psycho, if you can stop admiring yourself for a moment and listen to me, be a good kitling and do everything that Gummidge tells you to, bar bedroom stuff. Now, goodbye, chaps." Gummidge himself rather wished that old horsemeat were here, not to pay dutiful filial visits, but to consult with about Psycho. Except that of late his strange parent god had been imbibing rather too freely of the second of the two wondrous and terrible evil-tasting human beverages. Not mind-quickening coffee, which had the power almost, but not quite, alas, to gift brutes with human speech, but insidious, sometimes burning alcohol, the mocker and jester, and as a result was not to be trusted as much as formerly. Kitty Come Here, the ginger cat had to admit, was showing flashes of unaccustomed thoughtfulness and reliability, though not many or very bright, he hastened to add. Still in all, beneath her solemn, kitteny playfulness, there did seem to be something new, serious, and mysteriously sad, growing by fits and starts under the bobbed black hair of the little lady who had come to Old Horsemeat, to use his words, from over the short-waved ocean, in contradistinction to the Pacific. The cat heard the front door close. Somewhat later, at Concordia, Helen Hunter backed smiling and cooing out of Mrs. Hobart Hunter's single, dim, ground-floor room, rather more hurriedly than she'd planned, so as not, at all costs, to hear the deep sob she suddenly knew was going to burst convulsively from behind the bravely composed face and tightly pressed, serenely smiling lips of the cologne-scented old lady, supine in the narrow, high bed. For if she did hear it, she'd have to go back and do all her clucking, Harry excusing work, over again, and she as suddenly knew she simply couldn't bear that. Panic touched her, and in its unreasoning grip she backed rather faster and farther than she'd intended, all the way into the equally dim double room across the hall. Gaining some control of herself, she turned around rapidly, surveyed the 3 beds and 3 old women crowding the room, and was momentarily shocked, moveless, and speechless The contrast with what she had been visiting was so positively scaly. Her mother-in-law had been tucked in neatly, of course she had a broken hip, while these creatures sprawled all which ways in their nightgowns, after all it was warm, on top of their covers and pillows with all sorts of resultant, untidy, immodest, even obscene disclosures. In the single room, there were a few neatly arranged objects on the bedside table and nothing whatever on the top sheets save Mrs. Hobart Hunter's pale, flaccid arms extended decorously down her sides. Here all three beds and tabletops were littered with a jumble of soiled, crumpled tissues, hair-holding combs and brushes, candy boxes, lunch remnants, paper cups, photographs, books, papers and magazines, mostly astrology. Harry's mother had been recently washed and neatly groomed, smelled of cologne. These women had elf-locked or straggly flying hair, what there was of it, smeared lipstick, were smudged with dirt, looked greasy. They had a variety of odors about them. Really, they stank. The first old woman had scrawny legs, a chunky, pot-bellied body, and a little screwed-up face with squinting eyes and a button nose that would have looked scowly angry, except her small mouth was smiling. The second old woman was fat like a little bumpy mountain, with immense hips, droopy jowls, and large peering pop-eyes. The third old woman was skinny as death itself, had a blotched pallor all over, a curving beak of a nose, and no chin to speak of. An empty brass cage hung beside her bed. Helen took in all this in 3 rapid snapshots, as it were. A couple more seconds and she might have recovered her poise, but just then the first old woman asked with a chuckle, "Lose your way, dearie?" "Something frighten you, chickie?" The third old woman chimed like a cracked bell. "Well, you certainly aren't my niece Andrea," the second old woman observed in a voice like suet. "No, I don't believe I am," Helen started to say inanely and broke off midway, flustered. "My, what a lovely green parasol," the third old woman continued. "And what lovely bobbed hair. You do look cool," the first old woman added enviously. "You look nice enough to eat," the second old lady concluded in her flannel tones. "Oh, do please excuse me," Helen began, and then turned and ran out before she garbled anything more, or yielded to the impulse to respond to the last remark with, "Is that what made you so fat, you dirty old cannibal?" In her hurry, she turned the wrong way in the hall, and rather than repass Mrs. Hobart Hunter's door and risk hearing snuffles, she left the Concordia by the way of the door to the concrete-surfaced patio, surrounded on 3 sides by a tall hedge, which was simply the backyard of the 1-story convalescent hospital and figured as an airing spot for the most elderly patients. It was empty now, save for a few white tables and chairs in need of a paint job, and very hot. Helen unfurled her parasol and departed by the one exit available if you didn't want to go back through the Concordia, a 2-foot gap in the back hedge. She had to tip her parasol to get through. She emerged in an untidy, unpaved alley with garbage cans. From the newspapers scattered around them the words Korea, 239 communists, McCarthy, and Rosenbergs leaped up, reminding her of how Harry had said to Gummidge, "We live in a witch-hunt age, you hear me, Cat? They got the diplomats and movie actors. They'll be after writers next, writers and cats. Remember how the Inquisition got after you along with the witches? Maybe the FBI will come for you and me at the same time." Across the alley was another tall hedge with a matching gap in it, through which she could see a wedge of very green lawn that looked much more attractive than the littered sandy alley, so she pressed on through, tipping her parasol again, and noting that the way underfoot was somewhat worn, as if these back exits were in regular use. The gap was in a back corner of the property she entered. Straight ahead of her, the intensely green lawn stretched to the next street and was so thick and springy underfoot she was reminded of her native England. There emerged into view a neat 2-story wooden Victorian house whose gleaming white paint put the Concordia to shame. By its back door there was parked a shining white motor scooter with a white box fixed behind its sheepskin saddle. A narrow walk of pale gravel led from it close around the house to the next street. Just next to Helen at the back of the property was a large area enclosed by a neat mesh wire fence several feet higher than the hedge. Inside it were more lawn, 3 graceful low trees, some tidy bushes, 2 flower beds, and a low summer house it looked, white as the main building, with a white scrollwork sign over its open door that read, in much serifed black letters, Wick's Cat Hotel. As she strolled wonderingly forward around the enclosure, Helen congratulated herself that her green parasol and flowered dress suited her very well to this handsome environment. Thank goodness, she told herself, she'd washed her hair and taken a shower just before coming out. Coming around in front of the enclosure, where there was a latched door in the mesh, she surveyed it more closely, at once spotting a tranquil Himalayan on a tiny platform in one of the low trees, and 2 strolling lilac-point Siamese, slender as fashion models. The longer she looked, the more cats she saw ensconced in the bushes, sniffing the flowers and wandering in and out of the little building, all of them elegant and well-behaved. A few rather plain tabbies among the aristocracy, which included a blue Persian, a crinkly-coated dark silver Rex, and a Havana brown who positively flamed. She said aloud softly, "Oh, Gummidge, if you could see this. A positive cat heaven." "Some persons do voice that reaction, but who is Gummidge, pray?" Helen turned to face a trim woman, her own age, 2 inches taller, fully as slender, but a degree sturdier than herself. A straw blonde, she wore her hair cropped, and white slacks and Nehru jacket, at once medical, military, and chic. Her right eye was deep blue, the other brown. "He's my cat," Helen said eagerly, and when the other did not at once respond, volunteered, "I'm Helen Hunter." "Wendy Wicks," the other responded, extending her hand. "I'm the proprietor. Do I rightly discern in your speech a British accent with the lilt of Wales?" Nodding, Helen countered, "And I a Scots?" "Truly enough, though I come from the lakes, which makes us fellow countrymen," the other said approvingly, adding an extra squeeze to their handshake. "Would you care to look inside?" She unlatched the mesh door. Helen furled her parasol. The guests of the Wicks Hotel took no notice of them. Inside the low white building the 2 women stood comfortably enough, though Helen noted Harry would have had to stoop here. It was all one room, lined with about 60 comfortably large cages in 3 tiers, each with its rug, water and food dish, and cat box. The floor was occupied only by some hassocks, a climbing frame, and an imposing grey Tudor castle of stout cardboard with numerous cat-size windows and doors. Helen echoed herself with, "A cat paradise." Wendy ended their little talk with, "Some of our guests are quite long-term, while their mistresses go to New York or London for the plays or on extended ocean cruises," and gave Helen a hotel card on which her first name was spelled Wendela, had the initials DVM behind, and there was the subscript, "Hospital facilities available." Wendy said, "The next time you're out of town, Gummidge might enjoy our hospitality. That is, unless he's an unneutered male." "He is," Helen informed her. "My husband Harry has very fixed ideas upon that point." "I know," the other interposed with a touch of venom. "Men are apt to entertain such barbarous notions." "And so do I was going to say," Helen concluded bravely. Wendy caught her hand and squeezed it, saying with a disarming smile, "There are, of course, my dear, good arguments, aside from patristic ones, to be made for that position. Even the Amazons had to make compromises. Why, I've taken Toms myself in the hospital. Come, let me show you that." Helen followed her out of the hotel and its grounds up to the back door of the Victorian house. As they passed the motor scooter, Wendy touched it, saying, "Our ambulance." Then, as she opened the white door beyond, "The Wicks Cat Hospital, no other species excepted." Inside was a spotless veterinary examination and, Helen supposed, emergency room, everything cat-sized and adapted. Suspended on brass wires from points along the skull, spine, and tail was the complete skeleton of a cat, which struck her as rather grisly. A large 1953 calendar on the wall featured phases of the moon. Wendy said, "Wait a minute, and I'll show you our isolation ward for infectious cases. I'll call you." And she pushed through one of the 2 inner doors. Helen peeked after her in time to see her draw a black curtain in front of 3 cages like those in the hotel, then drew back a little guiltily. "Come in," Wendy called, and when Helen had complied, pointed out 3 glass-fronted large white boxes against the wall opposite the 3 curtained cages. "Our isolation cubicles," she explained. "They have their own ventilation system." 2 of the boxes were empty. The other held a young seal-point Siamese, who peered out at them bright-eyed enough. "I detected a mild respiratory infection in this one of our guests," Wendy explained, "and am treating it with antibiotics. She'll probably return to the hotel tomorrow." The phone in the examination room rang. "Excuse me," she said. Alone, after a few seconds, Helen yielded to curiosity. She crossed the room and started to lift a corner of the black curtain. "Mrs. Hunter," the other called from the doorway, "do you realize that cats are subject to certain diseases in which their eyes become temporarily hypersensitive to light? You might have permanently injured one of our patients." "I'm sorry. I didn't know," Helen said, backing off. "I think you had best leave," the other went on in a gruff doctor voice, and as she escorted a flurried Helen through the other inside door of the examination room, through a long, old-fashioned parlor with a large fireplace, continued formidably, "In the past, Mrs. Hunter, persons have gained entry to these premises under false pretenses with the intention of kidnapping valuable cats to hold for ransom and for even worse purposes." Her mismatched eyes flashed coldly. "You surely don't think that I—" Helen began, more apologetic than indignant. "No, I suppose not, I guess," Wendy replied with sudden and surprising return to her earlier amiability. "But after all, Helen, I have showed you everything here, and I'm sure that we both have other things to do." She led Helen into a front hall with a wide staircase leading to the 2nd story. Then, as she let her out the front door, where a brass plate read, "Wick's Cat Hospital," she gave Helen's hand a final squeeze and said with a smile, "Come back for another visit, dear, any time you wish. Only remember that I'm another lone Britisher in an alien land and a profession dominated by arrogant males, so I have become overly sensitive and suspicious." Hastening home by bus, Helen's feelings were mixed. She still felt drawn to Wendy, such a strong, handsome, competent girl, with a really beautiful face, if you made allowance, if that were needed, for slightly over-large upper center incisors and rather long, large ears, though growing close to the skull, and, of course, the intriguing blue-brown eye pair. Why, it was years and years since she'd noticed so much about a person she'd met only once. "Am I becoming infatuated?" she asked herself with a silent giggle. But then, on the other hand, the veterinary's sudden exaggerated hostility and the rather shivery details of the cat skeleton and black curtain. What had been behind that, anyway? The light-sensitive story was surely a blind, because the light in the isolation ward had been on when the doctor had first gone in and drawn the curtain. And yet, at the same time, the whole place had reminded her so much and so nostalgically of England. The lawn, the house and cat motel, the woman herself. Half-awakening, deep-buried memories of all sorts, some of them, Helen felt sure, very strange. When she left the bus, the day, though more sultry than ever, had darkened, and when she stuck her key in her own front door, she heard a low rumble of thunder. Gummidge was waiting inside, uttering a murp, murp, in which there was more alarm and indignation than greeting. He ran halfway up the stairs and then paused to look back over his shoulder. Heart-sinking, Helen followed him to the upstairs bathroom, where Psycho lay curled motionless in the pale green washbowl, as though it was a cat sarcophagus. The young cat seemed only half-conscious. Her eyes were filmed, her short gray fur was rough, her nose hot. Helen carried her downstairs to the phone and dialed the number on the card given her by Wendy, who answered on the 3rd ring, listened to Helen's rapid description, and said only, "Don't do anything, I'll be there." Waiting would have been easier for Helen if she'd been told to do something. She opened the front door to the gathering dark and low-growling thunder. She asked, "Whatever happened, Gummidge? Did Psycho go out and eat something?" but the orangey cat answered only, "Merp, merp." Finally, she called a taxi. As if that had been the proper charm to hurry events, there was a purring putt-putt from down the street. Going to the door, with Gummidge close beside her, she saw that the approaching storm had banished twilight and brought on instant night, into which the pale shape of the hospital scooter and rider came like the ghost of a modern centaur. It nosed into the driveway, then rode diagonally across the lawn to park at the foot of the front steps. Wendy was now wearing additionally a white cap with a rather long visor, and she stripped off white gauntlets as she came up the steps, carefully took Psycho into her arms, and briefly examined her. "She's very sick and must be taken to the hospital at once and given treatment," she pronounced. "I'll have a full report for you tomorrow morning. Don't worry too much. She's a young cat, and I believe we've caught it in time. Her chances of complete recovery are very good." All this while carrying Psycho down the steps, gently laying her in the box behind the saddle, which opened at a touch, and getting astride the vehicle, having thrust her gauntlets in the top of her slacks. "Goodbye, chaps," she called as she drove off carefully at an even pace. It all happened so fast that Helen, who'd hurried down the steps with Gummidge after her, couldn't think what to call back. But now, as they both watched the white scooter disappear down the dark street, she said, "Oh, Gummidge, what have we done to Psycho?" "Water, water," the cat replied, concerned and somewhat angry. He hadn't liked the cat doctor's looks, and he also believed that his own close presence was, in any case, something essential to Psycho's safety and recovery. Thunder rumbled closer now. A taxicab drew up. Its driver got out, and seeing Helen, opened the rear door and came a few steps up the walk. She arrived at a quick decision, called to him, "I'll just get my bag and wrap, be with you in a second," and ran up the steps into the house, thinking Gummidge had run back ahead of her. Cars often had that effect on him. But the cat had other ideas. He'd circled off sideways into the darkness, made a craftily wide circle through some bushes, and sneaked into the cab when the driver wasn't looking. Inside, he did not spring on the seat, but instead crouched in the dark far corner of the floor. He did not intend the investigations he had in mind to be thwarted, and indeed, when Kitty Come Here got in, she was so busy giving the driver instructions as to where the Wicks Cat Hospital was, and so agitated generally, that she actually didn't notice him. She slung her light coat on the seat beside her, and it trailed over, further concealing him. Gummidge congratulated himself on his sagacity. What doesn't move in the shadows isn't seen. Old Horsemeat had more than once recited to him Eliot's poem about Macavity, the mystery cat modeled on Professor Moriarty, and if there were a Moriarty, there had to be a cat Sherlock Holmes, didn't there? When the cab drew up at the newly repainted old White House with the brass plate beside the door, and Kitty Come Here got out, saying to the driver, "Please wait for me," Gummidge slid out right behind her and immediately ducked under the vehicle, preparatory to beginning another of his wide circles. Geometric evasiveness, that's one more of my methods, he told himself. Helen mounted to the open porch and pushed the buzzer, and when it wasn't answered quickly, plied the brass knocker, too. But when the door was finally opened, it was by an unsmiling and doctor-faced Wendy, who did not move aside to let her in. "It's past visiting hours," she said coldly. "Really, Helen, I know you're concerned about your cat, but you mustn't become hysterical. You can't see Psycho now. In any case, she's in isolation." "But you didn't even tell me what's wrong with her," Helen protested. "Very well. Your cat is suffering from epidemic feline enteritis, the most widespread and dangerous cat plague of them all, one for which early immunization is a necessary precaution observed by all halfway informed owners. But you never had shots for her, did you? No, I thought not. Perhaps your husband doesn't believe in that, either." Gummidge watched the two from the next to the top step of the stairs to the porch, only his narrowed eyes showing over. When the cat doctor was in the midst of her condescending and reproachful lecture, he flowed up onto the porch and along it to the second window from the door, which was open wide at the bottom, and softly looped through, hugging the wall and sill, into the dim, large room beyond. Outside, the cat doctor continued, "What treatment is she getting? I injected serum and water in proper quantity, gave by mouth a chemical agent I've had good results with, and disposed her comfortably in an isolation cubicle where she is getting rest, which is something even veterinary doctors require and get on rare occasions, and you no doubt could do with yourself. Please do not call before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good night, dear Helen. And she closed the door. After a moment of staring at it with both fists clenched, Helen returned to her cab, disconsolate and fuming delicately. The driver asked her, "Excuse me, lady, but did you have a cat with you in there when we came over?" "Certainly not," she replied impatiently. "Why do you ask?" "I don't know," the driver responded warily. "I just thought—" His voice trailed off. "I shouldn't have been so short with him," she told herself. "Natural of him to suppose that when you go to a cat hospital you take a cat. Probably thought I had it wrapped in my coat or something." Nevertheless, the matter worried her a little. Now she wouldn't feel easy until she'd seen Gummidge, but when she did, at least she could speak out her mind to him, relieve her injured feelings a little. Oh, that wicked but so dashing doctor-woman. In the Wicks Cat Hospital living room, Gummidge had immediately found a good hiding place under an easy-chair against a wall, from which he could survey the whole room, study the black carpet with its curious designs in white lines, and wait until things settled down before beginning his detective work. See which way the cat doctor was going to jump, you might put it. After shutting the door on Helen, she came rapidly through the living room. Gummidge saw only her trousered legs, footed with white oxfords, and went through the swinging door at its back end. Outside, thunder crackled. The storm was definitely getting nearer. After enough time for Gummidge to go into a half-doze, the cat doctor returned, setting the swinging door wide open. He was happy to see. Though he could have managed it himself, he was confident, as well as many knobs and some latches. She moved more thoughtfully this time, going to one of the bookcases and selecting a volume to take with her, before exiting to the front hall, leaving dimmed lights behind her everywhere. He heard her going upstairs. Helen was in a quandary. She'd paid off the taxi driver, tipping him generously to make up for her shortness with him, but when she'd gone into the house there'd been no Gummidge to greet her and hear what she thought of the doctor-woman. He might have gone out through the cat door, of course, on some business of his own, but wouldn't he have waited to ask her about Psycho? Had the taxi driver really seen a cat? Despite Wendy's warning, she dialed again the number on the card, but this time got only an answering service, which could just take messages to give the doctor when and if she called in. Outside, thunder boomed. Helen didn't like being all alone in the house. Back in the living room of the cat hospital, the cat detective still bided his time under the easy-chair. After another period of waiting, during which there were faint footsteps overhead that finally ceased, the cat doctor's and someone else's, still lighter but thumpy ones, Gummidge ventured out and unhurriedly made his way toward the back of the room, frequently pausing to sniff. Outside, the crackling came more often, and suddenly he heard the patter, then the pelting of swift-breaking rain, and from the window behind him felt a breath of chilly storm breeze. The white-line pattern on the black carpet was a curious one of triangles and triskelions and swastikas, and just in front of the cold, empty but practical fireplace, and with one of its 5 points aimed straight at it, a huge, empty star. There welled up in his mind a murky racial memory of an even wider hearth, with a huge fire blazing in it, and naked women standing before it in a pentacle and rubbing into each other's bodies an ointment that had a not altogether unpleasing acrid odor. Gummidge glided into the examination room, saw the hanging cat skeleton, hissed under his breath, then sprang to the table before it and gave it an experimental pat. The little bones rattled softly, and the skull swung a bit as if to see who its disturber was. He next entered the isolation ward, the door of which was also set open, perhaps because of the soft purr of their ventilation system. His gaze fixed at once on the 3 glass-fronted isolation cubicles, and he leaped lightly to the shelf in front of them. In the cubicle, Psycho lay on her side with eyes closed and ears drooped. He couldn't repress a mew of excitement, then, with his muzzle pressed against the glass, mewed softly twice more and rapped the pane lightly with a paw. She did not stir. The young Siamese in the next cubicle was making motions at him, but Gummidge ignored her, continuing to study Psycho. He could discern her gray chest rise and fall a little, regularly, while her fur looked a little brighter than it had in the pale green washbowl, he thought, or hoped. He reminded himself then that he was a detective in enemy territory and couldn't afford to give way for long to dumb dutifulness. With an effort, he tore his gaze away from Psycho's window, turned to survey the rest of the isolation ward, and saw, for the first time, the three now uncurtained wire cages against the opposite wall. The fur on his back rose, and his tail thickened. In the first cage was a little old dog with squinched-up face and beady eyes that glared at him continuously, a black Pekingese. In the second cage was an animal of the same shape as the little green frogs he'd seen hopping around in the spring, only this one was bigger and fatter with warts, and it didn't hop but just crouched slumpingly and fixed upon him its large, cold eyes. It was the same color as the dog. On a low perch in the third cage was a rather large bird which Gummidge knew to be a parrot, because the mad eunuch's owner kept a bright green one with a big yellow beak. But this one was mangy and ancient-looking and malevolent-eyed, while its wickedly curving beak pointed straight at him. Both its beak and its ragged feather coat were inky black. The little dog coughed hackingly, and thunder crashed outside as if the heavens were riven, while the great glare of lightning that simultaneously shone through the open doorway called Gummidge's attention to a fourth ebon beast just now hopped there and regarding him with an intelligence that seemed greater and more evil than that of the others. It was an animal that Gummidge had never seen before, but thought, because of its overlarge front top teeth, must be related to squirrels, one of whom had terrified him in kittenhood when they'd first seen each other close from opposite sides of a window. And it had long, tall ears. Gummidge could only imagine it to be a deformed, giant, tailless squirrel, the product of mad science or vile sorcery. Now it turned and, as lightning flared again and thunder crashed, hopped. To report Gummidge was suddenly sure to the cat doctor. The fearless cat detective reached an instant decision and leaped down and raced after. The monstrous beast crossed the living room in 4 long hops, but Gummidge could readily match that speed, he found. In the front hall, at the foot of the stairs, the beast turned at bay, making mewling sounds. Gummidge advanced on it stiff-legged and back-arched, involuntarily letting out a loud and most undetective-like caterwaul. Then he saw beyond it the cat doctor coming down the stairs. She was stark naked, bore in her hand a long, yellowish knife with a red hilt, and glared at him, the lips of her small mouth parted in a snarl that revealed her large front teeth. He retreated to the living room. She came after, her knife advanced before her, followed by the black, hopping giant squirrel monster. Gummidge cast one longing look at the open window, but then remembered his responsibilities. To the accompaniment of the storm's hammer blows and flashes, he raced twice around the room to baffle them, then darted through the examination room back into the isolation ward. They came after him relentlessly. From atop Psycho's cubicle he caterwauled defiance. They came up to it. But then the storm's final and climatic thunder crash and dazzling lightning flare revealed to all 3 of them a new figure framed in the doorway, a rather small person wearing a dripping yellow oilskin and a deep-brimmed sou'wester. It was Kitty Come Here, and she cried out, "Gummidge, I knew I'd find you here." Gummidge's fur relaxed a little. Wendy shoved the knife under some papers on the table beside her. The black squirrel monster mewled innocently. Kitty Come Here eyed the 3 of them in turn, taking her time about it, and then her gaze went on to the 3 occupants of the wire cages. At last she cried out comprehendingly, "Wendy, you are a witch! And that black rabbit there is your familiar. And although you claim this is a hospital for cats only, you've been treating or boarding the familiars of those 3 dreadful old women, all witches, of course. You probably have a whole coven in the Concordia in the room opposite my mother-in-law's. The resemblances are all unmistakable and prove my case. And when there's no outsider to see, you go around naked. Sky-clad is your witch expression for that, isn't it? And you were chasing Gummidge and trying to do something to him, weren't you?" Wendy reached a lab smock from a hook on the wall and shouldered into it leisurely. "Why, I never heard a more ridiculous set of ideas in my whole life," she said guilelessly. "It's true I sometimes bend the hospital's only one species rule a little, and it wouldn't do to advertise that to the mistresses of our guests. And I have a pet hare. Drop a curtsy, dear bunnykins. Cats are wonderful, but one needs a break from them when one sees them all the time. And I do occasionally doctor or board pets of patients in the Concordia, both apt to be elderly for obvious reasons. Any psychologist will tell you, dear Helen, that people, especially elderly ones, grow to resemble their pets or else select them with that point unconsciously in mind. I habitually sleep raw, and tonight when Bunnykins and I discovered loose in the hospital what we took to be a stray Tom bent on rapine, how could I know he was your Gummidge, dear? We were seeking to eject him, that is all." "There. Does that answer your questions?" "I don't think so," Helen said stoutly. "Why are all these animals black, I want to know, and what were you hiding when I came in?" "I have a deep professional interest in melanism," Wendy told her. "And by the by, how did you get in?" "When no one answered the door, I climbed through the open window, and now I'm glad I did. You still haven't told me—" A joyous meow from Gummidge interrupted this interchange. He was looking in Psycho's window. The young gray cat lifted her head a little and opened her eyes, which were no longer filmed with sickness, but bright with cat intelligence. She was smiling at Gummidge and them all. Though obviously still very weak and quite haggard-looking, she was clearly on the road to recovery. This most happy occurrence rather put an end to serious accusations of witchcraft and other ill-feeling, and when Wendy insisted on serving them tea in a pot with an English Union Jack on it, with milk to go with it and seed cake, and with a saucer of milk for Gummidge, peace was fully sealed. Gummidge drank a third of his milk to please Kitty-Come-Here, though keeping a most wary eye on the cat doctor and Bunnykins, who appeared to resent that name, the cat judged, though continuing to act the innocent fool. Afterward, going home by taxi, Helen told Gummidge, "I still think she may be a witch, you know, but a rather nice one, just being kind to some dirty old sister witches. Ugh, old as Macbeth. And they're sick animals. And she did have to admit you were most well-behaved, Gummidge, for a Tom. I think that's a lot coming from her. And you did uncover the whole thing, whatever it was, you know, you clever, sneaky cat. You broke through her British reticence all right. She'd have played snob doctor all night otherwise. And did you notice, Gummidge? She had the slimmest and most stalwart body, and the darlingest little breasts almost as small as mine. I'm sure we're leaving Psycho in very good hands, but how should we tell old Horsemeat about all this, Gummidge, when he comes back from his business revels? Not everything, I think, though of course he'd love it all for one of his stories." Gummidge decided she was still pretty feather-brained. Slow Birds, Ian Watson. Ian Watson is one of F and SF's most versatile contributors, equally at home with contemporary fantasy, horror, or the most inventive SF. Here is an example of the latter, a story that describes an Earth that is slowly being glassed over by the mysterious engines of destruction known as slow birds. At the same time, it is a stirring family drama that spans generations. It was May Day, and the skate sailing festival that year was being held at Tuckerton. By late morning, after the umpires had been out on the glass plains setting red flags around the circuit, cumulus clouds began to fill a previously blue sky, promising ideal conditions for the afternoon sport. No rain, so that the glass wouldn't be an inch deep in water as last year at Atherton. No dazzling glare to blind the spectators, as the year before that at Buckby. And a breeze verging on brisk without ever becoming fierce, perfect to speed the competitors' sails along without lifting people off their feet and tumbling them, as 4 years previously at Edgewood, when a couple of broken ankles and numerous bruises had been sustained. After the contest there would be a pig roast, or rather the succulent fruits thereof, for the pig had been turning slowly on its spit these past 36 hours, and there would be kegs of old codger ale to be cracked. But right now, Jason Babbage's mind was mainly occupied with checking out his glass skates and his fine crocus yellow handsail. As high as a tall man, and of best old silk, only patched in a couple of places, the sail's forespar of flexible ash was bent into a bow belly by a strong hemp cord. Jason plucked this thoughtfully like a harpist, testing the tension. Already a fair number of racers were out on the glass, showing off their paces to applause. Tuckerton folk mostly, they were, acting as if they owned the glass hereabouts and knew it more intimately than any visitors could. Not that it was in any way different from the same glass over Atherton way. Jason's younger brother Daniel whistled appreciatively as a Tuckerton man carrying purple silk executed perfect circles at speed, his sail shivering as he tacked. "Just look at him, Jay." "What, Bob Marchant? He took a pratfall last year. Where's the use in working up a sweat before the whistle blows?" By now, a couple of sisters from Buckby were out, too, with matching black sails, skating figure-eights around each other, risking collision by a hair's breadth. "Go on, Jay," urged young Daniel. "Show 'em." Contestants from the other villages were starting to flood onto the glass as well, but Jason noticed how Max Tarnover was standing not so far away, merely observing these antics with a wise smile. Master Tarnover of Tuckerton, last year's victor at Atherton despite the drenching spray. Taking his cue from this and going one better, Jason ignored events on the glass and surveyed the crowds instead. He noticed Uncle John Babbage chatting intently to an Edgewood man over where the silver band was playing, which was hardly the quietest place to talk, so perhaps they were doing business. Meanwhile, on the green beyond the band, the children of 5 villages buzzed like flies, from hoopla to skittles to bran tub, to apples and buckets of water. And those grown-ups who weren't intent on the band or the practice runs or on something else, such as gossip, besieged the craft and produce stalls. There must be going on for 1,000 people at the festival, and the village beyond looked deserted. Rugs and benches and half-barrels had even been set out near the edge of the glass for the old folk of Tuckerton. As the band lowered their instruments for a breather after finishing the floral dance, a bleat of panic cut across the chatter of many voices. A farmer had just vaulted into a tiny sheep pen where a lamb, almost as large as its shorn, protesting dam, was ducking beneath her to suckle and hide. Laughing, the farmer hauled it out and hoisted it by its neck and back legs to guess its weight, and maybe win a prize. And now Jason's mother was threading her way through the crowd, chewing the remnants of a pasty. "Best of luck, son," she grinned. "I've told you, Mum," protested Jason. "It's bad luck to say good luck." "Oh, luck yourself. What's luck, anyway?" She prodded her Adam's apple as if to press the last piece of meat and potatoes on its way down, though really she was indicating that her throat was bare of any charm or amulet. "I suppose I'd better make a move." Kicking off his sandals, Jason sat to lace up his skates. With a helping hand from Daniel, he rose and stood knock-kneed, blades cutting into the turf while the boy hoisted the sail across his shoulders. Jason gripped the leather straps on the bowstring and the spine spar. "Okay." He waggled the sail this way and that. "Let's go, then. I won't blow away." But just as he was about to proceed down onto the glass, out upon the glass, less than 100 yards away, a slow bird appeared. It materialized directly in front of one of the Buckby sisters. Unable to veer, she had no choice but to throw herself backwards. Crying out in frustration, and perhaps hurt by her fall, she skidded underneath the slow bird, sledging supine upon her now snapped and crumpled sail. They were called slow birds because they flew through the air at the stately pace of 3 feet per minute. They looked a little like birds, too, though only a little. Their tubular metal bodies were rounded at the head and tapering to a finned point at the tail, with 2 stubby wings midway. Yet these wings could hardly have anything to do with suspending their bulk in the air. The girth of a bird was that of a horse, and its length twice that of a man lying full length. Perhaps those wings controlled orientation or trim. In color, they were a silvery gray, though this was only the color of their outer skin, made of a soft metal like lead. 1/4 of an inch beneath this coating, their inner skins were black and stiff as steel. The noses of the birds were all scored with at least a few scrape marks due to encounters with obstacles down the years. Slow birds always kept the same height above ground, underbelly level with a man's shoulders, and they would bank to avoid substantial buildings or mature trees, but any frailer obstructions they would push on through. Hence the individual patterns of scratches. However, a far easier way of telling them apart was by the graffiti carved on so many of their flanks, initials entwined in hearts, dates, place names, fragments of messages. These amply confirmed how very many slow birds there must be in all, something of which people could not otherwise have been totally convinced, for no one could keep track of a single slow bird. After each one had appeared, over hill, down dale, in the middle of a pasture, or halfway along a village street, it would fly onward slowly for any length of time between an hour and a day, covering any distance between a few score yards and a full mile, and vanish again, to reappear somewhere else unpredictably, far away or close by, maybe long afterwards or maybe soon. Usually a bird would vanish to reappear again. Not always, though. Half a dozen times a year within the confines of this particular island country, a slow bird would reach its journey's end. It would destroy itself, and all the terrain around it for a radius of 2.5 miles, fusing the landscape instantly into a sheet of glass, a flat, circular sheet of glass. A polarized, limited zone of annihilation. Scant yards beyond its rim a person might escape unharmed, only being deafened and dazzled temporarily. Hitherto, no slow bird had been known to explode so as to overlap an earlier sheet of glass. Consequently, many towns and villages clung close to the borders of what had already been destroyed, and news of a fresh glass plane would cause farms and settlements to spring up there. Even so, the bulk of people still kept fatalistically to the old historic towns. They assumed that a slow bird wouldn't explode in their midst during their own lifetimes, and if it did, what would they know of it? Unless the glass happened merely to bisect a town, in which case once the weeping and mourning was over, the remaining citizenry could relax and feel secure. True, in the long term, the whole country from coast to coast and from north to south would be a solid sheet of glass. Or perhaps it would merely be a checkerboard of circles touching circles, a glass mosaic. With what in between? Patches of desert dust, if the climate dried up due to reflections from the glass, or floodwater, swampland. But that day was still far distant, 100 years away, 200, 3, so people didn't worry too much. They had been used to this all their lives long, and their parents before them. Perhaps one day the slow birds would stop coming, and going, and exploding, just as they had first started once. Certainly, the situation was no different by all accounts anywhere else in the world. Only the seas were clear of slow birds, so maybe the human race would have to take to rafts one day, though by then, with what would they build them? Meanwhile, people got by, and most had long ago given up asking why, for there was no answer. The girl's sister helped her rise. No bones broken, it seemed, only an injury to dignity and to her sail. The other skaters had all coasted to a halt and were staring resentfully at the bird in their midst. Its belly and sides were almost bare of graffiti. Seeing this, a number of youths hastened on to the glass, clutching penknives, rusty nails, and such. But an umpire waved them back angrily. "Shoo! Be off with you!" His gaze seemed to alight on Jason, and for a fatuous moment Jason imagined that it was himself to whom the umpire was about to appeal. But the man called, "Master Tarnover," instead, and Max Tarnover duck-waddled past, then glided out over the glass to confer. Presently the umpire cupped his hands. "We're delaying the start for half an hour," he bellowed. "Fair's fair. Young lady ought to have a chance to fix her sail, seeing as it wasn't her fault." Jason noted a small crinkle of amusement on Tarnover's face, for now either the other competitors would have to carry on prancing around, tiring themselves with extra practice, which none of them needed, or else troop off the glass for a recess and lose some psychological edge. In fact, almost everyone opted for a break and some refreshments. "Luck indeed," snorted Mrs. Babbage as Max Tarnover clumped back their way. Tarnover paused by Jason. "Frankly, I'd say her sail's a wreck," he confided. "But what can you do? The Buckby lot would have been bitching on otherwise." Oh, she could have won if she'd had 10 minutes to fix it. Bloody hunk of metal in the way. Tarnover ran a lordly eye over Jason's sail. What price skill, then? Daniel Babbage regarded Tarnover with a mixture of hero worship and hostile partisanship on his brother's behalf. Jason himself only nodded and said, "Fair enough." He wasn't certain whether Tarnover was acting generously or with patronizing arrogance. Or did this word in his ear mean that Tarnover actually saw Jason as a valid rival for the silver punch bowl this year round? Obviously, young Daniel did not regard Jason's response as adequate. He piped up, "So where do you think the birds go, Master Tarnover, when they aren't here?" A good question. Quite unanswerable, but Max Tarnover would probably feel obliged to offer an answer if only to maintain his pose of worldly wisdom. Jason warmed to his brother, while Mrs. Babbage, catching on, cuffed the boy softly. "Now, don't you go wasting Master Tarnover's time. Happen he hasn't given it a moment's thought all his born days." "Oh, but I have," Tarnover said. "Well?" the boy insisted. "Well, maybe they don't go anywhere at all." Mrs. Babbage chuckled and Tarnover flushed. "What I mean is, maybe they just stop being in one place, then suddenly they're in the next place." "If only you could skate like that," Jason laughed. "Bit slow, though. Everyone would still pass you by at the last moment." "They must go somewhere," young Dan said doggedly. "Maybe it's somewhere we can't see. Another sort of place with other people. Maybe it's them that builds the birds."
"Look, Freckleface, the birds don't come from Russ or America or anywhere else. So where's this other place?"
"Maybe it's right here, only we can't see it."
"And maybe pigs have wings."
Tarnover looked about to march towards the cider and Perry stall, but Mrs. Babbage interposed herself smartly. "Oh, as to that, I'm sure our sow Betsy couldn't fly, wings or no wings, just hanging in the air like that, and so heavy."
"Weighed a bird recently, have you?"
"They look heavy, Master Tarnover." Tarnover couldn't quite push his way past Mrs. Babbage, not with his sail impeding him. He contented himself with staring past her and muttering,
"If we've nothing sensible to say about them, in my opinion, it's better to shut up."
"But it isn't better," protested Daniel. "They're blowing the world up bit by bit, as though they're at war with us." Jason felt humorously inventive. "Maybe that's it. Maybe these other people of Dan's are at war with us, only they forgot to mention it, and when they've glassed us all, they'll move in for the holidays, and skate happily forevermore."
"Damn long war, if that's so," growled Tarnover. "Been going on over a century now."
"Maybe that's why the birds fly so slowly," said Daniel. "What if a year to us is like an hour to those people? That's why the birds don't fall. They don't have time to." Tarnover's expression was almost savage.
"And what if the birds come only to punish us for our sins? What if they're simply a miraculous proof?"
"That the Lord cares about us, and one day he'll forgive us? Oh, goodness," and Mrs. Babbage beamed. "Surely you aren't one of them, a bright lad like you. Me, I don't even put candles in the window or tie knots in the bed-sheets anymore to keep the birds away." She ruffled her younger son's mop of red hair. "Everyone dies sooner or later, Dan. You'll get used to it when you're properly grown up. When it's time to die, it's time to die."
Tarnover looked furiously put out, though young Daniel also seemed distressed in a different way. "And when you're thirsty, it's time for a drink."
Spying an opening and his opportunity, Tarnover sidled quickly around Mrs. Babbage and strode off. She chuckled as she watched him go. "Let's put a kink in his sail." 41 other contestants besides Jason and Tarnover gathered between the starting flags. Though not the girl who had fallen, despite all best efforts, she was out of the race and sat morosely watching. Then the Tuckerton umpire blew his whistle, and they were off. The course was in the shape of a long bloomer loaf. First, it curved gently along the edge of the glass for 3/4 of a mile, then bent sharply around in a half-circle onto the straight, returning towards Tuckerton. At the end of the straight, another sharp half-circle brought it back to the starting and finishing line. 3 circuits in all were to be skate-sailed before the victory whistle blew. Much more than this, and the lag between leaders and stragglers could lead to confusion. By the first turn, Jason was ahead of the rest of the field, and all his practice since last year was paying off. his skates raced over the glass. The breeze thrust him convincingly. As he rounded the end of the loaf, swinging his sail to a new pitch, he noted Max Tarnover hanging back in fourth place. Determined to increase his lead, Jason leaned so close to the flag on the entry to the straight that he almost tipped it. Compensating, he came poorly onto the straight, losing a few yards. By the time Jason swept over the finishing line for the first time, to cheers from Atherton villagers, Tarnover was in third position. Though he was making no very strenuous effort to overhaul, Jason realized that Tarnover was simply letting him act as pacemaker. But a skate-sailing race wasn't the same as a foot race, where a pacemaker was generally bound to drop back eventually. Jason pressed on. Yet by the second crossing of the line, Tarnover was 10 yards behind, moving without apparent effort, as though he and his sail and the wind and the glass were one. Noting Jason's glance, Tarnover grinned and put on a small burst of speed to push the front runner to even greater efforts. And as he entered on the final circuit, Jason also noted the progress of the slow bird off to his left, now midway between the long curve and the straight, heading in the general direction of Edgewood. Even the laggards ought to clear the final straight before the thing got in their way, he calculated. This brief distraction was a mistake. Tarnover was even closer behind him now, his sail pitched at an angle which must have made his wrists ache. Already he was drifting aside to overhaul Jason, and at this moment Jason grasped how he could win. By letting Tarnover think that he was pushing Jason beyond his capacity, so that Tarnover would be fooled into overexerting himself too soon. "Can't catch me," Jason called into the wind, guessing that Tarnover would misread this as braggadocio and assume that Jason wasn't really thinking ahead. At the same time, Jason slackened his own pace slightly, hoping that his rival would fail to notice, since this was at odds with his own boast. Pretending to look panicked, he let Tarnover overtake, and saw how Tarnover continued to grip his sail strenuously, even though he was actually moving a little slower than before. Without realizing it, Tarnover had his angle wrong. He was using unnecessary wrist action. Tarnover was in the lead now. Immediately, all psychological pressure lifted from Jason. With ease and grace, he stayed a few yards behind, just where he could benefit from the eye of air in Tarnover's wake. And thus he remained till halfway down the final straight, feeling like a kestrel hanging in the sky with a mere twitch of its wings before swooping. He held back. Then, suddenly changing the cant of his sail, he did swoop into the lead again. It was a mistake. It had been a mistake all along, for as Jason sailed past, Tarnover actually laughed, jerking his brown and orange silk to an easier, more efficient pitch. Tarnover began to pump his legs, skating like a demon. Already he was ahead again, by 5 yards, by 10, and entering the final curve. As Jason tried to catch up in the brief time remaining, he knew how he had been fooled, though the knowledge came too late. So cleverly had Tarnover fixed Jason's mind on the stance of the sails, by holding his own in such a way, too, which deliberately created that convenient eye of air, that Jason had quite neglected the contribution of his legs and skates, taking this for granted, failing to monitor it from moment to moment. It only took moments to recover and begin pumping his own legs too, but those few moments were fatal. Jason crossed the finish line 1 yard behind last year's victor, who was this year's victor too. As he slid to a halt, bitter with chagrin, Jason was well aware that it was up to him to be gracious in defeat, rather than let Tarnover seize that advantage too. He called out, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Magnificent, Max! Splendid skating! You really caught me on the hop there." Tarnover smiled for the benefit of all onlookers. "What a noisy family you Babbages are," he said softly, and skated off to be presented with the silver punch bowl again. Much later that afternoon, replete with roast pork and awash with old codger ale, Jason was waving an empty beer mug about as he talked to Bob Marchant in the midst of a noisy crowd. Bob, who had fallen so spectacularly the year before. Maybe that was why he had skated diffidently today and been one of the laggards. The sky was heavily overcast, and daylight, too, was failing. Soon the homeward trek would have to start. One of Jason's drinking and skating partners from Atherton, Sam Partridge, thrust his way through. "Jay, that brother of yours, he's out on the glass. He's scrambled up on the back of the bird. He's riding it." "What?" Jason sobered rapidly and followed Partridge with Bob Marchant tagging along behind. Sure enough, a couple of 100 yards away in the gloaming, Daniel was perched astride the slow bird. His red hair was unmistakable. By now, a lot of other people were beginning to take notice and point him out. There were some ragged cheers and a few angry protests. Jason clutched Partridge's arm. "Somebody must have helped him up. Who was it?" "Haven't the foggiest. That boy needs a good walloping." "Daniel Babbage!" Mrs. Babbage was calling nearby. She too had seen. Cautiously, she advanced onto the glass, wary of losing her balance. Jason and company were soon at her side. "It's all right, Mum," he assured her. "I'll fetch the little perisher." Courteously, Bob Marchant offered his arm and escorted Mrs. Babbage back on the rough ground again. Jason and Partridge stepped flat-foot out across the vitrified surface, accompanied by at least a dozen curious spectators. "Did anyone spot who helped him up?" Jason demanded of them. No one admitted it. When the group was a good 20 yards from the bird, everyone but Jason halted. Pressing on alone, Jason pitched his voice so that only the boy would hear it. "Slide off," he ordered grimly. "I'll catch you. Right monkey you've made of your mother and me." "No," whispered Daniel. He clung tight, hands splayed like suckers, knees pressed to the flanks of the bird as though he was a jockey. "I'm going to see where it goes." "Goes? Hell, I'm not going to waste time arguing. Get down." Jason grabbed an ankle and tugged, but this action only served to pull him up against the bird. Beside Dan's foot, a heart with the entwined initials ZB and EF was carved. Turning away, Jason shouted, "Give me a hand, you lot. Come on, someone bunk me up." Nobody volunteered, not even Partridge. "It won't bite you. There's no harm in touching it. Any kid knows that." Angrily, he flat-footed back towards them. "Damn it all, Sam." So now Partridge did shuffle forward, and a couple of other men too. But then they halted, gaping. Their expression puzzled Jason momentarily, till Sam Partridge gestured, till Jason swung round. The air behind was empty. The slow bird had departed suddenly, taking its rider with it. Half an hour later, only the visitors from Atherton and their hosts remained on Tuckerton Green. The Buckby, Edgewood, and Hopperton contingents had set off for home. Uncle John was still consoling a sniveling Mrs. Babbage. Most faces in the surrounding crowd looked sympathetic, though there was a certain air of resentment, too, among some Tuckerton folk that a boy's prank had cast this black shadow over their May Day festival. Jason glared wildly around the onlookers. "Did nobody see who helped my brother up?" he cried. "Couldn't very well have got up himself, could he? Where's Max Tarnover? Where is he?" "You aren't accusing Master Tarnover by any chance," growled a beefy farmer with a large wart on his cheek. "Sour grapes, Master Babbage. Sour grapes is what that sounds like, and we don't like the taste of those here." "Where is he, damn it?" Uncle John laid a hand on his nephew's arm. "Jason, lad, hush. This isn't helping your mum." But then the crowd parted, and Tarnover sauntered through, still holding the silver punch bowl he had won. "Well, Master Babbage," he inquired, "I hear you want a word with me." "Did you see who helped my brother onto that bird?" "Well, did you?" "I didn't see," replied Tarnover coolly. It had been the wrong question, as Jason at once realized, for if Tarnover had done the deed himself, how could he possibly have watched himself do it? "Then did you—" "Hey up," objected the same farmer. "You've asked him, and you've had his answer." "And I imagine your brother has had his answer, too," said Tarnover. "I hope he's well satisfied with it. Naturally, I offer my heartfelt sympathies to Mrs. Babbage, if indeed the boy has come to any harm. Can't be sure of that, though, can we?" "Course we can't." Jason tensed, and Uncle John tightened his grip on him. "No, lad, there's no use. It was a sad and quiet long walk homeward that evening for the 3 remaining Babbages, though a fair few Atherton folk behind sang blithely and tipsily nonetheless. Occasionally Jason looked around for Sam Partridge, but Sam Partridge seemed to be successfully avoiding them. The next day, May the 2nd, Mrs. Babbage rallied and declared it to be a sorting-out day, which meant a day for handling all Daniel's clothes and storybooks and old toys lovingly before setting them to one side out of sight. Jason himself she packed off to his job at the sawmill, with a flea in his ear for hanging around her like a whipped hound. And as Jason worked at trimming planks that day, the same shamed, angry, frustrated thoughts skated round and round a single circuit in his head. In my book, he's a murderer. You don't give a baby a knife to play with. He was cool as a cucumber afterwards. Not shocked, no. Smug. Yet what could be done about it? The bird might have hung around for hours more, except that it hadn't. Set out on a quest to find Daniel? But how and where? Birds dodged around, here, there, and everywhere. No rhyme or reason to it. So what a useless quest that would be. A quest to prove that Dan was alive, and if he were alive, then Tarnover hadn't killed him. In my book, he's a murderer. Jason's thoughts churned on impotently. It was like skating with both feet tied together. 3 days later, a slow bird was sighted out Edgewood way. Jim Mitchum, the Edgewood thatcher, actually sought Jason out at the sawmill to bring him the news. He'd been coming over to do a job anyway. No doubt his visit was an act of kindness, but it filled Jason with guilt quite as much as it boosted his morale. For now he was compelled to go and see for himself, when obviously there was nothing whatever to discover. Downing tools, he hurried home to collect his skates and sail and sped over the glass to Edgewood. The bird was still there, but it was a different bird. There was no carved heart with the love-tangled initials ZB and EF. And 4 days after that, mention came from Buckby of a bird spotted a few miles west of the village on the main road to Harborough. This time Jason borrowed a horse and rode, but the mention had come late. The bird had flown on a day earlier. Still, he felt obliged to search the area of the sighting for a fallen body or some other sign. And the week after that, a bird vanished only a mile from Atherton itself. This one vanished even as Jason arrived on the scene. Then one night, Jason went down to the wheat sheaf. It was several weeks, in fact, since he had last been in the alehouse. Now he meant to get drunk, at the long bar under the horse brasses. Sam Partridge, Ned Darrow, and Frank Yardley were there boozing, and an hour or so later Ned Darrow was offering beery advice. "Look, Jay, where's the use in you dashing off every time someone spots a ruddy bird? Keep that up and you'll make a ruddy fool of yourself. And what if a bird pops up in Tuckerton? Bound to happen sooner or later. Going to rush off there, too, are you, with your tongue hanging out?" "All this time you're taking off work," said Frank Yardley. "You'll end up losing the job. Get on living is my advice." "Don't know about that," said Sam Partridge unexpectedly. "Does seem to me as a man ought to get his own back. Supposing Tarnover did do the dirty on the Babbages." "What's there to suppose about it?" Jason broke in angrily. "Easy on, Jay. I was going to say as Babbages are Atherton people, so he did the dirty on us all, right? Thanks to some people being a bit slow in their help." Sam flushed. "Now don't you start attacking everyone right and left. No one's perfect. Just remember who your real friends are, that's all." "Oh, I'll remember, never fear." Frank inclined an empty glass from side to side. "Right. Whose round is it?" One thing led to another, and Jason had a thick head the next morning. In the evening, Ned banged on the Babbage door. "Bird on the glass. Sam says to tell you," he announced. "How about going for a spin to see it?" "I seem to recall last night you said I was wasting my time." "Aye, running around all over the country, but this is just for a spin. Nice evening like. Mind if you don't want to bother. Then we can all have a few jars in the wheat sheaf afterwards." The lads must really have missed him over the past few weeks. Quickly Jason collected his skates and sail. "But what about your supper?" asked his mother. "Sheep's head broth." "Oh, it'll keep, won't it? I might as well have a pasty or two in the wheat sheaf. Happen, it's better you get out and enjoy yourself, she said. I'm quite content. I've got things to mend. 20 minutes later, Jason, Sam, and Ned were skimming over the glass 2 miles out. The sky was crimson with banks of stratus, and a river of gold ran clear along the horizon. Foul weather tomorrow, but a glory this evening. The glassy expanse flowed with red and gold reflections, a lake of blood, fire, and molten metal. They did not at first spot the other solitary sail skater, nor he them, till they were quite close to the slow bird. Sam noticed first. "Who's that, then?" The other sail was brown and orange. Jason recognized it easily. "It's Tarnover." "Now's your chance to find out, then," said Ned. "Do you mean that?" Ned grinned. "Why not? Could be fun. Let's take him." Pumping their legs, the 3 sail skaters sped apart to outflank Tarnover, who spied them and began to turn. All too sharply, though, or else he may have run into a slick of water on the glass. To Jason's joy, Max Tarnover, champion of the 5 villages, skidded. They caught him. This done, it didn't take the strength of an ox to stop a skater from going anywhere else, however much he kicked and struggled. But Jason hit Tarnover on the jaw, knocking him senseless. "What the hell you do that for?" asked Sam, easing Tarnover's fall on the glass. "How else do we get him up on the bird?" Sam stared at Jason, then nodded slowly. It hardly proved the easiest operation to hoist a limp and heavy body onto a slowly moving object while standing on a slippery surface, but after removing their skates they succeeded. Before too long, Tarnover lay sprawled atop, legs dangling. Quickly, with his pocket knife, Jason cut the hemp cord from Tarnover's sail and bound his ankles together, running the tether tightly underneath the bird. Presently, Tarnover awoke and struggled groggily erect. He groaned, rocked sideways, recovered his balance. "Babbage. Partridge. Ned Darrow. What the hell are you up to?" Jason planted hands on hips. "Oh, we're just playing a little prank, same as you did on my brother Dan, who's missing now, maybe forever, thanks to you."
"I never—"
"Admit it, then we might cut you down."
"And happen we mightn't," said Ned.
"Not till the wheat sheaf closes. But look on the bright side, happen we might." Tarnover's legs twitched as he tested the bonds. He winced.
"I honestly meant your brother no harm,"
Sam smirked. "Nor do we mean you any. Ain't our fault if a bird decides to fly off. Anyway, only been here an hour or so. Could easily be here all night, right, lads?"
"Right," said Ned.
"And I'm thirsty. Race you? Last one buys?" "He's admitted he did it," said Jason. "You heard him."
"Look, I'm honestly very sorry if—"
"Shut up," said Sam. "You can stew for a while, seeing as how you've made the Babbages stew. You can think about how sorry you really are." Partridge hoisted his sail. It was not exactly how Jason had envisioned his revenge. This seemed like an anticlimax. Yet to Tarnover, no doubt it was serious enough. The champion was sweating slightly. Jason hoisted his sail, too. Presently the men skated away, to halt by unspoken agreement a quarter of a mile away. They stared back at Tarnover's little silhouette upon his metal steed.
"Now, if it was me," observed Sam,
"I'd shuffle myself along till I fell off the front. Rub you a bit raw, but that's how to do it."
"No need to come back, really," said Ned. "Hey, what's he trying?"
The silhouette had ducked. Perhaps Tarnover had panicked and wasn't thinking clearly, but it looked as if he were trying to lean over far enough to unfasten the knot beneath or free one of his ankles. Suddenly, the distant figure inverted itself. It swung right round the bird, and Tarnover's head and chest were hanging upside down, his arms flapping. Or perhaps Tarnover had hoped the cord would snap under his full weight, but snap it did not. And once he was stuck in that position, there was no way he could recover himself upright again, or do anything about inching along to the front of the bird. Ned whistled. "He's messed himself up now, and no mistake. He's ruddy crucified himself." Jason hesitated before saying it. "Maybe we ought to go back? I mean, a man can die hanging upside down too long, can't he?" Suddenly the whole episode seemed unclean, unsatisfactory. "Go back?" Sam Partridge fairly snarled at him. "You were the big mouth last night, and whose idea was it to tie him on the bird? You wanted him taught a lesson, and he's being taught one. We're only trying to oblige you, Jay." "Yes, I appreciate that. You made enough fuss about it. He isn't going to wilt like a bunch of flowers in the time it takes us to swallow a couple of pints." And so they skated on, back to the wheat sheaf in Atherton. At 10:30, somewhat the worse for wear, the three men spilled out of the alehouse into Sheaf Street. A quarter moon was dodging from rift to rift in the cloudy sky, shedding little light. "I'm for bed," said Sam. "Let the sod wriggle his way off." "And who cares if he don't?" said Ned. "That way nobody'll know. Who wants an enemy for life, do you, Jay? This way you can get on with things. Happen turnover will bring your brother back from wherever it is." Shouldering his sail and swinging his skates, Ned wandered off up Sheaf Street. "But," said Jason. He felt as though he had blundered into a midden. There was a reek of sordidness about what had taken place. The memory of Tarnover hanging upside down had tarnished him. "But what?" said Sam. Jason made a show of yawning. "Nothing. See you." And he set off homeward. But as soon as he was out of sight of Sam, he slipped down through Butcher's Row in the direction of the glass, alone. It was dark out there with no stars, and only an occasional hint of moonlight, yet the breeze was steady and there was nothing to trip over on the glass. The bird wouldn't have moved more than 100 yards. Jason made good speed. The slow bird was still there, but Tarnover wasn't with it. Its belly was barren of any hanged man. As Jason skated to a halt to look closer, figures arose in the darkness from where they had been lying flat upon the glass, covered by their sails. 6 figures, 8, 9. All had lurked within 200 or 300 yards of the bird, though not too close, nor any in the direction of Atherton. They had left a wide corridor open, which now they closed. As the Tuckerton men moved in on him, Jason stood still, knowing that he had no chance. Max Tarnover skated up, accompanied by that same beefy farmer with the wart. "I did come back for you," began Jason. The farmer spoke, but not to Jason. "Did he now? That's big of him. Could have saved his time, what with Tim Earnshaw happening along, when Master Tarnover was gone a long time. So what's to be done with him, eh?" "Tit for tat, I'd say," said another voice. "Let him go and look for his kid brother," offered a third, "instead of sending other folk on his errands. What a nerve!" Tarnover himself said nothing. He just stood in the night silently. So, presently Jason was raised on to the back of the bird, and his feet were tied tightly under it. But his wrists were bound together, too, and for good measure, the cord was linked through his belt. Within a few minutes, all the skaters had sped away towards Tuckerton. Jason sat. Remembering Sam's words, he tried to inch forward, but with both hands fastened to his waist, this proved impossible. He couldn't gain purchase. Besides, he was scared of losing his balance, as Tarnover had. He sat and thought of his mother. Maybe she would grow alarmed when he didn't come home. Maybe she would go out and rouse Uncle John. And maybe she'd gone to bed already. But maybe she would wake in the night and glance into his room and send help. With fierce concentration, he tried to project thoughts and images of himself at her 2 miles away. An hour wore on, then 2. Or so he supposed from the moving of the moon crescent. He wished he could slump forward and sleep. That might be best. Then he wouldn't know anything. He still felt drunk enough to pass out, even with his face pressed against metal, but he might easily slide to one side or the other in his sleep. How could his mother survive a double loss? It seemed as though a curse had descended on the Babbage family, but of course that curse had a human name, and the name was Max Tarnover. So for a while Jason damned him, and imagined retribution by all the villagers of Atherton, a bloody feud, cottages burnt, perhaps a rape, deaths even. No May Day festival ever again. But would Sam and Ned speak up? And would Atherton folk be sufficiently incensed? sufficiently willing to destroy the harmony of the 5 villages in a world where other things were so unsure? Particularly as some less than sympathetic souls might say that Jason, Sam, and Ned had started it all. Jason was so involved in imagining a future feud between Atherton and Tuckerton that he almost forgot he was astride a slow bird. There was no sense of motion, no feeling of going anywhere. When he recollected where he was, it actually came as a shock. He was riding a bird. But for how long? It had been around, 6 hours now? A bird could stay for a whole day, in which case he had another 18 hours left to be rescued in. Or, if it only stayed for half a day, that would take him through to morning, just. He found himself wondering what was underneath the metal skin of the bird. Something which could turn 5 miles of landscape into a sheet of glass, certainly, but other things, too. Things that let it ignore gravity, things that let it dodge in and out of existence. A brain of some kind, even? "Can you hear me, bird?" he asked it. Maybe no one had ever spoken to a slow bird before. The slow bird did not answer. Maybe it couldn't. But maybe it could hear him, even so. Maybe it could obey orders. "Don't disappear with me on your back," he told it. "Stay here. Keep on flying, just like this." But since it was doing just that already, he had no idea whether it was obeying him or not. "Land, bird. Settle down onto the glass. Lie still." It did not. He felt stupid. He knew nothing at all about the bird. Nobody did. Yet somewhere someone knew. Unless the slow birds did indeed come from God as miracles to punish, to make men God-fearing. But why should a god want to be feared? Unless God was insane, in which case the birds might well come from him. They were something irrational, something from elsewhere, something which couldn't be understood by their victims any more than an ant colony understood the gardener's boot, exposing the white eggs to the sun and the sparrows. Maybe something had entered the seas from elsewhere the previous century, something that didn't like land-dwellers, any of them. People or sheep, birds or worms or plants. It didn't seem likely. Salt water would rust steel, but for the first time in his life Jason thought about it intently. "Bird? What are you? Why are you here?" Why, he thought, is anything here? Why is there a world and sky and stars? Why shouldn't there simply be nothing forever and ever? Perhaps that was the nature of death, nothing forever and ever. And one's life was like a slow bird, appearing then vanishing, with nothing before and nothing after. An immeasurable period of time later, dawn began to streak the sky behind him, washing it from black to gray. The grayness advanced slowly overhead as thick clouds filtered the light of the rising but hidden sun. Soon there was enough illumination to see clear all around. It must be 5 o'clock, or 6, but the gray glass remained blankly empty. "Who am I?" wondered Jason, calm and still. "Why am I conscious of a world? Why do people have minds and think thoughts?" For the first time in his life he felt that he was really thinking, and thinking had no outcome. It led nowhere. He was, he realized, preparing himself to die. Just as all the land would die, piece by piece fused into glass. Then no one would think thoughts any more, so that it wouldn't matter if a certain Jason Babbage had ceased thinking at 6:30 one morning late in May. After all, the same thing happened every night when you went to sleep, didn't it? You stopped thinking. Perhaps everything would be purer and cleaner afterwards, less untidy, less fretful, a pure ball of glass. In fact, not fretful at all, even if all the stars in the sky crashed into each other, even if the earth was swallowed by the sun. Silence, forever. Once there was no one about to hear. Maybe this was the message of the slow birds, yet people only carved their initials upon them, and hearts, and the names of places which had been vitrified in a flash, or else which were going to be. "I'm becoming a philosopher," thought Jason in wonder. He must have shifted into some hyper-conscious state of mind, full of lucid clarity, though without immediate awareness of his surroundings. For he was not fully aware that help had arrived until the cord binding his ankles was cut, and his right foot thrust up abruptly, toppling him off the other side of the bird into waiting arms. Sam Partridge, Ned Darrow, Frank Yardley, and Uncle John, and Brian Sefton from the sawmill, who ducked under the bird, brandishing a knife, and cut the other cord to free his wrists. They retreated quickly from the bird, pulling Jason with them. He resisted feebly. He stretched an arm towards the bird. "It's all right, lad," Uncle John soothed him. "No, I want to go," he protested. "Eh?" At that moment, the slow bird, having hung around long enough, vanished, and Jason stared at where it had been, speechless. In the end, his friends and uncle had to lead him away from that featureless spot on the glass, as though he was an idiot, someone touched by imbecility. But Jason did not long remain speechless. Presently he began to teach or preach, one or the other, and people listened, at first in Atherton, then in other places too. He had learned wisdom from the slow bird, people said of him. He had communed with the bird during that night's vigil on the glass. His doctrine of nothingness and silence spread, taking root in fertile soil, where there was soil remaining rather than glass, which was in most places still. A paradox, perhaps, how eloquently he spoke about being silent. But in so doing, he seemed to make the silence of the glass lakes sing, and to this people listened with a new ear. Jason traveled throughout the whole island, and this was another paradox, for what he taught was a kind of passivity, a blissful waiting for a death that was more than merely personal, a death which was also the death of the sun and stars and of all existence, a cosmic death which transfigured individual mortality. And sometimes he even sat on the back of a bird that happened by to speak to a crowd, as though chancing fate or daring, begging the bird to take him away. But he never sat for more than an hour, then he would scramble down, trembling but quietly radiant. So besides being known as the Silent Prophet, he was also known as the man who rides the slow birds. On balance, it could have been said that he worked great psychological good for the communities that survived, and his words even spread overseas. His mother died proud of him, so he thought, though there was always an element of wistful reserve in her attitude. Many years later, when Jason Babbage was approaching 60, and still no bird had ever borne him away, he settled back in Atherton in his old home, to which pilgrims of silence would come bringing prosperity to the village, and particularly to the wheat sheaf, managed now by the daughter of the previous landlord. And every May Day the skate sailing festival was still held, but now always on the glass at Atherton. No longer was it a race and a competition, since in the end the race of life could not be won. Instead, it had become a pageant, a glass ballet, a reenactment of the events of many years ago, a passion play performed by the 4 remaining villages. Tuckerton and all its folk had been glassed 10 years before by a bird which destroyed itself so that the circle of annihilation exactly touched that edge of the glass where Tuckerton had stood till then. One morning, the day before the festival, a knock sounded on Jason's door. His housekeeper, Martha Prestige, was out shopping in the village, so Jason answered. A boy stood there, with red hair and freckles. For a moment, Jason did not recognize the boy. But then he saw that it was Daniel. Daniel, unchanged, or maybe grown up a little, maybe a year older. Dan? The boy surveyed Jason bemusedly. His balding crown, his sagging girth, his now spindly legs, and the heavy stick with a stylized bird head on which he leaned, gripping it with a liver-spotted hand. "Jay," he said after a moment, "I've come back." "Back? But
I know what the birds are now. They are weapons. Missiles. Tens and hundreds of thousands of them. There's a war going on, but it's like a game as well, a board game run by machines. Machines that think. It's only been going on for a few days in their time. The missiles shunt to and fro through time to get to their destination, but they can't shunt in the time of that world because of cause and effect. So here's where they do their shunting, in our world. The other possibility world."
"This is nonsense. I won't listen."
"But you must, Jay. It can be stopped for us before it's too late. I know how. Both sides can interfere with each other's missiles and explode them out of sight. That's here, if they can find them fast enough. But the war over there's completely out of control. There's a winning pattern to it, but this only matters to the machines any longer. and they're buried away underground. They build the birds at a huge rate with material from the Earth's crust and launch them into other time automatically.
Stop it, Dan.
I fell off the bird over there, but I fell into a lake, so I wasn't killed, only hurt. There are still some pockets of land left around the bases. They patched me up, the people there. They're finished in another few hours of their time, though it's dozens of years to us. I brought them great hope because it meant that all life isn't finished, just theirs. Life can go on. What we have to do is build a machine that will stop their machines finding the slow birds over here by making interference in the air. There are waves, like waves of light, but you can't see them.
You're raving.
Then the birds will still shunt here, but harmlessly, without glassing us. And in 100 years' time, or a few hundred, they'll even stop coming at all because the winning pattern will be all worked out by then. One of the war machines will give up because it lost the game. Oh, I know it ought to be able to give up right now, but there's an element of the irrational programmed into the machine's brains, too, so they don't give up too soon. When they do, everyone will be long dead there on land, and some surviving people think the war machines will start glassing the ocean floor as a final strategy before they're through. But we can build an airwave maker. They've locked the knowledge in my brain. It'll take us a few years to mine the right metals and tool up and provide a power source.
Young Daniel ran out of breath briefly. He gasped.
They had a prototype slow bird. They sat me on it and sent me into other time again. They managed to guide it. It emerged just 10 miles from here, so I walked home.
Prototype? Airwaves? Power source? What are these?
I can tell you.
Those are just words. Fanciful babble. Oh, for this babble of the world to still itself.
Just give me time and I'll...
Time? You desire time. The mad ticking of men's minds instead of the great pure void of eternal silence. You reject acceptance. You want us to swarm forever aimlessly deafening ourselves with our noisy chatter?
Look, I suppose you've had a long, tough life, Jay. Maybe I shouldn't have come here first.
Oh, but you should indeed, my impetuous fool of a brother. And I do not believe my life has been ill spent.
Daniel tapped his forehead. It's all in here, but I'd better get it down on paper, make copies and spread it around, just in case Atherton gets glassed. Then somebody else will know how to build the transmitter, and life can go on. Over there, they think maybe the human race is the only life in the whole universe, so we have a duty to go on existing. Only the others have destroyed themselves arguing about which way to exist. But we've still got time enough. We can build ships to sail through space to the stars. I know a bit about that, too. I tell you, my visit brought them real joy in their last hours, to know this was all still possible after all.
Oh, Dan. And Jason groaned. Patriarch-like, he raised his staff and brought it crashing down on Daniel's skull. He had imagined that he mightn't really notice the blood amidst Daniel's bright red hair, but he did. The boy's body slumped in the doorway. With an effort, Jason dragged it inside, then with an even greater effort up the oak stairs to the attic, where Martha Prestige hardly ever went. The corpse might begin to smell after a while, but it could be wrapped up in old blankets and such. However, the return of his housekeeper down below distracted Jason. Leaving the body on the floor, he hastened out, turning the key in the lock and pocketing it. It had become the custom to invite selected guests back to the Babbage house following the May Day festivities. So Martha Prestige would be busy all the rest of the day cleaning and cooking and setting the house to rights. As was the way of housekeepers, she hinted that Jason would get under her feet. So off he walked, down to the glass and out onto its perfect flatness, to stand and meditate. Villagers and visitors spying the lone figure out there nodded gladly. Their prophet was at peace, presiding over their lives and over their deaths. The skate-selling masque, the passion play, was enacted as brightly and gracefully as ever the next day. It was May the 3rd before Jason could bring himself to go up to the attic again, carrying sacking and cord. He unlocked the door. But apart from a dark stain of dried blood, the floorboards were bare. There was only the usual jumble stacked around the walls.
The room was empty of any corpse, and the window was open. So, he hadn't killed Daniel after all. The boy had recovered from the blow. Wild emotions stirred in Jason, disturbing his usual composure. He stared out of the window as though he might discover the boy lying below on the cobbles, but of Daniel there was no sign. He searched around Atherton like a haunted man, asking no questions but looking everywhere piercingly. Finding no clue, he ordered a horse and cart to take him to Edgewood. From there he traveled all around the glass, through Buckby and Hopperton, and now he asked wherever he went, "Have you seen a boy with red hair?" The villagers told each other that Jason Babbage had had another vision. As well he might have, for within the year from far away news began to spread of a new teacher with a new message. This new teacher was only a youth, but he had also ridden a slow bird, much farther than the silent prophet had ever ridden one. However, it seemed that this young teacher was somewhat flawed, since he couldn't remember all the details of his message, of what he had been told to say. Sometimes he would beat his head with his fists in frustration, till it seemed that blood would flow, yet perversely this touch of theatre appealed to some restless, troublesome streak in his audiences. They believed him because they saw his anguish, and it mirrored their own suppressed anxieties. Jason Babbage spoke zealously to oppose the rebellious new ideas, exhausting himself. All the philosophical beauty he had brought into the dying world seemed to hang in the balance, and reluctantly he called for a crusade against the new teacher to defend his own dream of submission. 2 years later, he might well have wished to call his words back, for their consequence was that people were tramping across the countryside in between the zones of annihilation, armed with pitchforks and billhooks, cleavers and sickles. Villages were burnt, many hundreds were massacred, and there were rapes, all of which seemed to recall an earlier nightmare of Jason's from before the time of his revelation. In the 3rd year of this seemingly endless skirmish between the pacifists and the survivalists, Jason died, feeling bitter beneath his cloak of serenity, and by way of burial his body was roped to a slow bird. Loyal mourners accompanied the bird in silent procession until it vanished hours later. A short while after that, quite suddenly at the Battle of Ashton Glass, it was all over, with victory for the survivalists, led by their young red-haired champion, who it was noted bore a striking resemblance to old Jason Babbage, so that it almost seemed as though 2 basic principles of existence had been at contest in the world, 2 aspects of the selfsame being, 2 faces of one man. 50 years after that, by which time a full third of the land was glass and the climate was worsening, the Survival College in Ashton at last invented the promised machine, and from then on slow birds continued to appear and fly and disappear as before, but now none of them exploded. And 100 years after that, all the slow birds vanished from the earth. Somewhere, a war was over, logically and finally. But by then, from an earth 4/5 of whose land surface was desert or swamp, in between necklaces of barren, shining glass, the first starship would arise into orbit. It would be called Slow Bird, for it would fly to the stars, slowly. Slowly in human terms, 2 generations it would take, but that was comparatively fast. A second starship would follow it, called Daniel. Though after that massive and exhausting effort, there would be no more starships. The remaining human race would settle down to cultivate what remained of their garden in amongst the dunes and floods and acres of glass. Whether either starship would find a new home as habitable even as the partly glassed earth would be merely an article of faith. On his deathbed, 80 years of age, in Ashton College, lay Daniel, who had never admitted to a family name. The room was almost indecently overcrowded, though well if warmly ventilated by a wind whipping over Ashton Glass, and bright lit by the silvery blaze reflecting from that vitrified expanse. The dying old man on the bed beneath a single silken sheet was like a bird himself now, shriveled with thin bones, a beak of a nose, beady eyes, and a rooster's comb of red hair on his head. He raised a frail hand, as if to summon those closest even closer. Actually,
It was to touch the old wound in his skull, which had begun to ache fiercely of late, as though it was about to burst open or cave in, unlocking the door of memory, notwithstanding that no one now needed the key hidden there, since his collegians had discovered it independently, given the knowledge that it existed. Faces leaned over him, confident, dedicated faces.
"They've stopped exploding, then?" he asked forgetfully.
Yes, years ago," they assured him.
"And the stars?"
"We'll build the ships. We'll discover how."
His hand sank back onto the sheet. "Call one of them."
"Yes?"
"Daniel, will you?"
They promised him this.
"That way, my spirit."
"Yes?"
"Will fly."
"Yes?"
"Into the silence of space."
This slightly puzzled the witnesses of his death, for they could not know that Daniel's last thought was that, when the day of the launching came, he and his brother might at last be reconciled. Judgment Call. John Kessel. John Kessel has been an occasional but distinguished contributor to F and SF over the years, with stories such as Another Orphan, Freedom Beach, and the strong story you are about to read. Judgment Call is about a minor league baseball player, and while it may not be precisely a baseball story, it is concerned with things that make baseball fascinating. Averages, statistics, luck. Bottom of the first. No score. Dutch on first. Simonetti on second. 2 outs. In the bar afterwards, Sandy replayed it in his head. Sandy had faced this Louisville pitcher maybe twice before. He had a decent fastball and a good curve, enough so he'd gotten Sandy out more than his share. And Sandy was in a slump, 3 for 18 in the last 5 games. And the count was 1-2. And the Louisville catcher was riding him. The ump was real quiet, but Sandy knew he was just waiting to throw his old rabbit punch to signal the big K, fist punching the air. But it might as well be Sandy's gut. It was hot. His legs felt rubbery. Old War Memorial was quiet. There weren't more than 1,500 people there, tops. Louisville was leading the American Association, and the Bisons were dead last. The steel struts holding up the roof in right were ranked in the distance like the trees of the North Carolina pine forest where he grew up, lost in the haze and shadows of the top rows where nobody ever sat. The sky was overcast, and a heavy wind from the lake snapped the flag out in left center, but it was very hot for Buffalo, even for June. People were saying the climate was changing. It was the ozone layer, the Japs, the UFOs, the end of the world. Some off-duty cop or sanitation worker with a red face was ragging him from the stands. Sandy would have liked to deck him, but he had to ignore it because the pitcher was crouched over, shaking off signals. He went into his stretch. Then something happened. Suddenly, Sandy knew. He just knew he could hit this guy. The pitcher figured he had Sandy plugged. Curveball, outside corner and low, then high and tight with the fastball to keep him from leaning. But it hit Sandy like a line drive between the eyes that he had the pitcher plugged. He knew where the next pitch was going to be, and there it was, fastball inside corner. And he turned on it, and bye-bye, baby. That sweet crack of the ash. Sandy watched it sail out over the left field fence, saw the pitcher, head down, kick dirt from the mound. Sorry, guy. Could be you won't see the majors as soon as you thought, and jogged around the bases feeling so good. He was going to live forever. He was going to get laid every night. That was just his first at-bat. In the bottom of the 6th, he made a shoestring catch in right center. And in the 2nd and the 7th, he threw out runners trying to go from first to third. At the plate, he went 4 for 5, bringing his average up to a tantalizing .299. And number 5 was an infield bounce that Sandy was sure he'd beat out, but the wop ump at first called him out. A judgment call. The pud knocker. But it was still the best game Sandy had ever played. And Aronson, the Sox general manager, was in town to take a look at the Bisons in the hope of finding somebody they could bring up to help them after the bad start they'd had. After the game, he came by in the locker room. He glanced at Sandy's post-game blood panel. Sandy played it cool. He was at least 0.6 under the limit on DMD, not even on scale for steroids. Sandy should get ready right away, Aronson told him, to catch the morning train to Chicago. They were sending Estevez down and bringing him up. They were going to give him a chance to fill the hole in right field. Yes, sir, Sandy said, polite, eager. Lordy, lordy. Yes, sir, he thought as he walked down Best with Dutch and Leon toward the Main Street tramway. Goodbye, War Memorial. The hulk of the stadium, the exact color of a down-east dirt farmer's tobacco-stained teeth, loomed above them, the Art Deco globes that topped its corners covered with pigeon shit. Atop the corroded limestone wall that ran along the street was a chain-link fence, rusted brown, and atop the fence glistened new coils of barbed wire. The barbed wire was supposed to keep vagrants from living in the stadium. It made the place look like a prison. Now it was a few hours later, and Sandy was having a drink with Dutch and Leon at the Ground Zerp on Delaware. He'd already stopped by a machine and withdrawn the entire $600 in his account, had called up the rental office and told them he was leaving and they could rent the place because he wasn't coming back. Chalk up one for his side. Sandy paid for the first round. He had it figured. You paid for the first stiff one, you didn't hesitate a bit, and the others would remember that much better than how slow you were on the second or third. So if you played it right, you came out ahead on drinks when the evening was done. Even when you didn't, you got the rep with the regulars at the bar of being a generous kind of guy. Sure enough, Dutch had paid for the second round and Leon for the third, and then some fans came by and got the next two, so Sandy was way ahead. His day. Only one thing was needed to make it complete. "You lucky son of a bitch," Dutch shouted over the din of the talk and the flat screen behind the bar. "You haven't played that well in a month. The killer decides to go crazy on the day that Aronson's in town." There was more than kidding in Dutch's voice. "That's when it pays to look your best," Sandy said. Dutch stared at the screen where a faggot VJ with a wig and ruffles and lace cuffs was counting down the top 100 videos of the 20th century. Most of them were from the past 2 years. "Wouldn't do me any good," Dutch said. "They've got 2 first basemen ahead of me. I could hit .350 and I wouldn't get a shot at the majors." "Playing the wrong position, man," said Leon. His high eyebrows gave him a perpetually innocent expression. Dutch didn't have the glove to play anywhere else but first. Sandy felt a little sorry for Dutch, who had wrecked his chances with HGH. At 18, he had been a pretty hot prospect, a first baseman who could hit for average and field okay, but he didn't have any power, so he'd taken the hormone in order to beef up. He'd beefed up all right, going to 6'5", 230, but his reflexes got shot to hell in the process. Now he could hit 20 home runs in AAA ball, but he struck out too much, and his fielding was mediocre, and he was slow as an ox. And the American League had abandoned the DH rule just about the time Dutch went off the drug. It was a sad story, but Sandy got tired of his bitching, too. A real friend didn't bitch at you when you got called up. "You ought to work on the glove," he said. A glint of hate showed in Dutch's face for a second, then he said, "I got the piss," and headed for the men's room. "Sometimes he gets to me," Sandy said. Leon lazily watched the women in the room, leaning his back against the bar, elbows resting on the edge, his big gnarled catcher's hands hanging loosely from his wrists. On the screen behind him, a naked girl was bouncing up and down on a pink neon pogo stick. Sandy couldn't tell if she was real or vid-synthed. "Got to admit, killer, you ain't been playing that good lately," Leon said over his shoulder. They called Sandy the Killer because of the number of double plays he hit into. Killer as in rally killer. "You've been clutched out. Been trying too hard." Now it was Leon, too. Leon had grown up in Fayetteville, not 10 miles from Sandy's dad's farm, but Sandy would not have hung around with Leon back there. Leon was 10 years older. His father was a non-com at Fort Bragg, and he was the wrong color. Sandy always felt like blacks were keeping secrets that he would just as soon not know. Sandy finished his bourbon and ordered another. "You don't win without trying." Leon just nodded. "Look at that talent there." He pointed his chin toward a table in the corner. At the table, alone, sat a woman. He wondered how she had got there without him noticing her. She had micro-short blonde hair and a pale oval face with a pointed chin, blue lips. Her dark eyelashes were long enough so that he could see them from the bar. But what got him was her body. Even from across the room, Sandy could tell she was major league material. She wore a tight blue dress and was drinking something pale on the rocks. She looked over at them and calmly locked glances with Sandy. Something strange happened then. He had a feeling of vertigo, and then was overwhelmed by a vivid memory, a flashback to something that had happened to him long before. It's the end of the summer of your junior year of high school, and you're calling Jocelyn from the parking lot of the Dairy King out near Highway 95. Brutal heat. Tapping your car keys impatiently on the dented metal shelf below the phone. Jocelyn is going to Atlantic Beach with Sid Phillips, and she hasn't even told you. 5 rings. 6. You had to get the news from Trudy Jackson and act like you knew all about it when it was like you'd been kneed in the groin. An answer. Hello? Miss James, this is Sandy Ellison. Can I talk to Jocelyn? Just a minute. Another wait. The sun burns the back of your neck. Hello? Jocelyn's voice sounds nervous. The anger explodes in your chest. What the fuck do you think you're doing? A semi blasts by on Highway 95, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel. You turn your back to the road and hold your hand over your other ear. What are you talking about? You better not fuck with me, Jocelyn. I won't take it. Slow down, Sandy. If you go to the beach with him, it's over. You try to make it sound like a threat instead of a plea. At first, Jocelyn doesn't answer. Then she says, You always were a jerk. She hangs up. You stand there, with the receiver in your hand. It feels hot and greasy. The dial tone mocks you. Then Jeff Baxter and Jack Stubbs drive in Jeff's Trans Am, and the 3 of you cruise out to the lake and drink 3 six-packs. Bitch, you call her. Fucking bitch. The woman was still staring at him. She didn't look at all like Jocelyn. Sandy broke eye contact. He realized that Dutch had been back for a while Sandy was spaced out. Fucking Jocelyn. Sandy made a decision. 100 says I boosted tonight. Leon regarded him coolly. Dutch snorted. Gonna pull down your batting average, boy. Definitely a tough chance, Leon said. You think so? It's my day. We'll see who's trying too hard, Leon. You got a bet? Sandy pulled the wad of bills out of his shirt pocket and laid 2 50s on the bar. You hold it, Dutch. I'll get it back tomorrow when I pick up my gear. Dutch stuffed the red bucks into his shirt pocket. Sandy picked up his drink and went over to the table. The woman watched him the whole way. Up close, she was even more spectacular. Hey, he said. Hello. It's about time. I've been waiting for you. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Sure you have. I never lie. Her smile was a dare. How much is riding on this? He couldn't tell whether she was hostile or just a tease. Well, he could go with the pitch. 100, Sandy said. That's a week's pay in AAA. What is AAA? Her husky voice had some trace of accent to it. Hispanic? Baseball. My name is Sandy Ellison. I play for the Bisons. She sipped her drink. Her ears were small and flat against her head. The shortness of her hair made her head seem large and her violet eyes enormous. He would die if he didn't have her that night. Are you a good player? She asked. I just got called up to the majors. Monday night I'll be starting for Chicago. You are a lucky man. Luck again. The way she said it made Sandy think for a moment he was being set up. Leon and Dutch and all that talk about luck. But Dutch was too dumb to pull some elaborate practical joke. Leon was smart enough, but he wasn't mean enough. Still, it would be a good idea to stay on his guard. Not luck. Skill. Oh, skill. I thought you were lucky. How come I've never seen you here before? I'm from out of town. I figured as much. Where? Lexington. Sandy ran his finger around the rim of his glass. Kentucky? We just played Louisville. You follow the Cards on their road trips? Road trips? The game we played today was against the Louisville Cardinals. They're in town on a road trip.
What a coincidence. Again the smile. I'm on a road trip, too. But I'm not following this baseball team. I came to Buffalo for another reason, and I'm leaving tomorrow. It's a good town to be leaving. You help me celebrate, and I'll help you. That's why I'm here. Right. Sandy glanced over at the bar. Leon and Dutch were talking to a couple of women. On the flat screen was a news flash about the microwave deluge in Arizona. Shots of house hubs at the supermarket wearing their aluminized suits. He turned back to the woman and smiled. Run that by me again. The woman gazed at him calmly over her high cheekbones. Come on, Sandy. Read my lips. This is your lucky day, and I'm here to celebrate it with you. A skillful man like you must understand what that means. Did Leon put you up to this? If he did, the bet's off. Leon is one of those two men at the bar? I don't know him. If I were to guess, I would guess that he is the black man. I'd also guess that you proposed the bet to him, not he to you. Am I right? I made the bet. You see, my lucky guess. Well, if you made the bet with Leon, then it's unlikely that Leon hired me to trick you. It is unlikely for other reasons, too. This was the weirdest pickup talk Sandy had ever heard. Why do I get the feeling there's a proposition coming? Don't tell me you didn't expect a proposition to pass between us sometime during this conversation. For sure, but I expected to be making it. Go ahead. Sandy studied her. You northern girls are different. I'm not from the north. Then you're from a different part of the South than I grew up in. It takes all kinds. May I ask you a question? Sure. Why the bet? I just wanted to make it interesting. I'm not interesting enough unless there's money riding on me? Riding on her. Sandy smiled. The woman smiled back. I'd just like to raise the stakes, he said, but the bet is between me and them, to prove a point. It has nothing to do with you. You're not very flattering. That's not what I meant. Yes, we can make it even more interesting. You think you can please me? Sandy finished his bourbon. If you can be pleased. Good. So let's make it very interesting. She opened her clutch purse and tilted it toward him. She reached inside and held something so that Sandy could see it. A glint of metal. It was a straight razor. If you don't please me, I get to hurt you. Just a little. Sandy stared at her. Are you kidding? She stared back. Her look was steady. Maybe you're not as good as you tell me. Maybe you'll need to have some luck. She had to be teasing. Sandy considered the odds. Even if she wasn't, he thought he could handle her. Sandy stood up. It's a deal. She didn't move. You sure you want to try this? I know what I want when I see it. You already know enough to make a decision? He came around to her side of the table. Let's go, he said. She closed her purse and led him toward the door. Sandy winked at Leon as they passed the bar. Leon's face looked as surprised and skeptical as ever. The girl's hips, swaying as she walked ahead of him, pulled him along the way the smell of food in the dumpster by the concession stand drew the retirees living in the cardboard boxes on Jefferson Avenue. Once in the street, he slipped an arm around her waist and nudged her over to the side of the building. Her perfume was dizzying. What's your name? He asked her. Judith, she said. Judith. It sounded so old-fashioned. There was a Judith in the Bible, he thought, but he never paid attention in Bible class. He kissed her. He had to force his tongue between her lips. Then she bit it, lightly. Her mouth was strong and wet. She moved her hips against him. You are 12. You're sitting in the Beulah Land Baptist Church with your mother. She must be 35 or so, a pretty woman with blonde hair, putting on a little weight. Your father doesn't go to church. Lately your mother has been going more often and reading from the Bible after supper. Some of your classmates, including Carrie Ford and Sue Harvey, are being baptized that Sunday. The two girls ride the bus with you, and Carrie has the biggest tits in the 7th grade. The choir sings a hymn while the Reverend Mr. Foster takes the girls into the side room And when the song is done, the curtains in front of the baptismal font open, and there stand the minister and Carrie, waist-deep in the water. Carrie is wearing a blue robe, trying nervously not to smile. Behind them is a painting of the lush green valley of the Promised Land and the shining city on the hill. The strong light from the spot above them makes Carrie's golden hair shine, too. The Reverend Mr. Foster puts his hand on Carrie's shoulder, lifts his other hand toward heaven, and calls on the Lord.
"Do you renounce Satan and all his ways?"
he asks Carrie. "Yes," she says, looking holy. She crosses her hands at the wrists, palms in, and folds her hands over those tits, as if to hold them in. The minister touches the back of her neck. She jumps a bit, and you know she didn't expect that, but then lets him duck her head beneath the surface of the water. He holds her down for a long time, making sure she knows who's boss. You like that? The minister says the words of the baptism and pulls her up again. Carrie gasps and sputters. She lifts her hands to push the hair away from her eyes. The robe clings to her chest. You can see everything. As she tries to catch her breath, you feel yourself getting an erection. You put your hand on your lap and try to make the erection go away, but the mere contact with your pants leg makes you get even harder. You can't help it. Your dick has run away with you. You turn red and shift uncomfortably in the pew, and your mother looks at you. She sees your hand on your lap. "Sandy," she hisses. A woman in front of you looks around. Your mother tries to ignore you. The curtains close. You wish you were dead. At the same time, you want to get up, go to the side room, and watch Carrie Ford take off her wet robe and towel herself dry. He felt the warmth of Judith's lips on his, her arms around his neck. He pushed away from her, staring. This was no time for some drug flashback. After a moment, he placed his hands on either side of her head against the wall and leaned toward her. She bit her lower lip. He had an erection, after all. Whether it was because of the memory or Judith, he couldn't tell. He couldn't tell. He felt the embarrassment and guilt that had burned in him at the church. He felt mad. "Listen," he said, "let's go to my place." "Whatever you like." They walked down the block to the tram station. Sandy lived in one of the luxury condos that had been built on the Erie Basin before the market crash. He had an expensive view across the lake. It was even more high rent now that the Sunbelters were moving north to escape the drought. They got off downtown and walked up River Street to the apartment. He inserted his ID card and punched in the security code. The lock snapped open, and Sandy ushered her in. The place was wasted on Judith. She walked through his living room, the moon through the skylight throwing triangular shadows against the cathedral ceiling and walls, and thumbed on the bedroom light as if she had been there before. When he followed her, he found her standing just inside the door. She began to unbutton his shirt. He felt hot. He tried to undress her, but she pushed his hands away, pushed him backward until he fell awkwardly onto the waterbed. She stood above him. The expression on her face was very grave. She knelt on the undulating bed and rested her hands on his chest. He fumbled on the headboard shelf for the amyl nitrite. She pushed his hand away, took one of the caps, and broke it under his nose. His heart slammed against his ribs as if it would leap out of his chest. The air he breathed was hot and dry, and the tightness of the crotch of his jeans was agony. Eventually, she helped him with that, but not before she had spent what seemed like an eternity making it worse. The sight of her naked almost made him come right then, but she knew how to control that. She seemed to know everything in his mind before he knew it himself. She responded or didn't respond as he needed, precisely, kindly. She became everything that he wanted. She took him to the brink again and again, stopped just short, brought him back. She seemed hooked into the sources of his desire, his pain, his fear, his hope, all translated into the simple, slow motions of her sex and his. He forgot to worry about whether he was pleasing her. He forgot who he was. For an hour, he forgot everything. It was dark. Sandy lay just on the edge of sleep, with his eyelids sliding closed and the distant sound of a siren in the air. The siren faded. "You're beautiful, Sandy," Judith said. "I may not cut you after all."
Sandy felt so groggy he could hardly think. "Nobody cuts the killer," he mumbled and laughed. He rolled onto his stomach. The bed undulated. He felt dizzy.
"Such a wonderful body. Such a hard dick."
She slid her hand down his backbone, and as she did, all the muscles of his back relaxed, as if it were a twisted cord that she was unwinding. It was almost a dream. In the back part of his mind was a tiny alarm like the siren that had passed into another part of the city.
"Now," said Judith, "I want to tell you a story."
"Sure." Lightly stroking his back, Judith said,
"This is the story of Yancey Camera."
Funny name. He felt so sleepy.
"It is. To begin with, Yancey Camera was a young man of great promise and trustful good nature. Would you believe me if I told you that he was as handsome as the leading man in a black-and-white movie? He was that handsome, and was as smart as he was handsome, and was as rich as he was smart. His dick was as reliable as his credit rating. He was a lucky young man. But Yancey did not believe in luck. Oh, he gave lip service to luck. When people said, 'Yancey, you're a lucky boy,' he said, 'Yes, I guess I am.' But when he thought about it, he understood that when they told him how lucky he was, they were really saying that he did not deserve his good fortune, had done nothing to earn it, and in a more rationally ordered universe, he would not be handsome, smart, or rich, and his dick would be no more reliable than any other man's. Yancey came to realize that when people commented on his luck, they were really expressing their envy, and he immediately suspected those people. This lack of trust enabled him to spot more than a few phonies, for there was a large degree of truth in Yancey Camera's analysis. The problem was that as time went on and Yancey saw how much venality was concealed by people's talk of luck, he forgot that he had not initially done anything to earn the good looks, intellect, wealth, and hard dick that he possessed. In other words, Sandy, he came to disbelieve in luck. He thought that a man of his skills could control every situation. He forgot about the second law of thermodynamics, which tells us that we all lose, and that those times when we win are merely local statistical deviations in a universal progress from a state of lower to a state of higher entropy. Yancey's own luck was just such a local deviation. As time passed, and Yancey's good fortune continued, he began ultimately to think that he was beyond the reach of the second law of thermodynamics.
Forget the alarm. Forget the razor. The second law of sexual dynamics. First you screw her, then she talks. Sandy thought about the instant he had hit the home run. The feel of the bat in his hands, the contact with the ball, so pure and sweet, he knew it was out of the park even before he had finished following through.
"This is a sin that the fates call hubris," Judith said, and as soon as they realized the extent of Yancey Camera's error, they set about to rectify the situation. Now, there are several ways in which such an imbalance can be restored. It can be done in stages, or it can be done in one sudden, enormous stroke. And here my story divides. In one version of the story, Yancey Camera marries a beautiful young woman, fathers 4 sons, and opens an automobile dealership. Unfortunately, because Yancey's home is built on the site of a chemical waste dump, one of his boys is born with spina bifida and is confined to a wheelchair. The child dies at the age of 12. One of his other boys is unable to compete in school and becomes a behavior problem. A third is brilliant but commits suicide at the age of 14 when his girlfriend goes to the beach with another boy. Under the pressure of these disappointments, Yancey's wife becomes a shrill harridan. She gets fat and drinks and embarrasses him at parties. Yancey gets fat, too, and loses his hair. He is left with the consolation of his auto dealership, but then there is a war in the Middle East in which the oil fields are destroyed with atomic weapons. Suddenly, There is no more oil. Yancey goes bankrupt. A number of other things happen that I will not tell you about. Suffice it to say that by the end of this version of the story, Yancey has lost his good looks, his money, and finally his fine mind, which becomes unhinged by the pressures of his misfortune. In the end, he loses his hard dick, too, and dies cursing his bad luck. For in the end, he is certain that bad luck, and not his own behavior, is responsible for his destruction. And he is right.
That's too bad.
That is too bad, isn't it?
Judith lifted the hair from the back of his neck with the tips of her fingers. It tickled.
The other version of the story, Sandy, is even more interesting. Yancey Camera grows older, and success follows success in his life. He marries a beautiful young woman who does not get fat, and fathers 4 completely healthy and well-adjusted sons. He becomes a successful lawyer and enters politics. He wins every election he enters. Eventually, he becomes the president of the entire country. As president, he visits every state capital. Everywhere he goes, the people of the nation gather to meet him, and when Yancey departs, he leaves 2 groups of citizens behind. The first group goes home saying, "What a fortunate people we are to have such a handsome, smart, and wealthy president." Others say, "What a smart, handsome, and wealthy people we are to have elected such a handsome, smart, and wealthy leader." What a skilled nation they tell themselves they must be. Like their president, they assume that their gifts are not the result of good luck, but of their inherent virtue. Therefore, all who point out this good luck must be jealous. And so the fates, or the second law of thermodynamics, deal with Yancey's nation as they dealt with Yancey in the other version of this story. In their arrogance, Yancey Camera and his people, in the effort to maintain an oil supply for their automobiles, provoke a war that destroys all life on Earth, including the lives, good looks, wealth, and hard dicks of all the citizens of that country, lucky and unlucky. The end. What do you think of that, Sandy?
Sandy was on the verge of sleep. "I think you're hung up on dicks," he mumbled, smiling to himself. "All you women."
"Could be," Judith whispered. Her breath was warm on his ear. He fell asleep. He woke with a start. She was no longer lying beside him. How could he have let down his guard so easily? She could have ripped him off, or worse. Where had he put the cash from the bank? He rolled over and reached for his pants on the floor beside the bed, then poked his index finger into the hip pocket. It was empty. He felt an adrenal surge, lurched out of bed, and began to haul on his pants. He was hopping toward the hallway, tugging on his zipper, when he saw her through the open bathroom door. She turned toward him. The light behind her was on. Her face was totally in shadow, and her voice, when she spoke, was even huskier than the voice he had heard before. "Did you find it?" she asked. He felt afraid. "Find what?" "Your money." Then he remembered he had stuck the crisp bills fresh from the machine into the button-flap pocket of his shirt. He ran back to the bed, found the shirt on the floor, and fumbled at it. The money was there. When he turned back to her, she was standing over him. She reached down and touched his face. "You're 15. You were sitting at the chipped formica table in the kitchen of the rundown farmhouse, sweating in the 90-degree heat, eating a peanut butter sandwich and drinking a glass of sweet tea. The air is damp and hot as a fever compress. Through the patched screen door, you can see the porch, the dusty, red clay yard, and a corner of the tobacco field, vivid green, running down toward the even darker line of trees along the bend of the Cape Fear that marks the edge of the farm. The air is full of the sweet smell of the tobacco. Even the sandwich tastes of it. You're wearing your high school baseball uniform, your spikes and glove, a Dale Murphy autograph, rest on the broken yellow vinyl of the only other serviceable kitchen chair. You're starting in right today at 2 o'clock. In the first round of the Cumberland County Championships, and afterward you're going out for pizza with Jocelyn. Your heart is pulling you away from the farm,
Your thoughts fly through a jumble of images: Jocelyn's fine blonde hair, the green of the infield grass, the brightly painted ads on the outfield fence, the way the chalk lines glow, blinding white in the summer sun, the smell of Jocelyn's shoulders when you bury your face in the nape of her neck. If you never have to suffer through another summer swamped under the sickly sweet smell of tobacco, it will be all right with you. You finish eating and are washing out the glass and plate in the sink when you hear your father's boots on the porch and the screen door slams behind him. You ignore the old man. He comes over to the counter, opens the cupboard, and takes out the bottle of sour mash bourbon and a drinking glass. Less than an inch is left in the bottom of the bottle. He curses and pours the bourbon into the glass, then drinks it off without putting down the bottle. He sighs heavily and leans against the counter. You dry your hands quickly and get your glove and spikes. "Where are you going?" your father asks, as if the uniform and equipment are not enough. "We got a game today." He looks at you. His eyes are set in a network of wrinkles that come from squinting against the sun. Mr. Witt, the high school coach, has the same wrinkles around his eyes, but his are from playing outfield when he was with Atlanta, and Mr. Witt's eyes are not red. Your father doesn't say anything. He takes off his billed cap and wipes his forearm across his brow. He turns and reaches into the sugar canister he keeps in the cupboard next to his bottles. You try to leave, but are stopped by his voice again. "Where's the Sugar Bowl money?" "I don't know." His voice is heavy, slow. "There was another $12 in here. What did you do with it?" You stand in the door, helpless. "I didn't touch your money." "Liar! What did you do with it?" Pure hatred flares in you. "I didn't take your fucking money, you old drunk." You slam out the screen door and stalk over to the beat-up Maverick that you worked nights and weekends saving up to buy. You grind the gear shift into first, let the engine roar through the rotten muffler, spin the tires on the dirt in the yard. In the side mirror, you see the old man standing on the porch shouting at you, but you can't hear what he's shouting, and the image shakes crazily as you bounce up the rutted drive. Sandy flinched. He was crouched in his apartment, and the woman was standing over him. He still shook with anger at his father's accusation, still sweated from the heat. He could still smell the tobacco baking in the sun. How he hated the old man and his suspicion. For the first time in years, he felt the vivid contempt he'd had then for the smallness that made his father that way. He backed away from Judith, shaking. She reached out and touched him again. "You're in this same bedroom, leaning half out of a bed where you've just gotten your ashes hauled better than you have in your entire life, in order to stick your finger into a pocket to see whether you've been robbed. On the day that you made the majors, on the day that you played better than you have in your entire life, on the day you played better than, in truth, you know you are really able to play. Sticking your finger into your pants pocket, like a half-wit sticking his finger up his ass because it feels so good. A pitiful loser, just like your father." Sandy jerked away from her. He scrambled toward the bed, suddenly terrified. His knees were so weak he couldn't pull himself into the bed. "What's the matter, Sandy?" She stepped toward him. "Don't touch me." "You don't like my touch?" "You're going to kill me." He said it quietly, amazed, and as he spoke he realized it was true. She moved closer. "That remains to be seen, Sandy." "Don't touch me again, please." "Why not?" Cowering, he looked up at her, trying to make out her face in the darkness. It wasn't fair. But then something welled up in him, and he knew it was fair, and that was almost more than he could stand. "I'm sorry," he said. She knelt beside him, wrapped her arms around him, and said nothing. After a while he stopped crying. He wiped his eyes and nose with the corner of the bedsheet, ashamed. He sat on the edge of the bed, back to her. "I'm sorry," he said. "Yes," she said. Then he saw that in her other hand, the one she had not touched him with, she held the straight razor.
She had been holding it all the time. "I didn't realize I might be hurting your feelings," he said. "You can't hurt my feelings."
There was no emotion in her voice. There was nothing. Looking at her face was like looking at an empty room.
"Don't worry," she said,
folding the blade back into the handle.
"I won't hurt you."
It was a blind voice. Sandy shuddered. She leaned toward him. Her body was excruciatingly beautiful, yet he stumbled back from the bed, grabbing for his shirt, as if the pants weren't enough, as if it were January and he was lost on the lakefront in a blizzard.
"You don't have to be afraid," she said. "Come to bed."
He stood there, indecisive. He had to get out of there. She was insane, fucking insane. She wasn't even human. He looked into her cold face. It was not dead. It was like the real woman was in another place, and this body was a receiver over which she was bringing him a message from a far distance, from another country, from across the galaxy. If he left now, he would be okay, he knew. But something that might have happened to him would not happen, and in order to find out what that was, he would have to take a big chance. He looked up at the moon through the skylight. The clouds passed steadily across it, making it look like it was moving. The moon didn't move that fast. It moved so slowly that you couldn't tell, except Sandy knew that in 5 minutes the angle of the shadows on the wall and chair and bed would be all different. The room would be changed. She was still in bed. Sandy came back, dropped the shirt, took off his pants, and got in beside her. Her skin was very smooth. The clock read 8:45. He would have to hurry. He felt good. He got his bags out of the closet and began to pack. Halfway through, he stopped to get the shirt he had left on the floor. He picked it up and shoved it into his laundry bag, then remembered the cash and pulled it out again. She had left him $15. 110, 5 ones. He pushed the shirt down into the bottom of the bag and finished packing. He called a cab and rode over to War Memorial. On the Hitachi in the cab, he watched the morning news, hoping to get the baseball scores. Nothing. The Reverend Mr. Gilray declares the abomination of desolation has begun. The judgment is at hand. Reports the Israelis have used tactical nukes in the Djibouti Civil War. 3 teenagers spot another UFO at Chestnut Ridge. When he got to the park, Sandy tipped the cabbie a red buck and went directly to the locker room and cleaned out his locker. He was hoping to avoid Leon or Dutch, but just as he was getting ready to leave, Dutch showed up to take some hitting before the Sunday afternoon game. "Looks like I underrated you, sport, just like on the field." He hauled out his wallet and began to get the bills. "Keep it," Sandy said. "Huh?" Dutch, surprised, looked like a vanilla imitation of Leon's perpetual innocence. "Leon won the bet." Dutch snickered. "She got wise to you, huh?" Sandy zipped his bag shut and picked up his glove and bats. He smiled. "You could say that. I gotta go. Cab's waiting." "Wish me luck." "Thought you didn't need luck." "Goes to show you what I know. Say goodbye to Leon for me, okay?" He shook Dutch's hand and left. The aliens who knew, I mean everything. George Alec Effinger. George Alec Effinger's novels include The Wolves of Memory, What Entropy Means to Me, and When Gravity Fails. Among his many contributions to F and SF are those rarest of birds, the successful SF comedy. The story below is a superior example. When he sent it, Mr. Effinger observed that aliens are usually presented in only 2 lights, either saintly E.T. types or ugly things that want to eat us. There are other possibilities, of course. I was sitting at my desk reading a report on the brown pelican situation when the Secretary of State burst in. "Mr. President," he said, his eyes wide, "the aliens are here." Just like that. The aliens are here. As if I had any idea what to do about them. "I see," I said. I learned early in my first term that "I see" was one of the safest and most useful comments I could possibly make in any situation. When I said, "I see," it indicated that I had digested the news and was waiting intelligently and calmly for further data. That knocked the ball back into my advisor's court. I looked at the Secretary of State expectantly. I was all prepared with my next utterance in the event that he had nothing further to add. My next utterance would be, "Well?" That would indicate that I was on top of the problem, but that I couldn't be expected to make an executive decision without sufficient information, and that he should have known better than to burst into the Oval Office unless he had that information. That's why we had protocol. That's why we had proper channels. That's why I had advisors. The voters out there didn't want me to make decisions without sufficient information. If the Secretary didn't have anything more to tell me, he shouldn't have burst in the first place. I looked at him a while longer. "Well?" I asked at last. "That's about all we have at the moment," he said uncomfortably. I looked at him sternly for a few seconds, scoring a couple of points while he stood there all flustered. I turned back to the Pelican report, dismissing him. I certainly wasn't going to get all flustered. I could think of only one president in recent memory who was ever flustered in office, and we all know what happened to him. As the Secretary of State closed the door to my office behind him, I smiled. The aliens were probably going to be a bitch of a problem eventually, but it wasn't my problem yet. I had a little time. But I found that I couldn't really keep my mind on the Pelican question. Even the President of the United States has some imagination, and if the Secretary of State was correct, I was going to have to confront these aliens pretty damn soon. I'd read stories about aliens when I was a kid. I'd seen all sorts of aliens in movies and television, but these were the first aliens who'd actually stopped by for a chat. Well, I wasn't going to be the first American president to make a fool of himself in front of visitors from another world. I was going to be briefed. I telephoned the Secretary of Defense. "We must have some contingency plans drawn up for this," I told him. "We have plans for every other possible situation." This was true. The Defense Department has scenarios for such bizarre events as the rise of an imperialist fascist regime in Liechtenstein, or the spontaneous depletion of all the world's selenium. "Just a second, Mr. President," said the Secretary. I could hear him muttering to someone else. I held the phone and stared out the window. There were crowds of people running around hysterically out there, probably because of the aliens. "Mr. President," came the voice of the Secretary of Defense, "I have one of the aliens here, and he suggests that we use the same plan that President Eisenhower used." I closed my eyes and sighed. I hated it when they said stuff like that. I wanted information, and they told me these things knowing that I would have to ask 4 or 5 more questions just to understand the answer to the first one. "You have an alien with you?" I said in a pleasant enough voice. "Yes, sir. They prefer not to be called aliens. He tells me he's a nup." "Thank you, Luis. Tell me, why do you have a nup and I don't?" Luis muttered the question to his nup. "He says it's because they wanted to go through proper channels. They learned about all that from President Eisenhower." "Very good, Luis." This was going to take all day. I could see that. And I had a photo session with Mick Jagger's granddaughter. "My second question, Luis, is what the hell does he mean by the same plan that President Eisenhower used?" Another muffled consultation. "He says that this isn't the first time that the Nup have landed on Earth. A scout ship with 2 Nup aboard landed at Edwards Air Force Base in 1954. The 2 Nup met with President Eisenhower. It was apparently a very cordial occasion, and President Eisenhower impressed the Nup as a warm and sincere old gentleman. They've been planning to return to Earth ever since, but they've been very busy, what with one thing and another. President Eisenhower requested that the Nup not reveal themselves to the people of Earth in general until our government decided how to control the inevitable hysteria. My guess is that the government never got around to that, and when the Nup departed, the matter was studied and then shelved. As the years passed, few people were even aware that the first meeting ever occurred. The Nup have returned now in great numbers, expecting that we'd have prepared the populace by now. It's not their fault that we haven't. They just sort of took it for granted that they'd be welcome." "Uh-huh," I said. That was my usual utterance when I didn't know what the hell else to say. Assure them that they are indeed welcome. I don't suppose the study they did during the Eisenhower administration was ever completed. I don't suppose there really is a plan to break the news to the public.
Unfortunately, Mr. President, that seems to be the case.
Uh-huh. That's Republicans for you, I thought.
Ask your nup something for me, Luis. Ask him if he knows what they told Eisenhower. They must be full of outer space wisdom. Maybe they have some ideas about how we should deal with this.
There was yet another pause.
Mr. President, he says all they discussed with Mr. Eisenhower was his golf game. They helped to correct his putting stroke. But they are definitely full of wisdom. They know all sorts of things. My nup, that is, his name is Herv. Anyway, he says that they'd be happy to give you some advice.
Tell him that I'm grateful, Luis. Can they have someone meet with me in, say, half an hour?
There are 3 nup on their way to the Oval Office at this moment. One of them is the leader of their expedition, and one of the others is the commander of their mothership.
Mothership? I asked.
You haven't seen it? It's tethered on the mall. They're real sorry about what they did to the Washington Monument. They say they can take care of it tomorrow.
I just shuddered and hung up the phone. I called my secretary. There are going to be 3...
They're here now, Mr. President.
I sighed.
Send them in. And that's how I met the nup, just as President Eisenhower had. They were handsome people, likable too. They smiled and shook hands and suggested that photographs be taken of the historic moment, so we called in the media. And then I had to sort of wing the most important diplomatic meeting of my entire political career. I welcomed the nup to Earth. Welcome to Earth, I said, and welcome to the United States. Thank you, said the nup I would come to know as Pleen. We're glad to be here. How long do you plan to be with us? I hated myself when I said that in front of the Associated Press and UPI and all the network news people. I sounded like a room clerk at a Holiday Inn. We don't know exactly, said Pleen. We don't have to be back to work until a week from Monday. Uh-huh, I said. Then I just posed for pictures and kept my mouth shut. I wasn't going to say or do another goddamn thing until my advisors showed up and started advising. Well, of course, the people panicked. Pleen told me to expect that, but I had figured it out for myself. We've seen too many movies about visitors from space. Sometimes they come with a message of peace and universal brotherhood and just the inside information mankind has been needing for thousands of years. More often, though, the aliens come to enslave and murder us because the visual effects are better, and so when the nup arrived, everyone was all prepared to hate them. People didn't trust their good looks. People were suspicious of their nice manners and their quietly tasteful clothing. When the nup offered to solve all our problems for us, we all said, sure, solve our problems. But at what cost? That first week, Pleen and I spent a lot of time together just getting to know one another and trying to understand what the other one wanted. I invited him and Commander Toag and the other nup bigwigs to a reception at the White House. We had a church choir from Alabama singing gospel music and a high school band from Michigan playing a medley of favorite collegiate fight songs, and talented clones of the original stars nostalgically recreating the Steve and Edie experience, and an improvisational comedy troupe from Los Angeles or someplace, and the New York Philharmonic under the baton of a 12-year-old girl genius. They played Beethoven's Ninth Symphony in an attempt to impress the nup with how marvelous Earth culture was. Pleen enjoyed it all very much. Men are as varied in their expressions of joy as we nup, he said, applauding vigorously. We are all very fond of human music. We think Beethoven composed some of the most beautiful melodies we've ever heard, anywhere in our galactic travels. I smiled. I'm sure we are all pleased to hear that, I said. Although the Ninth Symphony is certainly not the best of his work. I faltered in my clapping. Excuse me? I said. Pleen gave me a gracious smile. It is well known among us that Beethoven's finest composition is his Piano Concerto No. 5 in E-flat major. I let out my breath. Of course, that's a matter of opinion. Perhaps the standards of the nup. Oh, no, Pline hastened to assure me. Taste does not enter into it at all. The Concerto No. 5 is Beethoven's best according to very rigorous and definite critical principles, and even that lovely piece is by no means the best music ever produced by mankind. I felt just a trifle annoyed. What could this nup, who came from some weirdo planet, God alone knows how far away, from some society with not the slightest connection to our heritage and culture, what could this nup know of what Beethoven's Ninth Symphony aroused in our human souls? Tell me then, Pline, I said in my ominously soft voice, what is the best human musical composition? The score from the motion picture Ben-Hur by Miklos Rosa, he said simply. What could I do but nod my head in silence? It wasn't worth starting an interplanetary incident over. So from fear, our reaction to the nup changed to distrust. We kept waiting for them to reveal their real selves. We waited for the pleasant masks to slip off and show us the true, nightmarish faces we all suspected lurked beneath. The nup did not go home a week from Monday, after all. They liked Earth, and they liked us. They decided to stay a little longer. We told them about ourselves and our centuries of trouble, and they mentioned, in an offhand nup way, that they could take care of a few little things, make some small adjustments, and life would be a whole lot better for everybody on Earth. They didn't want anything in return. They wanted to give us these things in gratitude for our hospitality, for letting them park their mothership on the mall, and for all the free refills of coffee they were getting all around the world. We hesitated, but our vanity and our greed won out. Go ahead, we said. Make our deserts bloom. Go ahead, end war and poverty and disease. Show us 20 exciting new things to do with leftovers. Call us when you're done. The fear changed to distrust, but soon the distrust changed to hope. The nup made the deserts bloom all right. They asked for 4 months. We were perfectly willing to let them have all the time they needed. They put a tall fence all around the Namib and wouldn't let anyone in to watch what they were doing. 4 months later, they had a big cocktail party and invited the whole world to see what they'd accomplished. I sent the Secretary of State as my personal representative. He brought back some wonderful slides. The vast desert had been turned into a botanical miracle. There were miles and miles of flowering plants now, instead of the monotonous dead sand and gravel sea. Of course, the immense garden contained nothing but hollyhocks, many millions of hollyhocks. I mentioned to Pline that the people of Earth had been hoping for a little more in the way of variety and something just a trifle more practical, too. What do you mean practical? He asked. You know, I said, food. Don't worry about food, said Pline. We're going to take care of hunger pretty soon. Good, good. But hollyhocks? What's wrong with hollyhocks? Nothing, I admitted. Hollyhocks are the single prettiest flower grown on Earth. Some people like orchids, I said. Some people like roses. No, said Pline firmly. Hollyhocks are it. I wouldn't kid you. So we thanked the nup for Namibia full of hollyhocks and stopped them before they did the same thing to the Sahara, the Mojave, and the Gobi. On the whole, everyone began to like the nup, although they took just a little getting used to. They had very definite opinions about everything, and they wouldn't admit that what they had were opinions. To hear a nup talk, he had a direct line to some categorical imperative that spelled everything out in terms that were unflinchingly black and white. Hollyhocks were the best flowers. Alexander Dumas was the greatest novelist. Powder blue was the prettiest color. Melancholy was the most ennobling emotion. Grand Hotel was the finest movie. The best car ever built was the 1956 Chevy Bel Air, but it had to be aqua and white. And there just wasn't room for discussion. The nup made these pronouncements with the force of divine revelation. I asked Pline once about the American presidency. I asked him who the nup thought was the best president in our history. I felt sort of like the wicked queen in Snow White, mirror, mirror on the wall. I didn't really believe Pline would tell me that I was the best president, but my heart pounded while I waited for his answer. You never know, right? To tell the truth, I expected him to say Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, or Akiwara. His answer surprised me. James K. Polk. Polk? I asked. I wasn't even sure I could recognize Polk's portrait. He's not the most familiar, said Pline, But he was an honest, if unexciting, president. He fought the Mexican War and added a great amount of territory to the United States. He saw every bit of his platform become law. He was a good, hard-working man who deserves a better reputation. What about Thomas Jefferson? I asked. Pleen just shrugged. He was okay, too, but he was no James Polk. My wife, the First Lady, became very good friends with the wife of Commander Toag, whose name was Doim. They often went shopping together, and Doim would make suggestions to the First Lady about fashion and hair care. Doim told my wife which rooms in the White House needed redecoration and which charities were worthy of official support. It was Doim who negotiated the First Lady's recording contract, and it was Doim who introduced her to the Philadelphia cheesesteak, one of the Nupp's favorite treats, although they asserted that the best cuisine on earth was Tex-Mex. One day, Doim and my wife were having lunch. They sat at a small table in a chic Washington restaurant with a couple of dozen Secret Service people and Nupp security agents disguised elsewhere among the patrons. "I've noticed that there seem to be more Nupp here in Washington every week," said the First Lady. "Yes," said Doim. "New mother ships arrive daily. We think Earth is one of the most pleasant planets we've ever visited." "We're glad to have you, of course," said my wife. "And it seems that our people have gotten over their initial fears." "The hollyhocks did the trick," said Doim. "I guess so. How many Nupp are there on Earth now?" "About 5 or 6 million, I'd say." The First Lady was startled. "I didn't think it would be that many." Doim laughed. "We're not just here in America, you know. We're all over. We really like Earth, although, of course, Earth isn't absolutely the best planet. Our own home, Nupp World, is still #1, but Earth would certainly be on any top 10 list." Uh-huh. My wife has learned many important oratorical tricks from me. "That's why we're so glad to help you beautify and modernize your world." "The hollyhocks were nice," said the First Lady, "but when are you going to tackle the really vital questions?" "Don't worry about that," said Doim, turning her attention to her cottage cheese salad. "When are you going to take care of world hunger?" "Pretty soon. Don't worry." "Urban blight?" "Pretty soon." "Man's inhumanity to man?" Doim gave my wife an impatient look. "We haven't even been here for 6 months yet. What do you want, miracles? We've already done more than your husband accomplished in his entire first term." "Hollyhocks," muttered the First Lady. "I heard that," said Doim. "The rest of the universe absolutely adores hollyhocks. We can't help it if humans have no taste." They finished their lunch in silence, and my wife came back to the White House fuming. That same week, one of my advisors showed me a letter that had been sent by a young man in New Mexico. Several Nupp had moved into a condo next door to him and had begun advising him about the best investment possibilities, urban respiratory spas, the best fabrics and colors to wear to show off his coloring, the best hollow system on the market, the Esmeralda's F64 with hex-phased Libertad screens and a Rui Challenger argon solipsizer, the best place to watch sunsets, the revolving restaurant on top of the Weyerhaeuser building in Yellowstone City, the best wines to go with everything, too numerous to mention, send self-addressed stamped envelope for list, and which of the 2 women he was dating to marry, Candy Marie Esterhazy. "Mr. President," said the bewildered young man, "I realize that we must be gracious hosts to our benefactors from space, but I am having some difficulty keeping my temper. The Nupp are certainly knowledgeable and willing to share the benefits of their wisdom, but they don't even wait to be asked. If they were people, regular human beings who lived next door, I would have punched their lights out by now. Please advise. And hurry. They are taking me downtown next Friday to pick out an engagement ring and new living room furniture. I don't even want new living room furniture." Luis, my Secretary of Defense, talked to Herv about the ultimate goals of the Nupp. "We don't have any goals," he said. "We're just taking it easy." "Then why did you come to Earth?" asked Luis. "Why do you go bowling?" "I don't go bowling." "You should," said Herv. "Bowling is the most enjoyable thing a person can do." "What about sex?" "Bowling is sex. Bowling is a symbolic form of intercourse, except you don't have to bother about the feelings of some other person. Bowling is sex without guilt. Bowling is what people have wanted down through all the millennia. Sex without the slightest responsibility. It's the very distillation of the essence of sex. Bowling is sex without fear and shame. Bowling is sex without pleasure, said Louise. There was a brief silence. You mean, said Herv, that when you put that ball right into the pocket and see those pins explode off the alley, you don't have an orgasm? Nope, said Louise. That's your problem, then. I can't help you there. You'll have to see some kind of therapist. It's obvious this subject embarrasses you. Let's talk about something else. Fine with me, said Louise moodily. When are we going to receive the real benefits of your technological superiority? When are you going to unlock the final secrets of the atom? When are you going to free mankind from drudgery? What do you mean, technological superiority? Asked Herb. There must be scientific wonders beyond our imagining aboard your motherships. Not so's you'd notice. We're not even so advanced as you people here on Earth. We've learned all sorts of wonderful things since we've been here. What? Louise couldn't imagine what Herb was trying to say. We don't have anything like your astonishing bubble memories or silicon chips. We never invented anything comparable to the transistor, even. You know why the motherships are so big? My God. That's right, said Herb. Vacuum tubes. All our spacecraft operate on vacuum tubes. They take up a hell of a lot of space, and they burn out. Do you know how long it takes to find the goddamn tube when it burns out? Remember how people used to take bags of vacuum tubes from their television sets down to the drugstore to use the tube tester? Think of doing that with something the size of our motherships. And we can't just zip off into space when we feel like it. We have to let a mothership warm up first. You have to turn the key and let the thing warm up for a couple of minutes. Then you can zip off into space. It's a goddamn pain in the neck. I don't understand, said Louise, stunned. If your technology is so primitive, how did you come here? If we're so far ahead of you, we should have discovered your planet instead of the other way around. Herv gave a gentle laugh. Don't pat yourself on the back, Louise. Just because your electronics are better than ours, you aren't necessarily superior in any way. Look, imagine that you humans are a man in Los Angeles with a brand-new Trujillo, and we are a nup in New York with a beat-up old Ford. The two fellows start driving towards St. Louis. Now, the guy in the Trujillo is doing 120 on the interstates, and the guy in the Ford is putting along at 55. But the human in the Trujillo stops in Vegas and puts all of his gas money down the hole of a blackjack table, and the determined little nup cruises along for days until at last he reaches his goal. It's all a matter of superior intellect and the will to succeed. Your people talk a lot about going to the stars, but you just keep putting your money into other projects, like war and popular music and international athletic events, and resurrecting the fashions of previous decades. If you wanted to go into space, you would have. But we do want to go. Then we'll help you. We'll give you the secrets, and you can explain your electronics to our engineers, and together we'll build wonderful new motherships that will open the universe to both humans and Nup. Luis let out his breath. Sounds good to me, he said. Everyone agreed that this looked better than hollyhocks. We all hoped that we could keep from kicking their collective asses long enough to collect on that promise. When I was in college, my roommate in my sophomore year was a tall, skinny guy named Barry Rintz. Barry had wild, wavy black hair and a sharp face that looked like a handsome, normal face that had been sat on and folded in the middle. He squinted a lot, not because he had any defect in his eyesight, but because he wanted to give the impression that he was constantly evaluating the world. This was true. Barry could tell you the actual and market values of any object you happened to come across. We had a double date one football weekend with two girls from another college in the same city. Before the game, we met the girls and took them to the university's art museum, which was pretty large and owned an impressive collection. My date, a pretty elementary ed major named Bridget, and I wandered from gallery to gallery, remarking that our tastes in art were very similar. We both liked the Impressionists, and we both liked Surrealism. There were a couple of little Renoirs that we admired for almost half an hour, and then we made a lot of silly sophomoric jokes about what was happening in the Magritte and Dali and de Chirico paintings. Barry and his date, Dixie, ran across us by accident as all four of us passed through the sculpture gallery. There's a terrific Seurat down there, Bridget told her girlfriend. Seurat?
Barry said. There was a lot of amused disbelief in his voice. I like Seurat, said Dixie. Well, of course, said Barry. There's nothing really wrong with Seurat. What do you mean by that? Do you know F.E. Church? He asked. Who? I said. Come here. He practically dragged us to a gallery of American paintings. F.E. Church was a remarkable American landscape painter, 1826 to 1900, who achieved an astonishing and lovely luminance in his works. Look at that light, cried Barry. Look at that space. Look at that air. Bridget glanced at Dixie. Look at that air, she whispered. It was a fine painting, and we all said so, but Barry was insistent. F.E. Church was the greatest artist in American history, and one of the best the world has ever known. I'd put him right up there with Van Dyck and Canaletto. Canaletto? Said Dixie. The one who did all those pictures of Venice? Those skies, murmured Barry ecstatically. He wore the drunken expression of the satisfied voluptuary. Some people like paintings of puppies or naked women, I offered. Barry likes light and air. We left the museum and had lunch. Barry told us which things on the menu were worth ordering and which things were an abomination. He made us all drink an obscure imported beer from Ecuador. To Barry, the world was divided up into masterpieces and abominations. It made life so much simpler for him, except that he never understood why his friends could never tell one from the other. At the football game, Barry compared our school's quarterback to Y.A. Tittle. He compared the other team's punter to Ngak Van Vin. He compared the halftime show to the Ohio State Band's Script Ohio formation. Before the end of the third quarter, it was very obvious to me that Barry was going to have absolutely no luck at all with Dixie. Before the clock ran out in the fourth quarter, Bridget and I had made whispered plans to dump the other two as soon as possible and sneak away by ourselves. Dixie would probably find an excuse to ride the bus back to her dorm before supper time. Barry, as usual, would spend the evening in our room reading The Making of the President, 1996. On other occasions, Barry would lecture me about subjects as diverse as American literature. The best poet was Edwin Arlington Robinson, the best novelist James T. Farrell. Animals, the only correct pet was the golden retriever. Clothing, in anything other than a navy blue jacket and gray slacks, a man was just asking for trouble. And even hobbies. Barry collected military decorations of Tsarist Imperial Russia. He wouldn't talk to me for days after I told him my father collected barbed wire. Barry was a wealth of information. He was the campus arbiter of good taste. Everyone knew that Barry was the man to ask. But no one ever did. We all hated his guts. I moved out of our dorm room before the end of the fall semester. Shunned, lonely, and bitter, Barry Rintz wound up as a guidance counselor in a high school in Ames, Iowa. The job was absolutely perfect for him. Few people are so lucky in finding a career. If I didn't know better, I might have believed that Barry was the original advanced spy for the NUP. When the NUP had been on Earth for a full year, they gave us the gift of interstellar travel. It was surprisingly inexpensive. The NUP explained their propulsion system, which was cheap and safe and adaptable to all sorts of other Earthbound applications. The revelations opened up an entirely new area of scientific speculation. Then the NUP taught us their navigational methods, and about the shortcuts they had discovered in space. People called them space warps, although technically speaking the shortcuts had nothing to do with Einsteinian theory or curved space or anything like that. Not many humans understood what the NUP were talking about, but that didn't make very much difference. The NUP didn't understand the shortcuts either. They just used them. The matter was presented to us like a Thanksgiving turkey on a platter. We bypassed the whole business of cautious scientific experimentation and leaped right into commercial exploitation. Mitsubishi of La Paz and Martin Marietta used NUP schematics to begin construction of 3 luxury passenger ships, each capable of transporting 1,000 tourists anywhere in our galaxy. Although man had yet to set foot on the moons of Jupiter, certain selected travel agencies began booking passage for a grand tour of the dozen nearest inhabited worlds. Yes, it seemed that space was teeming with life, humanoid life on planets circling half the G-type stars in the heavens. We've been trying to communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence for decades, complained one Soviet scientist. Why haven't they responded? A friendly NUP merely shrugged. Everybody's trying to communicate out there, he said. Your messages are like Publishers' Clearinghouse mail to them. At first, that was a blow to our racial pride, but we got over it. As soon as we joined the interstellar community, they'd begin to take us more seriously, and the NUP had made that possible. We were grateful to the NUP, but that didn't make them any easier to live with. They were still insufferable. As my second term as president came to an end, Pleen began to advise me about my future career. Don't write a book, he told me, after I had already written the first 200 pages of A President Remembers. If you want to be an elder statesman, fine, but keep a low profile and wait for the people to come to you. What am I supposed to do with my time, then? I asked. Choose a new career, Pleen said. You're not all that old. Lots of people do it. Have you considered starting a mail-order business? You can operate it from your home. Or go back to school and take courses in some subject that's always interested you. Or become active in church or civic projects. Find a new hobby, raising hollyhocks or collecting military decorations. Pleen, I begged, just leave me alone. He seemed hurt. Sure, if that's what you want. I regretted my harsh words. All over the country, all over the world, everyone was having the same trouble with the NUP. It seemed that so many of them had come to Earth. Every human had his own personal NUP to make endless suggestions. There hadn't been so much tension in the world since the 1992 Miss Universe contest, when the most votes went to no award. That's why it didn't surprise me very much when the first of our own motherships returned from its 28-day voyage among the stars with only 276 of its 1,000 passengers still aboard. The other 724 had remained behind on one lush, exciting, exotic, friendly world or another. These planets had one thing in common. They were all populated by charming, warm, intelligent, human-like people who had left their own home worlds after being discovered by the NUP. Many races lived together in peace and harmony on these planets, in spacious cities newly built to house the fed-up expatriates. Perhaps these alien races had experienced the same internal jealousies and hatreds we human beings had known for so long, but no more. Coming together from many planets throughout our galaxy, these various peoples dwelt contentedly beside each other, united by a single common feeling, their dislike for the NUP. Within a year of the launching of our first interstellar ship, the population of Earth had declined by 0.5%. Within 2 years, the population had fallen by almost 14 million. The NUP were too sincere and too eager and too sympathetic to fight with. That didn't make them any less tedious. Rather than make a scene, most people just up and left. There were plenty of really lovely worlds to visit, and it didn't cost very much, and the opportunities in space were unlimited. Many people who were frustrated and disappointed on Earth were able to build new and fulfilling lives for themselves on planets that, until the NUP arrived, we didn't even know existed. The NUP knew this would happen. It had already happened dozens, hundreds of times in the past, wherever their motherships touched down. They had made promises to us, and they had kept them, although we couldn't have guessed just how things would turn out. Our cities were no longer decaying warrens imprisoning the impoverished masses. The few people who remained behind could pick and choose among the best housing. Landlords were forced to reduce rents and keep properties in perfect repair just to attract tenants. Hunger was ended when the ratio of consumers to food producers dropped drastically. Within 10 years, the population of Earth was cut in half and was still falling. For the same reason, poverty began to disappear. There were plenty of jobs for everyone. When it became apparent that the NUP weren't going to compete for those jobs, there were more opportunities than people to take advantage of them. Discrimination and prejudice vanished almost overnight. Everyone cooperated to keep things running smoothly despite the large-scale immigration. The good life was available to everyone, and so resentments melted away. Then, too, whatever enmity people still felt could be focused solely on the NUP. The NUP didn't mind either. They were oblivious to it all. I am now the mayor and postmaster of the small human community of New Dallas, here on Thur, the fourth planet of a star known in our old catalog as Struve 2398. The various alien races we encountered here call the star by another name, which translates into God's Pineal. All the aliens here are extremely helpful and charitable, and there are few NUP.
All through the galaxy, the Nup are considered the messengers of peace. Their mission is to travel from planet to planet, bringing reconciliation, prosperity, and true civilization. There isn't an intelligent race in the galaxy that doesn't love the Nup. We all recognize what they've done and what they've given us. But if the Nup started moving in down the block, we'd be packed and on our way somewhere else by morning. The God Machine. Damon Knight. Damon Knight has long been one of SF's best-regarded novelists, critics, and editors, but F and SF readers know him through his superior short stories, beginning with Not With a Bang, a short piece that appeared in our second issue in 1950 and eventually became a classic. The God Machine is a very short story about the ultimate merger between electronics and religion. Not a good morning. Bunny is on the rampage again. 3 people in the art department are out with AIDS. Heavy smog. At 10 o'clock, Terry is called into Ollie's office. Terry is the creative director. Ollie is the president. Handlebar mustache, striped T-shirt, Adidas. Beside Ollie's desk sits a little man with a suitcase in his lap, plastic suitcase, undistinguished haircut. "Terry," says Ollie, "I want you to meet Bill Sontag. He's here to show us the marketing miracle of 1985. The client is Universal Electric. They want a presentation for a 30 mil all-media campaign starting in September." "What is the product, Bill?" Terry inquires. "It's like God in a box," says Bill. "How's that for a slogan?" asks Ollie, popping a pill. "Not bad, eh, Terry?" "Terrific, just terrific, Ollie. What does it do?" "I'm going to let Bill explain that. Take him back to your office, and Terry, lock your door." They go to Terry's office. Terry moves a teddy bear to make room for Bill to sit down. "What is your position with UE, Bill?" he asks. "I'm not with them. I'm the inventor, one of the inventors. They sent me because nobody else seems to be able to explain it." Terry nods several times. "Excuse me." He takes 2 aspirin. "Well, so, it's God in a box? What does that mean exactly?" "Okay," says Bill. "The basic idea is that God is immanent in certain objects. Like, for instance, the best example is the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of Uzzah in the 2nd book of Samuel. Remind me." "Maybe I better start farther back. See, the Ark was like a box made of wood, about 4 feet by 2 by 2. It was supposed to have the tablets of the law in it, you know, the ones that God gave to Moses." "Oh, yeah." "You saw the movie, right? Okay, that makes it a little easier. Well, the story goes, they're moving the Ark in a cart, and this Uzzah sees it's about to tip over, so he puts his hand on it like to steady it, and he gets a charge of something that kills him." "This box is something that kills people, Bill?" Terry asks. He takes 2 more aspirin. No, that's only if you get too big a jolt. Like electricity? Anyway, what got us thinking, it says in the Bible, the Ark was covered inside and out with gold. Now, there could be 2 reasons for that. 1, gold is a precious metal, okay?
You're right there, Bill. What's the other reason?
The other reason is, Bill leans forward confidentially, gold is a good conductor. Not just a good conductor, a great conductor. So we said, what if there is something in holy objects that could be electronically enhanced, or, you know, throttled down if it's too strong? The first thing we tried was a really old set of the scrolls, the Torah. Bingo. Furthermore, we found out you can transfer this power by leaving your holy object in a lead-lined container with some other object. For a relic, like a piece of bone, say we use bone. Lamb is the best.
That's unbelievable, Bill.
I know. That's the problem. All I can do is I can let you try yourself. May I ask what your religion is, Terry?
I'm a Presbyterian.
Okay, you get the Protestant model. For that, we had to go to old Bibles. We bought a Gutenberg, and maybe you think that didn't cost. We found out later that Wycliffe is just as good.
Bill is taking a small black box out of the suitcase. He lays it on the desk, and Terry looks at it. On the left is a dial, and on the right, inset in the box, a disc of some off-white material. Bill plugs it in. A red light comes on.
Now, what you do is you just relax and put your fingers on this ceramic plate, and then slowly turn up the gain. This is a low imminence circuit, so you don't have to worry. Go ahead.
Terry does as he is told. The ceramic plate is cool and slick under his fingers. He turns the dial with his other hand. I don't feel a thing.
You got it all the way up? That's funny.
Bill pulls the box toward him.
Let's try the theometer.
He takes a bright little instrument from among the ballpoint pens in his shirt pocket, lays it across the ceramic plate. The digital readout stays at 0.
Dead,
says Bill. He opens the case and peers inside.
Okay, here's the trouble. It blew a resistor.
He pulls out a little cylinder and shows it to Terry. In the box, nestled among wires and ugly electrical parts, is a Gideon Bible.
This is a prototype, Bill says. Still a few bugs in it. The production model will have all printed circuits.
He gropes in his suitcase, finds another resistor, and puts it in, closes the case.
Try it again.
Terry puts his fingers on the ceramic plate, turns the dial up. Almost at once, a feeling of indescribable peace comes over him. He no longer cares about Bill's haircut or Ollie's T-shirts. The throbbing at the back of his head goes away.
See?
See? Says Bill, exposing his mediocre dentistry. Bill leaves the machine with Terry. Terry calls in Laurie and Reggie and swears them to silence. Over the next 3 days, they rough out a campaign. It is terrific. The client is impressed. Terry gets a bonus. The fall campaign is a success. Holonex for instant tranquility, the peace that passes understanding at the touch of a button in the privacy of your own home. Hospitals buy the professional model at $1,795. Psychiatrists buy it. The home models retail for $695 plus tax. People line up for it in department stores. It comes in Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, and Reformed versions. For the overseas market, Buddhist, Muslim, and Hindu versions are on the drawing boards. Church and synagogue attendance zooms, then nosedives, until pastors begin allowing worshippers to bring their holonexes. An enterprising minister in the East Village announces plans to build them into the backs of pews. Labor unrest is down. Gross national product is up. Bunny is happy. Ollie is happy. Terry is not happy. There are persistent rumors that Bill's partner, the other inventor, is confined to a mental institution where he performs miracles of healing but has to be anchored to a bed to keep him from floating away. Yesterday, the day before Christmas, Terry saw a black man levitating up the stairway of the IRT at 50th Street. A week ago, he found himself speaking in Japanese, a language he does not know, to a Puerto Rican waiter in a restaurant. For the past several days, Terry has been bleeding slightly from the palms of his hands. This morning when he left the apartment, his wife asked him, "When will you be home?" "Verily, I know not," Terry answered. Now he is up on the parapet of the agency building looking down at 3rd Avenue, from which the strains of Away in a Manger arise. He knows that in a moment he will spread his arms and step off. Will he fly? Understanding Human Behavior. A Romance of the Rocky Mountains. Thomas M. Disch. Thomas M. Disch is one of the rare writers who is comfortable in both the SF field and in mainstream literary fiction, and whose work is highly regarded in both worlds. Among his stories for F and SF are On Wings of Song and The Brave Little Toaster. Understanding Human Behavior is about having a second chance at life, a fairly familiar SF idea. But there is nothing old hat in this fresh and ironic vision in which Richard Rowe, an empty page waiting to be filled, comes to Boulder, Colorado to work, hike, and look for a purpose in life. 1.
He would wake up each morning with a consciousness clear as the boulder sky, a sense of being on the same wavelength exactly as the sunlight. Innocence, bland dreams, a healthy appetite, these were glories that issued directly from his having been erased. Of course, there were some corresponding disadvantages. His job, monitoring the terminals of a drive-in convenience center, could get pretty dull, especially on days when no one drove in for an hour or so at a stretch. And even at the busiest times, it didn't provide much opportunity for human contact. He envied the waitresses in restaurants and the drivers of buses their chance to say hello to real live customers. Away from work, it was different. He didn't feel the same hunger for socializing. That, in fact, was the major disadvantage of having no past life, no established preferences, no identity in the usual sense of a history to attach his name to. He just didn't want anything very much. Not that he was bored, or depressed, or anything like that. The world was all new to him, and full of surprises. The strangeness of anchovies, the beauty of old songs in their blurry muzak versions at the stop-and-shop, the feel of a new shirt or a March day. These sensations were not wholly unfamiliar, nor was his mind a tabula rasa. His use of the language and his motor skills were all intact. Also what the psychologists at Delphi Institute called generic recognition. But none of the occasions of newness reminded him of any earlier experience, some first time or best time or worst time that he'd survived. His only set of memories of a personal and non-generic character were those he'd brought from the halfway house in Delphi, Indiana. But such fine memories they were, so fragile, so distinct, so privileged. If only, he often wished, he could have lived out his life in the sanctuary of Delphi, among men and women like himself, all newly summoned to another life and responsive to the wonders and beauties around them. But no, for reasons he could not understand, the world insisted on being organized otherwise. An erasee was allowed 6 months at the Institute, and then he was dispatched to wherever he or the computer decided, where he would have to live like everyone else, either alone or in a family, though the Institute advised everyone to be wary at first of establishing primary ties. In a small room, or a cramped house, or a dormitory ship in some tropical lagoon. Unless you were fairly rich or very lucky, your clothes, furniture, and such-like appurtenances were liable to be rough, shabby, makeshift. The food most people ate was an incitement to infantile gluttony, a slop of sugars, starches, and chemically enhanced flavors. It would have been difficult to live among such people and to seem to share their values, except so few of them ever questioned the reasonableness of their arrangements. Those who did, if they had the money, would probably opt eventually to have their identities erased, since it was clear just looking around that erasees seemed to strike the right intuitive balance between being aware and keeping calm. He lived now in a condo on the northwest edge of the city, a room and a half with unlimited off-peak power access. The rent was modest, so was his salary, but his equity in the condo was large enough to suggest that his pre-erasure income had been up there in the top percentiles. He wondered, as all erasees do, why he'd decided to wipe out his past. His life had gone sour, that much was sure, but how and why were questions that could never be answered. The Institute saw to that. A shipwrecked marriage was the commonest reason, statistically, closely followed by business reverses. At least, that was what people put down on their questionnaires when they applied to the Institute. Somehow he doubted those reasons were the real ones. People who'd never been erased seemed oddly unable to account for their behavior. Even to themselves, they would tell the unlikeliest tales about what they were doing and why. Then they'd spend a large part of their social life exposing each other's impostures and laughing at them. A sense of humor, they called it. He was glad he didn't have one. Yet. Most of his free time he spent making friends with his body. In his first weeks at the halfway house, he'd lazed about, ate too much junk food, and started going rapidly to seed. Erasees are not allowed to leave their new selves an inheritance of obesity or addiction,
but often the body one wakes up in is the hasty contrivance of a crash diet. The mouth does not lose its appetites, nor the metabolism its rate, just because the mind has had memories whited out. Fortunately, he'd dug in his heels, and by the time he had to bid farewell to Delphi's communal dining room, he'd lost the pounds he'd put on and 8 more besides. Since then, fitness had been his religion. He bicycled to work, to Stop and Shop, and all about Denver, exploring its uniformities. He hiked and climbed on weekends. He jogged. Once a week, at awry, he played volleyball for 2 hours, just as though he'd never left the Institute. He also kept up the other sport he'd had to learn at Delphi, which was karate. Except for the volleyball, he stuck to the more solitary forms of exercise, because on the whole, he wasn't interested in forming relationships. The lecturers at the halfway house had said this was perfectly natural and nothing to worry about. He shouldn't socialize until he felt hungry for more society than his job and his living arrangements naturally provided. So far, that hunger had not produced a single pang. Maybe he was what the Institute called a natural integer. If so, that seemed an all right fate. What he did miss, consciously and sometimes achingly, was a purpose. In common with most fledgling erases, there was nothing he believed in, no religion, no political idea, no ambition to become famous for doing something better than somebody else. Money was about the only purpose he could think of, and even that was not a compelling purpose. He didn't lust after more and more and more of it in the classical Faustian go-getter way. His room and a half looked out across the tops of a small plantation of spruces to the highway that climbed the long southwestward incline into the Rockies. Each car that hummed along the road was like a vector quantity of human desire, a quantum of teleological purpose. He might have been mistaken. The people driving those cars might be just as uncertain of their ultimate destinations as he was, but seeing them whiz by in their primary colors, he found that hard to believe. Anyone who was prepared to bear the expense of a car surely had somewhere he wanted to get to, or something he wanted to do more intensely than he could imagine, up here on his 3-foot slab of balcony. He didn't have a telephone or a TV. He didn't read newspapers or magazines, and the only books he ever looked at were some old textbooks on geology he'd bought at a garage sale in Denver. He didn't go to movies. The ability to suspend disbelief in something that had never happened was one he'd lost when he was erased, assuming he'd ever had it. A lot of the time, he couldn't suspend his disbelief in the real people around him, all their pushing and pulling, their weird fears and whopping lies, their endless urges to control other people's behavior, like the vegetarian cashier at the Stop and Shop or the manager at the convenience center. The lectures and demonstrations at the halfway house had laid out the basics, but without explaining any of it. Like harried parents, the Institute's staff had said, "Do this and don't do that," and he'd not been in a position to argue. He did as he was bid, and his behavior fit as naturally as an old suit. His name, the name by which he'd christened his new self before erasure, was Richard Rowe, and that seemed to fit too. 2. At the end of September, 3 months after coming to Boulder, Richard signed up for a course in consumership, theory and practice, at the Naropa Adult Education Center. There were 12 other students in the class, all with the dewy, slightly vulnerable look of recent erasure. They sat in their folding chairs, reading or just blank, waiting for the teacher, who arrived 10 minutes late, out of breath and gasping apologies. Professor Astor. While she was still collecting punch cards and handing out flimsy Xeroxes of their reading list, she started lecturing to them. Before she could get his card, he'd chosen a seat in the farthest row back, she was distracted by the need to list on the blackboard the 3 reasons that people wear clothing, which are 1. Utility, 2. Communication, and 3. Self-concept. Utility was obvious and didn't need going into, while self-concept was really a subcategory of communication, a kind of closed-circuit transmission between oneself and a mirror. Now, to illustrate the 3 basic aspects of communication, I have some slides. She sat down behind the AV console at the front of the room and fussed with the buttons anxiously, muttering encouragements to herself. Since the question was there in the air, he wondered what her black dress was supposed to be communicating. It was a woolly, baggy, practical dress, sprinkled with dandruff and gathered loosely about the middle by a wide belt of cracked patent leather. The spirit of garage sales hovered about it. "There," she said. But the slide that flashed on the screen was a chart illustrating cuts of beef. "Damn," she said. "That's next week. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll write it on the board." When she stood up and turned around, it seemed clear that one of the utilitarian functions of her dress was to disguise or obfuscate some 20+ pounds of excess baggage. A jumble of thin bracelets jingled as she wrote on the board: 1. Desire. 2. Admiration. 3. Solidarity. "There," she said, laying down the chalk and swinging round to face them, setting the heavy waves of black hair to swaying pendulously. "It's as simple as red, white, and blue. These are the 3 types of response people try to elicit from others by the clothes they wear. Blue, of course, would represent solidarity. Policemen wear blue. French working men have always worn a blinding blue. And then there's the universal uniform of blue denim. It's a cool color, and tends to make those who wear it recede into the background. They vanish into the blue, so to speak. Then white." She took a blank piece of paper from her desk and held it up as a sample of whiteness. "White is for white-collar workers, the starched white shirt wearable only for a single day being a timeless symbol of conspicuous consumption. I wish the slide projector worked for this. I have a portrait by Hals of a man wearing one of those immense Dutch collars, and you couldn't begin to imagine the work hours that must have gone into washing and ironing the damned thing. The money. Basically, that's what our second category is about. There's a book by Thorstein Veblen on the reading list that explains it all. Admittedly, there are qualities other than solvency and success we may be called upon to admire in what people wear. Good taste, a sense of paradox or wit, even courage, as when one walks through a dangerous neighborhood without the camouflage of denim. But good taste usually boils down to money, the good taste of petroleum-derived polyesters as against—" She smiled and ran her hand across the piled cloth of her dress. "The bad taste of wool. Wit, likewise, is usually the wit of combining contradictory class recognition signals in the same costume. An evening gown, say, trimmed with Purina patches. You should all be aware as consumers that the chief purpose of spending a lot of money on what you wear is to proclaim your allegiance to money per se, and to a career devoted to earning it, or in the case of diamond rings, the promise to keep one's husband activated. Though in this case, we begin to impinge on the realm of desire." To all of which he gave about as much credence as he gave to actors in ads. Like most theories, it made the world seem more, not less, complicated. Ho-hum, he thought, as he doodled a crisp doodle of a many-faceted diamond. But then, as she expounded her ideas about desire, he grew uneasy, then embarrassed, and finally teed off. "Red," she said, reading from her deck of 3x5s, "is the color of desire. Love is always like a red, red rose. It lies a-bleeding like a beautiful steak in a supermarket. To wear red is to declare oneself ready for action, especially if the color is worn below the waist." There he sat in the back row in his red shorts and red sneakers, thinking angry red thoughts. He refused to believe it was a coincidence. He was wearing red shorts because he'd bicycled here, a 5-mile ride, not because he wanted to semaphore his instant availability to the world at large. He waited till she'd moved off the subject of desire, then left the classroom as inconspicuously as possible. In the bursar's office, he considered the other Wednesday night possibilities, mostly workshops in posture or poetry or such like. Only one, a survey of crime in 20th century America, offered any promise of explaining people's behavior, so that was the one he signed up for. The next day, instead of going to work, he went out to New Focus and watched hang gliders. The most amazing of them was a crippled woman who arrived in a canvas sling. Rochelle Rockefeller's exploits had made her so famous that even Richard knew about her, not only on account of her flying, but because she was one of the founding mothers of New Focus and had been involved in sizable altercations with the state police. The two women who carried her down from New Focus in the sling busied themselves with straps and buckles, and then, at Rochelle's nod, launched her off the side of the cliff. She rose, motor-assisted, on the updraft, and waved to her daughter, who sat watching on the edge of the cliff. The girl waved back. Then the girl went off by herself to the picnic table area, where two rag dolls awaited her atop one of the tables. He walked over to the table and asked if she minded if he shared the bench with her. She shook her head, and then, in a rather dutiful tone, introduced her dolls. The older was Ms. Chillywiggles. The younger was Ms. Sillywiggles. They were married.
"And my name is Rochelle, the same as my mother. What's yours?"
"Richard Rowe."
"Did you bring any food?"
"No. Sorry."
"Oh, well, we'll just have to pretend. Here's some tuna fish, and here's some cake."
She doled out the imaginary food with perfunctory mime to her dolls, and then, with exaggerated delicacy, she held up— what was it? Something for him.
"Open your mouth and close your eyes," she insisted.
He did, and felt her fingers on his tongue. "What was that?" he asked afterward.
"Holy Communion. Did you like it?" "Are you a Catholic?"
"No, unless that just made me one."
"We are. We believe in God the Father Almighty and everything. Miss Chillywiggles was even in a convent before she got married, weren't you?"
Miss Chillywiggles nodded her large wobbly head. Finding the subject uncomfortable, he changed it. "Look at your mother up there now. Wow." Rochelle sighed, and for a moment, to be polite, glanced up to where her mother was soaring hundreds of feet above. "It's incredible, her flying like that."
"That's what everyone says, but you don't need your leg muscles for a hang glider, just your arms. And her arms are very strong."
"I'll bet."
"Someday, we're going to go to Denver and see the doll's pope."
"Really? I didn't know dolls had a pope. They do?"
"Will you look at her now?" "I don't like to. It makes me sick. I didn't want to come today, but no one would look after me. They were all building, so I had to."
"It doesn't make you want to fly someday, seeing her up there like that?"
"No. Someday she's going to kill herself. She knows it, too. That's how she had her accident, you know. She wasn't always in a wheelchair."
"Yes, I've heard that."
"What's so awful for me is to think she won't ever be able to receive the last sacrament."
The sun glowed through the red nylon wings of the glider, but even Professor Astor would have had a hard time making that fit her theory. Desire. Why not just amazement?
"If she does kill herself," Rochelle continued dispassionately, "we'll be sent to an orphanage. In Denver, I hope, and Miss Chillywiggles will be able to do missionary work among the dolls there. Do you have any dolls?"
He shook his head.
"I suppose you think dolls are only for girls. That's a very old prejudice, however. Dolls are for anyone who likes them."
"I may have had dolls when I was younger. I don't know."
"Oh, were you erased?"
He nodded.
"So was my mother, but I was only a baby then, so I don't remember any more about her than she does. What I think is she must have committed some really terrible sin, and it tortured her so much she decided to be erased. Do you ever go into Denver?"
"Sometimes." Miss Sillygiggles whispered something in Miss Chillywiggles' ear, who evidently did not agree with the suggestion. Rochelle looked cast down.
"Damn,"
she said. "What's wrong?"
"Oh, nothing. Miss Sillygiggles was hoping you'd be able to take them to Denver to see the doll's pope, but Miss Chillywiggles put her foot down and said, 'Absolutely not. You're a stranger. We shouldn't even be talking to you.'"
He nodded, for it seemed quite true. He had no business coming out to New Focus at all. "I should be going," he said. Miss Sillygiggles got to her feet and executed an awkward curtsy. Rochelle said it had been nice to make his acquaintance. Miss Chillywiggles sat on the wooden step and said nothing. It seemed to him, as he walked down the stony path to where he'd locked his bicycle to a rack, that everyone in the world was crazy, that craziness was synonymous with the human condition. But then he could see,
through a break in the close-ranked spruces, the arc of a glider's flight, not Rochelle Rockefeller's. This one had blue wings. And his spirits soared with the sheer music of it. He understood, in a moment of crystalline level-headedness, that it didn't make a speck of difference if people were insane, or if he was, for that matter. Sane and insane were just stages of the great struggle going on everywhere all the time. Across the valley, for instance, where the pines were fighting their way up the sides of the facing mountain, hurling the grenades of their cones into the thin soil, pressing their slow advantage, enduring the decimations of the lightning, aspiring, insanely no doubt, toward the forever unreachable fastness of the summit. When he got to the road, his lungs were heaving, his feet hurt, and his knees were not to be reasoned with. He should not have been running along such a path. But his head was once again solidly fixed on his shoulders. When he called his boss at the Denver Central office to apologize for absconding, he wasn't fired or even penalized. His boss, who was usually such a tyrannosaurus, said everyone had days when they weren't themselves, and that it was all right, so long as they were few and far between. He even offered some Valiums, which Richard said no thank you to. 3. At Naropa the next Wednesday, the lecturer, a black man in a spotless white polyester suit, lectured about Ruth Snyder and Judd Gray, who, in 1927, had killed Ruth's husband, Albert, in a more than usually stupid fashion. He'd chosen this case, he said, because it represented the lowest common denominator of the crime of passion, and would therefore serve to set in perspective the mystery and romance of last week's assassinations, which Richard had missed. First they watched a scene from an old comedy based on the murder, and then the lecturer read aloud a section of the autobiography Judd Gray had written in Sing Sing while waiting to be electrocuted. I was a morally sound, sober, God-fearing chap working and saving to make Isabel my wife and establish a home. I met plenty of girls at home and on the road, in trains and hotels. I could, I thought, place every type. The nice girl who flirts, the nice girl who doesn't, the brazen, out-and-out streetwalker I was warned against. I was no sensualist. I studied no modern cults, thought nothing about inhibitions and repressions. Never read Rabelais in my life. Average, yes, just one of those Americans Mencken loves to laugh at. Even belonged to a club, the Club of Corset Salesmen of the Empire State. Clean-cut competitors meeting and shaking hands, and liking it. There was something in the tone of Judd Gray's voice, so plain, so accepting, that made Richard feel not exactly a kinship, more a sense of being similarly puzzled and potentially out of control. Maybe it was just the book's title that got to him, Doomed Ship. He wondered, not for the first time, whether he might not be among the 15% of erasees whose past has been removed by judicial fiat rather than by choice. He could, almost, imagine himself outside the Snyder bedroom in Queens Village, getting steadily more soused as he waited for Albert to go to sleep, so that then he could sneak in there and brain him with the sash weight in his sweaty hand. All for the love of Ruth Snyder, as played by Carol Burnett. He couldn't, however, see himself as a more dignified sort of criminal, a racketeer or an assassin or the leader of a cult, for he lacked the strength of character and the conviction that those roles would have required, and he probably lacked it equally in the life that had been erased. After the class, he decided he'd tempt fate and went to the cafeteria, where fate immediately succumbed to the temptation and brought Professor Astor of Consumership Theory and Practice to his table with a slice of viscid, bright cherry cheesecake. "May I join you?" she asked him. "Sure. I was just going anyhow." "I like your suit," she said. This close, she seemed younger, or perhaps it was her dress that made that difference. Instead of last week's black wool bag, she was wearing a dull blue double knit with a scarf sprinkled with blurry off-red roses. One glance, and anyone would have felt sorry for her. His suit was the same dull blue. He'd bought it yesterday at the Stop and Shop, where the salesman had tried to convince him not to buy it. With it he wore a wrinkled, wrinkle-proof shirt, and a tie with wide stripes of gray and ochre. "Thanks," he said. "It's very 70s. You're in a racee, aren't you?" "I can always tell another. I am, too. With a name like Lady Astor, I'd have to be, wouldn't I? I hope I didn't offend you by anything I said last week." "No, certainly not. It wasn't directed at you personally. I just read what it said in my notes, which were taken, all of them, practically verbatim from the colors of the flag. We teachers are all cheats that way, didn't you know? There's nothing we can tell you that you won't find expressed better in a book, but of course learning, in that sense, isn't the reason for coming here." "No? What is, then?" "Oh, it's for meeting people, for playing new roles, for taking sides, for crying out loud." "What?" "That's an old expression, for crying out loud. From the 40s, I think. Actually, your suit is more 40s than 70s. The 40s were sincere about being drab. The 70s played games." "Isn't there anything that's just here and now, without all these built-in meanings?" She poised her fork over the gleaming cheesecake. "Well," she said thoughtfully, then paused for a first taste of her dessert. Yes, sort of. After you left last week, someone in the class asked if there wasn't a way one could be just anonymous, and what I said," she took another bite of cheesecake, "was that, to my mind," she swallowed, "anonymity would come under the heading of solidarity, and solidarity is always solidarity with something, an idea, a group. Even the group of people who don't want to have anything to do with anyone else, even they're a group. In fact, they're probably among the largest." "I'm amazed," he said, counterattacking on sheer irresistible impulse, "that you, a supposed expert on consumerism, can eat junk like the junk you're eating. The sugar makes you fat and gives you cancer. The dye causes cancer, too, and I don't know what else, and there's something in the milk powder that I just heard about that's lethal. What's the point of being erased if afterwards you lead a life as stupid as everybody else's?" "Right," she said. She picked up a paper plate from an abandoned tray, and with a decisive rap of her fist, squashed the wedge of cheesecake flat. "No more! Never again!" He looked at the goo and crumbs splattered across the table, as well as on her scarf. There was a glob on his tie, too, but he didn't notice that. And then at her face, a study in astonishment, as though the cheesecake had exploded autonomously. He started to laugh, and then, as though given permission, she did too. They stayed on, talking, in the cafeteria until it closed, first about Naropa, then about the weather. This was his first experience of the approach of winter, and he surprised himself at the way he waxed eloquent. He marveled at how the aspens had gone golden all at once, as though every tree on a single mountain were activated by one switch, and when that switch was thrown, bingo, it was autumn. The way, day by day, the light dwindled as his half of the world tilted away from the sun, the way the heat had come on in his condo without warning and baked the poor Coleus living on top of the radiator. The misery of bicycling in the so much colder rain, and what was most amazing, the calmness of everyone in the face of what looked to him like an unqualified catastrophe. Lady Astor made a few observations of her own, but mostly she just listened, smitten with his innocence. Her own erasure had taken place so long ago, she was evasive as to exactly when, that the world had no such major surprises in store for her. As the chairs were being turned upside down onto the tabletops, he made a vague, semi-enthusiastic commitment to hike up to New Focus some mutually convenient Sunday morning, to which end they exchanged addresses and phone numbers. He had to give his number at work. Why? It must have been the demolition of that cheesecake, the blissful feeling so long lost to him of muscular laughter, as though a window had been opened in a stuffy room, and a wind had rushed in, turning the curtains into sails and bringing strange smells from the mountains outside. In the middle of November, the company reassigned him to the central office in downtown Denver, where he was assistant traffic manager for the entire Rocky Mountain Division. Nothing in his work at the convenience center had seemed to point in this direction, but as soon as he scanned the programs involved,
It was all there in his head and fingers, lingering on like the immutable melody of 1 + 1 = 2. The one element of the job that wasn't second nature was the increased human contact, which went on some days non-stop. "Hi there, Dick. What do you think of this, and what do you think of that? Did you see the game last night? What's your opinion of the crisis? And would you please speak to Lloyd about the time he's spending in the John?" Lloyd, when spoken to, insisted he worked just as hard in the John as in the office, and said he'd cut down his time on the stool as soon as they allowed him to smoke at his desk. This seemed reasonable to Richard, but not to the manager, who started to scream at him, calling him a zombie and a zeroid, and said he was fired. Instead, to nobody's great surprise, it was the manager who got the axe. So after just 2 weeks of grooming, Richard was the new traffic manager with an office all his own, with its own view of other gigantic office buildings and a staff of 32, if you counted temps and part-timers. To celebrate, he went out and had the famous $100 dinner at the old millionaire steak ranch with Lloyd, now the assistant traffic manager, with not his own office, but at least a steel partition on one side of his desk and the right thereby to carcinogenate his lungs from punch-in to punch-out. Lloyd, it turned out, after a second old millionaire martini, lived up at New Focus and was one of the original members of the Boulder branch of the cult. "No kidding," said Richard, reverently slicing into his sirloin. "So why are you working down here in the city? You can't commute to New Focus, not this time of year." "Money. Why else? Half my salary, maybe more now, goes into the corporation. We can't live for free, and there sure as hell isn't any money to be earned building a damned pyramid." "So why do you build pyramids?" "Come on, Dick, you know I can't answer that." "I don't mean you as a group, I mean you personally. You must have some kind of reason for what you're doing." Lloyd sighed long-sufferingly. "Listen, you've been up there, you've seen us cutting the blocks and fitting them in place. What's to explain? The beauty of the thing is that no one asks anyone else why we're doing what we're doing, ever. That's rule number 1. Remember that if you ever think of joining." "Okay. Then tell me this. Why would I want to join?" "Dick, you're hopeless. What did I just say to you? Enjoy your steak, why don't you? Do I ask why you want to throw away $200 on a dinner that can last at the longest a couple hours? No, I just enjoy it. It's beautiful." I'm enjoying it, but still I can't keep from wondering. Wonder all you like. Just don't ask. 4. With the increased social inputs at work, he had gradually tapered off on his visits to Naropa. Winter sealed him into a more circumscribed routine of apartment, job, and gym, as mounds of snow covered the known surfaces of Boulder like a divine amnesia. On weekends, he would sit like a bear in a cave, knitting tubes of various dimensions and looking out the window, and not quite listening to the purr of KMMN playing olden goldens in flattened-out, long-breathed renditions that corresponded in a semi-conscious way to the forms of the snow as it drifted and stormed and lifted up past the window in endless, unraveling banners. He had not forgotten his promise to Lady Astor, but a trip to New Focus was no longer feasible. Even with skis and a lift assisting, it would have been an overnight undertaking. He phoned twice and explained this to her answering machine. In reply, she left a message, "That's okay," at the convenience center, which got forwarded to the central office a week later. His first impression that destiny had introduced them with some purpose in mind was beginning to diminish when one Saturday morning on the bus going to the gym, he saw a street sign he'd never noticed before, Follett Avenue, and remembered that that was the street she lived on. He yanked the cord, got off, and walked back over unshoveled sidewalks to the corner of 34th and Follett, already regretting his impulse. 15 blocks to go, and then he might not find her home. It was 8 degrees below. In the course of those 15 blocks, the neighborhood dwindled from dowdy to stark. She lived in a 2-story clapboard shop front that looked like an illustration of the year daubed in black paint over the entrance, 1972. The shop windows were covered with plywood, the plywood painted by some schizophrenic kindergarten with nightmarish murals, and the faded murals peered out forlornly from a lattice of obscene graffiti.
Desolation overlaying desolation. He rang her bell, and when that produced no result, he knocked. She came to the door wrapped in a blanket, hair in a tangle, bleary and haggard. "Oh, it's you. I thought it might be you." Then, before he could apologize or offer to leave, "Well, you might as well come in. Leave your overshoes in the hall." She had the downstairs half of the building behind the boarded-up windows, which were sealed on this side with strips of carpet padding. A coal stove on a brick platform gave off a parsimonious warmth. With a creaking of springs, Lady Astor returned to bed. "You can sit there," she said, gesturing to a chair covered with clothes. When he did, its prolapsed bottom sank under him like the seat of a rowboat. At once a scrawny tabby darted from one of the shadowy corners of the room — the only light came from a small unboarded window at the back — and sprang into his lap. It nuzzled his hand, demanding a caress. While he stumbled through the necessary explanations, how he happened to be passing, why he hadn't visited before, she sipped vodka from a coffee cup. He assumed it was vodka, since a vodka bottle, half empty and uncapped, stood on the cash register that served as a bedside table. Most of the shop fittings had been left in situ. A glass counter full of dishes and cookware, shelves bearing a jumble of shoes, books, ceramic pots, and antique, probably defunct electric appliances. A bas-relief Santa of molded plastic was affixed to the wall behind the bed, its relevance belied by layers of greasy dust. The room's cluttered oddity combated its aura of poverty and demoralization, but not enough. He felt stricken. This was another first in the category of emotions, and he didn't know what to call it. Not simply dismay, not guilt, not pity, not indignation, though how could anyone be drunk at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning? Not even awe for the spirit that could endure such dismalness and still appear at Naropa every Wednesday evening, looking more or less normative, to lecture on the theory and practice of all things, consumership. All these elements, and maybe others, were fuddled together in what he felt. "Do you want a drink?" she asked, and before he could answer, "Don't think it's polite to say yes. There's not much left. I started at 6 o'clock, but you have to understand I don't usually do this. But today seemed special. I thought, why not? Anyhow, why am I making excuses? I didn't invite you. You appeared at the door. I knew you would, eventually." She smiled, not pleasantly, and poured half the remaining vodka into her coffee cup. "You like this place?" "It's big," he said lamely, "and dark, and gloomy, and a mess. I was going to get the windows put back in when I took the lease last summer, but that costs. And for winter this is warmer. Anyhow, if I did try to make it a shop, I don't know what I'd sell. Junk. I used to throw pots. What didn't I used to do? I did a book of poetry based on the tarot, which is how I latched onto the job at Naropa. I framed pictures, and now I lecture, which is to say I read books and talk about them to people like you, too lazy to read books on their own. And once, long ago, I was even a housewife. Would you believe that?" This time her smile was positively lethal. There seemed to be some secret message behind what she was saying that he couldn't uncode. He sneezed. "Are you allergic to cats?" He shook his head. "Not that I know of." "I'll bet you are." He looked at her with puzzlement, then at the cat curled in his lap. The cat's warmth had penetrated through the denim and warmed his crotch pleasantly. "God damn it," she said, wiping a purely hypothetical tear from the corner of her bleary eye. "Why'd you have to pick this morning? Why couldn't you have phoned? You were always like that, you schmuck." "What?" "Schmuck," she repeated. And then, when he just went on staring, "Well, it makes no difference. I would have had to tell you eventually. I just wanted you to get to know me a little better first." "Told me what?" "I was never erased. I just lied about that. It's all there on the shelf, everything that happened, the betrayals, the dirt, the failures. And there were lots of those. I just never had the guts to go through with it. Same with the dentist. That's why I've got such lousy teeth. I meant to. I had the money, at least for a while, after the divorce, but I thought—" She shrugged, took a swallow from the cup, grimaced, and smiled, this time almost friendly. What did your husband do? Why do you ask that? Well, you seem to want to tell the whole story. I guess I wanted to sound interested. She shook her head. You still don't have a glimmering, do you? Of what? He did have a glimmering, but he refused to believe it. Well, then, since you just insist, I'll have to tell you, won't I? You were the husband you're asking about, and you haven't changed one damned bit. You're the same stupid schmuck you were then. I don't believe you. That's natural. After spending so much to become innocent, who would want to see their investment wiped out like... She tried to snap her fingers. There's no way you could have found me here. The Institute never releases that information, not even to their employees. Oh, computers are clever these days. You know that. And for a couple $1,000, it's not hard to persuade a salaried employee to tickle some data out of a locked file. When I found out where you'd gone, I packed my bags and followed you. I told you before you were erased that I'd track you down, and what you said was, try, just try. So that's what I did. You can be sent to prison for what you've done, do you know that? You'd like that, wouldn't you? If you could have had me locked up before, you wouldn't have had to get erased. You wouldn't have damn near killed me. She said it with such conviction, with such a weariness modifying the anger, that it was hard to hold on to his reasonable doubt. He remembered how he'd identified with Judd Gray, the murderer of Albert Snyder. Don't you want to know why you tried to kill me? She insisted. Whatever you used to be, Miss Astor, you're not my wife now. You're a washed-up 40-year-old drunk teaching an adult education course in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Well, I could tell you how I got that way. Schmuck. He stood up. I'm leaving. Yes, you said that before. 2 blocks from her house, he remembered his overshoes. To hell with his overshoes. To hell with people who don't shovel their sidewalks. Most of all, to hell with her. That woman, his wife. What sort of life could they have lived together? All the questions about his past that he'd subdued so successfully up till now came bubbling to the surface. Who he'd been, what he'd done, how it had all gone wrong. And she had the answers. The temptation to go back was strong, but before he could yield to it, the bus came in the homeward direction, and he got on, his mind unchanged, his anger burning brightly. 5. Even so, it was a week before he'd mustered the righteous indignation to call the Delphi Institute and register a formal complaint. They took down the information and said they'd investigate, which he assumed was a euphemism for their ignoring it. But in fact, a week later, he got a registered letter from them stating that Ms. Lady Astor of 1972 Follett Avenue in Boulder, Colorado, had never been his wife, nor had there ever been any other connection between them. Further, 3 other clients of the Institute had registered similar complaints about the same Miss Astor. Unfortunately, there was no law against providing erasees with misinformation about their past lives, and it was to be regretted that there were individuals who took pleasure in disturbing the equanimity of the Institute's clients. The letter pointed out that he'd been warned of such possibilities while he was at the halfway house. Now, in addition to feeling angry and off balance, he felt like an asshole as well. To have been so easily diddled. To have believed the whole unlikely tale without even the evidence of a snapshot. 3 days before Christmas, she called him at work. I didn't want to bother you, she said in a meek little whisper that seemed even now, knowing everything, utterly sincere. But I had to apologize. You did pick a hell of a time to come calling. If I hadn't been drunk, I would never have spilled the beans. Was all he could think to say. I know it was wrong of me to track you down and all, but I couldn't help myself. A pause, and then her most amazing lie of all. I just love you too much to let you go. I don't suppose we could get together for coffee after work? When they got together for coffee after work, he led her on from lie to lie until she'd fabricated a complete life for him, a romance as preposterous as any soap on TV, beginning with a tyrannical father, a doting mother, a twin brother killed in a car crash, and progressing through his years of struggle to become a painter. Here, she produced a brittle Polaroid of one of his putative canvases,
a muddy jumble of ochres and umbers. She assured him that the Polaroid didn't do it justice. The tale went on to tell how they'd met and fallen in love, how he'd sacrificed his career as an artist to become an animation programmer. They'd been happy, and then, due to his monstrous jealousy, unhappy. There was more, but she didn't want to go into it. It was too painful. Their son... Through it all, he sat there nodding his head, seeming to believe each further fraud, asking appropriate questions, and another first, enjoying it hugely. Enjoying his fraudulence and her greater gullibility. Enjoying, too, the story she told him about his imaginary life. He'd never imagined a past for himself, but if he had, he doubted if he'd have come up with anything so large, so resonant. "So tell me," he asked when her invention finally failed her, "why did I decide to be erased?"
"John," she said, shaking flakes of dandruff from her long black hair, "I wish I could answer that question. Partly, it must have been the pain of little Jimmy's death. Beyond that, I don't know."
"And now?" She looked up, glittery.
"Yes?"
"What is it you want?" She gave a sigh as real as life.
"I hoped...
Oh, you know. You want to get married again?"
Well, no. Not till you've got to know me better, anyhow. I mean, I realize that from your point of view, I'm still pretty much a stranger. And you've changed, too, in some ways. You're like you were when I first met you. You're...
Her voice choked up, and tears came to her eyes. He touched the clasp of his briefcase, but he didn't have the heart to take out the Xerox of the letter from the Delphi Institute that he'd been intending to spring on her. Instead, he took the bill from under the saucer and excused himself.
"You'll call me, won't you?"
she asked woefully. "Sure. Sure, let me think about it a while first, okay?" She mustered a brave, quavering smile.
"Okay."
In April, to mark the conclusion of the first year of his new life and just to glory in the weather that made such undertakings possible again, he took the lift up to Mount Lifton, then hiked through Corporation Canyon past New Focus and the site of the pyramid, only 8 feet at its highest edge so far, scarcely a tourist attraction, and on up the 5 Waterfall Trail. Except for a few boot-challenging stretches of vernal bogginess, the path was stony and steep. The sun shone, winds blew, and the last sheltered ribs of snow turned to water and sought, trickle by trickle, the paths of least resistance. By 1 o'clock, he'd reached his goal, Lake Silence, a perfect little mortuary chapel of a tarn, colonnaded all round with spruces. He found an unshadowed, accommodating rock to bask on, took off his wet boots and damp socks, and listened as the wind did imitations of cars on a highway. Then, chagrined, he realized it wasn't the wind but the shuddering roar of an approaching helicopter. The helicopter emerged like a demiurge from behind the writhing tops of the spruces, hovered a moment above the tarn, then veered in the direction of his chosen rock. As it passed directly overhead, a stream of water spiraled out of the briefly opened hatch, dissolving almost at once in the machine's rotary winds into a mist of rainbow speckles. His first thought was that he was being bombed, his next that the helicopter was using Lake Silence as a toilet. Only when the first tiny trout landed splat on the rock beside him did he realize that the helicopter must have been from the Forest Service and was seeding the lake with fish. Alas, it had missed its mark, and the baby trout had fallen on the rocks of the shore and into the branches of the surrounding trees. The waters of Lake Silence remained unrippled and inviolate. He searched among those fallen along the shore. There were dozens for survivors, but all that he could find proved inert and lifeless when he put them in the water. Barefoot, panicky, totally devoted to the trout of Lake Silence, he continued the search. At last, among the matted, damp needles beneath the spruces, he found 3 fish still alive and wiggling. As he lowered them lovingly into the lake, he realized in a single lucid flash what it was he had to do with his life. He would marry Lady Astor. He would join New Focus and help them build a pyramid. And he would buy a car. Also, in the event that she became orphaned, he would adopt little Rochelle Rockefeller, but that was counting chickens. He went to the other side of Lake Silence, to the head of the trail where the Forest Service had provided an emergency telephone link disguised as a commemorative plaque to Governor Dent. He inserted his credit card into the slot. The plaque opened, and he punched Lady Astor's number. She answered at the third ring. "Hi," he said. "This is Richard Rowe. Would you like to marry me?" "Well, yes, I guess so. But I ought to tell you, I was never really your wife. That was a story I made up." "I knew that. But it was a nice story, and I didn't have one that I could tell you. One more thing, though. We'll have to join New Focus and help them build their pyramid." "Why?" "You can't ask why. That's one of their rules. Didn't you know that?" "Would we have to live up there?" "Not year-round. It'd be more like having a summer place or going to church on Sunday, plus some work on the pyramid." "Well, I suppose I could use the exercise. Why do you want to get married? Or is that another question I shouldn't ask?" "Oh, probably. One more thing. What's your favorite color?" "For what?" "A car." "A car? Oh, I'd love a car. Be a show-off. Get a red one. When do you want to do it?" "I'll have to get a loan from the bank first. Maybe next week?" "No, I meant getting married." "We could do that over the phone. Or up here, if you want to take the lift to New Focus. Do you want to meet me there in a couple hours?" "Make it 3. I need a shampoo, and the bus isn't really reliable." And so they were married. At sunset, on the stump of the unfinished pyramid. And the next week he bought a brand-new alizarin crimson Ford Fundamental. As they drove out of the dealer's lot, he felt, for the first time in his life, that this was what it must be like to be completely human. A Rare Bit of Magic, John Morressy. F&SF has published many series stories. One of the most popular in recent years has been John Morressy's delightful run of stories about Kedrigern the Wizard, master of the counterspell. In this tale, Kedrigern's lovely princess, whose voice has long flown, regains her sweet speech through a toenail ingrown. The sun was warm, but not too warm for comfort, bright, but not dazzling to Kedrigern's overworked and slightly nearsighted eyes. Birds sang, but not too loudly, and every note rang clear. The mild breeze was freighted with rich fragrance. It was a perfect spring day. Kedrigern made his unhurried way along the forest path, humming a little wordless tune which he made up as he walked to where his horse awaited. He was in excellent spirits, and at peace with the world. In plain fact, this spring day had filled him with the ebullient, unfocused glee of a small boy on holiday, and he was in a mood to do handsprings and cut capers right here on this green-roofed pathway. Only the pouch at his side, filled with freshly gathered herbs of great virtue, prevented him. The herbs were much too delicate to withstand gymnastics. On an impulse, he laid the pouch gently at the base of a tree. He sprang into the air, tapping his heels together. Selecting a level, open patch of green beside the path, he did a headstand. At last, laughing for pure joy, he tumbled onto his back and lay looking up at the sunny sky through the tapestry of new leaves. And then, faint in the distance, he heard a moan. At once, he was on his feet, busily brushing himself off. His expression became somber. It would not do for ordinary citizens to see a respected senior wizard bounding about the woods like a silly lamb. Taking up his pouch of herbs and simples, he proceeded in the direction of the mournful sound, guided by frequent repetitions, which became louder and more distinct as he drew near. His pace was stately, but rapid, and before long he came upon a huddled figure by the wayside. It was a young man, dressed in once gaudy finery, which was now stained and worn from travel. He sat with his back to a flat rock, his bare feet stuck straight out before him. His hands were limp and forlorn in his lap, his head slumped forward in a posture of utter desolation. Looking about, Kedrigern saw a single boot lying a good way down the road, as if it had been flung there. Something unusual was going on here, he thought, and resolved to find out what it might be. He cleared his throat, and in his most disarming voice said, "Good morrow, traveler. Is all well with you?" At the first sound, the young man jerked up his head. He brushed back his tangled black hair and gazed up at Kedrigern with large, sad brown eyes.
Look you, sir, how I am crippled entirely with the curse of ingrown toenails, and it not 10 days since Black Ivor Griffith placed it on me,
said he, in a deep voice, speaking in a lilting manner that fell halfway between oratory and incantation. Ingrown toenails can be very painful, particularly if one is required to do much walking, Kedrigern said sympathetically.
True enough, that is. And a Carther must do much walking, and that is to say nothing of taking care of his harp and the keeping his head filled with sweet sound, or he will be forced to sleep in the woods and feed on nuts and berries, the young man lamented.
Ah, you're a minstrel, then?
I am a minstrel now, but despite my youth I was near to being Barth Tulu, household bard to a great lord, and would now hold such a position of dignity, mind you, except for the dirty underhanded scheming of the Griffiths to snatch away what was justly mine and give it to whining, whey-faced Red Griffith.
I've heard that it's a highly competitive business, said Kedrigern, but didn't you say your enemy was Black Ivor? How does Red Griffith fit into this?
Very sharp you are, mister, said the young minstrel appreciatively. It was Black Ivor Griffith put the curse on me, indeed, and him known as Black Ivor, not for the color of hair or eyes or skin, but for the black of his nature. I have not seen him nor he me since I left my home these 2 years gone. But I saw him at the fair 10 days ago, where he was peddling his lechery and bawdry, and I said for all to hear what kind of nastiness is in him, and it is then he put the curse of ingrown toenails on me.
What do you plan to do? The young man's eyes flashed, black as buttons.
I will soak my feet in a pail of the Griffith's blood. That is what I will do as soon as I can walk without the pains of hell to cripple me.
That's a bit drastic, isn't it? Surely it won't do anything for your toenails.
There is peace of mind it will give me, mister, the minstrel said grimly.
Kedrigern nodded, acknowledging the desirability of peace of mind. He settled down at the minstrel's side. For a time, neither of them spoke. Then Kedrigern, looking off into the trees, said casually, "The local lord is a man we all call Brayborn the Just. He got his name from his practice of tracking down and executing everyone suspected of crime in his domain. As a rule, he hangs murderers, but every now and then he impales one, just for a change.
I would be away from here like smoke, look you. No man would find me."
"When you can hardly walk? Give it up, my boy. Revenge is silly, very entertaining on the stage, but totally unworkable in day-to-day affairs," Kedrigern said with a wise, avuncular smile.
"There is a great fool I am, and have always been," said the minstrel with a deep sigh. "When we were lads, studying at the feet of the great Painketh, Twum up Tutor, the Griffiths learned all the spells for rapid advancement and discomfort to enemies, and far it is that their wicked knowledge has brought them."
"What did you learn?"
"Every spell for eloquence and sweetness of speech in the green book of Maelgwyn I have by heart. I can make the stones of the ground to sing, look you, and the croaking toad to converse with the voice of an angel, and I would trade it all for a charm to cure my ingrown toenails."
Kedrigern turned a broad, beaming smile on the woebegone minstrel, and clapped him solidly on the shoulder. "It's a deal, my boy," he said.
"There is cruel you are to mock me, mister," said the youth.
"I'm not mocking you. I can get you back on your feet in no time. In exchange, I want you to use your spells for eloquence. I'm a wizard, semi-retired at the moment, but I do private work in counterspells. The name's Kedrigern," said the wizard, extending a hand.
"And I am Rhys ap Gwalter," said the minstrel, accepting the offered welcome, "though it is small need you have of my spells, mister, to hear the talking of you."
"It's more for a friend. You'll understand when we get to my house. We should arrive just in time for lunch," Kedrigern said, rising and brushing the leaves from his seat.
"I will be slow in the walking, look you. More like it will be breakfast time 2 days hence," Rhys warned.
"No need to walk at all. I'll summon my horse."
Reese looked up wide-eyed.
A great excitement it will be to me to see how a true wizard summons his horse.
Kedrigern frowned, puzzled. Why? All I do is whistle.
Oh, said the minstrel, crestfallen.
Kedrigern thrust 2 fingers in his mouth and gave a sharp, long whistle. In a very short time the sound of measured hoof-beats echoed up the forest path, and soon a shaggy black horse came into sight.
That is a horse I would expect to see a great barbarian warrior riding, and not a kindly wizard, said Reese, hauling himself to his feet.
It belonged to a barbarian warrior once, Kedrigern said, recalling his encounter with Burrock the Depraved. He got all stiffened up, doesn't ride anymore. With a bit of assistance from Kedrigern, Reese ap Gwalter mounted the black horse. Kedrigern handed up the minstrel's harp and skimpy pack and his own pouch of herbs, and they started off for the wizard's home, where Princess awaited. As they emerged from the forest, and silent Thunder Mountain loomed before them far across the rolling grasslands, Reese uncovered his small harp and began to play a sweet, sad melody. It was a very fine performance, but not at all suited to Kedrigern's mood, which was improving with every homeward step. He requested something merry, and the minstrel obliged. Kedrigern was certain that he had at last found the solution to Prince's problem. The power of the charms of a speech and eloquence known to the Cymric bards was the envy of wizards everywhere. More than once Kedrigern had given serious consideration to obtaining bardic help for his wife, but every time he had been discouraged by the bards' notorious reluctance to share their magic with outsiders. And now the magic of the Cymry was his for the asking, in exchange for a small, simple healing spell. It seemed to Kedrigern to be a sign that the universe was in good hands after all. He smiled placidly and began to hum along with the harp. They arrived at the cottage just at midday. As Kedrigern was helping Reese down from the horse, he felt the minstrel stiffen. "What is that now?" Reese cried, alarmed. A grotesque little creature about knee-high, consisting almost entirely of a large, ugly head, big hands and feet, and ears like wide-flung shutters, was bouncing up and down on the flagstones of the dooryard, salivating liberally. It cried, "Ya, ya," joyously in a piercing voice. "Tell Princess I'm back, Spot," Kedrigern called, waving a greeting. As the little apparition bounded into the house, he said to the minstrel, "That's our house troll, a good hard worker, and absolutely devoted to us." "That is a thing I have never seen before," Reese said guardedly. "No, I suppose not. Well, you have to get them young, or it's no use at all, and it's not easy to find a troll with any kind of decent family background." At this point, Spot reappeared, and Kedrigern ordered the troll to bring a basin of warm salt water. "You can sit here in the sun and give your feet a nice restful soak until lunch is ready. After lunch, we'll get down to business," he explained. Princess appeared in the doorway. She wore a pale green robe trimmed with white. Her ebony hair hung loose to her waist. A slim golden circlet bound her brows. Reese ap Gwalter looked on bedazzled by her beauty, as Kedrigern kissed her warmly, then took her hand and conducted her to their guest. She curtsied deeply to his bow, then she smiled a smile that made the spring morning seem dull and cheerless by comparison. Without having spoken, she withdrew. "There is a fine-looking woman your wife is, Master Kedrigern," said Reese reverently. "I have seen queens and princesses and fine ladies, but next to her, look you, they are all as ugly as toads." "Funny you should put it that way," Kedrigern said. "Would you believe, Reese, that only—" The arrival of Spot bearing a great wooden tub of steaming water interrupted Kedrigern's response. The troll set it down in front of a chair, and Reese, at Kedrigern's bidding, immersed his pained feet in the tub with a great sigh of relief. "Nothing like a good long soak when your feet hurt," Kedrigern said. "Make yourself comfortable. Lunch will be ready shortly. As I started to say," he went on, pulling up a chair for himself, "you'd hardly believe that only a few years ago that beautiful woman was hopping about in a bog." "In a bog now? Very strange in that." "Not so strange, actually. She was a toad at the time." "A toad?" "Yes, a fine-looking toad she was, too. I knew there was something special about that toad the minute I laid eyes on it." "Why would such a woman want to be a toad, indeed?" Reese asked. Oh, it wasn't her idea. Her parents had neglected to invite the local bog fairy to her christening. The invitation went to some silly nixie by mistake, so the bog fairy put a curse on the child. Princess turned into a toad on her 18th birthday. Didn't even get to open her presents. Bog fairies can be very mean-minded when they think they've been insulted. Touchy lot. And you it was who changed her back into the lovely lady, then, with the magic of you? Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I specialize in remedial magic, counterspells and such, undoing other people's nasty magic. Been remarkably successful at it, too, as you can see. There's only one small... Princess emerged from the doorway bearing a silver tray on which rested a chunk of deep golden cheese, a round of dark bread, and a square of pale yellow butter. Behind her bounded Spot with a frost-coated pitcher in one hand and 3 stone mugs clutched in the other. Kedrigan, rising and bidding Rhys remain seated, pulled up a chair for Princess, kissed her cheek, and took the tray. "Burry," she said, smiling gloriously. Rhys gave a little start. Water sloshed from the tub, darkening the flagstones. "I was just telling Rhys about our first meeting, my dear, and how I used my arts to restore you to your proper and most exquisite form. Rhys is having a bit of a problem himself with a curse someone has placed on him," Kedrigan said as he helped Princess to her seat. "Burry?" she asked. "Exactly, my dear. And in return Rhys will place at our service his knowledge of the Cymric spells for eloquence and sweetness of speech, which he has learned from the Green Book of Maelgwyn. I believe we've found the solution to your troubles at last, my dear," Kedrigan said, patting her hand tenderly. "Burry, Burry," she exclaimed happily. "Look you now, this is a bit more complicated than I thought it might be," Rhys said apprehensively. "Surely the power of the Green Book of Maelgwyn can deal with a little croak," Kedrigan said, pouring foaming ale into the first mug.
"A great difference there is, Master Kedrigan, between taking a tongue-tied cur and instilling in him sweetness of discourse, and taking a lady who croaks like a toad. A very fine and melodious croak it is, lady, I do assure you," he quickly added, "and putting words to her tongue. Oh, a very great difference indeed."
"We have every confidence in you, Rhys, and in the Green Book of Maelgwyn," Kedrigan said, pouring into the second mug. "And if our confidence is misplaced, you will find your toenails growing out of the top of your head." "Breep," Princess said softly. She shook her head and placed her hand on Kedrigan's forearm. Kedrigan sighed, nodded, and said contritely, "Yes, of course, my dear, you're absolutely right. That was in bad form." Handing Rhys up Gwalter the foam-capped mug, he said, "There will be no reprisals, my boy. You must do your best for Princess, and in return I will free you of Black Ivor's curse. Agreed?"
"Agreed,"
the minstrel said eagerly, looking much relieved. They partook of a leisurely and satisfying lunch. When they had finished, and Spot had removed the dishes and empty mugs, and Rhys had dried his feet and donned a pair of soft slippers provided by his host, Rhys readied himself for the curing of Princess. He took up his small harp, struck a few notes, tightened 2 of the strings, played the notes once more, and then cleared his throat. "For my first charm, I will attempt Ceiriog's spell of unlocking," he announced with a pleasant smile. "It is much favored for stirring speech in those who appear reluctant or incapable." "That sounds as though it might fit," said Kedrigan. "Brareep," Princess agreed. "Do you want me to leave? I'd really like to stay and watch, but if I'm going to make you nervous," Kedrigan said, half rising.
"I am accustomed to an audience, Master Kedrigan. Stay," said the minstrel.
The wizard smiled gratefully and resumed his seat. Rhys struck a chord, then began to play a simple melody, like a child's song, to which he sang lyrics of great subtlety and very sophisticated poetic technique. When he was done, he put down his harp, and he and Kedrigan turned to Princess.
"How is it with you, lady?"
Rhys asked cautiously. Princess took a deep breath, swallowed, let out the breath, blinked twice, drew a more normal breath, and slowly said, "I can talk." "That's marvelous, my dear. Well done, Rhys," Kedrigan cried. Oh, I can talk," Princess repeated, rising from her chair.
On the first try. Oh, this is wonderful, my dear. Do you hear me talk? Yes, it's lovely, Kedrigern said warmly. Look, look, she shouted, and the two men twisted their necks in sudden alarm, but they saw only the little troll who reappeared and was now running about picking up scraps and tidying the front yard. See, Spot, run, she cried. Run, Spot, run. Yes, my dear, said Kedrigern dubiously. She turned to him, and the look in her eyes was enough to wring his heart. I can talk. Do you hear me talk? I talk dumb. Considering that it's only a starting point, Kedrigern began, looking to Rhys for encouragement. Look you, Keriog's spell is a great thing for the children, but I am thinking that maybe it is not such a good thing for a grown-up, Rhys said with an uneasy glance at Princess. I talk like a baby. I am a lady. I want to talk like a lady. I do not want to sound like a baby all my life, said Princess. Kedrigern noticed that she was getting a bit red in the face. I will try something else, said Rhys. Oh, I hope it works. If it doesn't... Now, my dear, Kedrigern said, reaching out to pat her hand, we mustn't upset the young man. He's doing his best. She seated herself demurely, folding her hands in her lap. I will be good, she said. Rhys took up his harp once again. This time the melody he played was so intricate and so lively that it filled Kedrigern and Princess with wonder to see it played by only 2 hands and 10 fingers. The chant that he sang to this whirlwind of music was dark and harsh and impossible to follow. Kedrigern recognized all the signs of a powerful charm and kept a close eye on Princess. She seemed fascinated by the web of words and sounds, but quite alert. At last, Rhys laid his harp down and wiped his brow, damp from the strain of concentration. In the silence, Princess spoke. Her words came slowly, as if she were choosing each syllable and placing it as carefully as an artisan might place the stones of a mosaic. Mute, tame, oh, long my tongue lay. Maelgwyn's words made go away Toad's gruff croak. 'Twas good coming brought Rhys, best bard, to sing. Rhys ap Gwalter looked at Princess with awe and joy and an expression that rapidly came to resemble that of a man who has scuffed his foot in the pebbles of a pathway and come upon a tub of precious gems. He turned expectantly to Kedrigern, who was gazing vacantly at his wife. Look you now, there is poetry for you, Rhys cried proudly. That is the true Cowith, embellished with the beauties of King Haneth. Oh, that is fine indeed. Is she always going to talk that way? Kedrigern asked without taking his eyes off Princess. She will improve with practice. There was a bit of weakness in the second line where the rhyme should properly have come on an unstressed syllable, and I did not count more than 3 consonants recurring in any line. But it is very tidy for a first effort. In a few years the lady will be a great bard, Rhys said confidently. A few years? Will I ever know what she's talking about? Kedrigern murmured, dazed. Great bard? I grant better days may follow, but must always I be rhyming? Right cramping 'twould be, word-bound. Better sing small songs, some lesser in grace, quite modest, neat, commonplace. Speak as plain lass, prosily, so my dear deciphers me, said the Princess. Kedrigern scratched his head, working on her utterance. The last line had sounded very good, but he was not sure about what went before. Poetry was not his forte. That was a proper first line, Rhys said respectfully. 5 consonants I counted, repeated in order. You do not often find that in a beginner lady. Are you certain you do not wish to speak forever in Cowith, adorning your verses with King Haneth? Princess smiled to acknowledge the compliment, but she shook her head decisively. After a pause, she said, Plain discourse will please me best. Simple speech is the sweetest.
Kedrigern sighed with relief. Rhys ap Gwalter shook his head slowly, sadly, as if at a great act of ingratitude, but took up his harp once more.
For my third charm I will recite something that has long been a favorite of mine. It is a simple rhyming spell that is attributed to Huell Morgan, said the minstrel.
Don't you know anything that doesn't involve rhyming? Kedrigern asked plaintively.
I have tried a spell without rhyme to it, and it was a disaster, with this lovely lady speaking like a 3-year-old, and not a very clever one, look you.
Just asking. Go right ahead with Huell Morgan's spell. Rhys began again, and this time his music was merry and bright, a tune to dance to. His small audience could not refrain from tapping their feet in time with the harp. The words were quick and clever, and several times Princess and Kedrigern glanced at one another and shared a smile. Rhys ended on an abrupt chord, and looked at Princess with an expectant grin.
"Speak to us now, lady," he cried.
"Your magic has worked like a charm. It has done me all good and no harm."
"I have done it this time," Rhys said proudly.
"But she still speaks in rhyme," Kedrigern pointed out. "Stop complaining and give me your arm," Princess said. Kedrigern did as she bade him. Princess pulled him to his feet, and with her arm in his, they danced around the beaming young minstrel. At last, flushed and breathless, they fell into their chairs, laughing for sheer joy. Princess leaned forward and laid her hand on Rhys's. Giggling a bit, brushing back a long strand of hair, she said, "Young man, you're an absolute winner. I insist on your staying to dinner. I'll give orders to Spot to get everything hot." "You speak well, my dear, for a beginner," Kedrigern observed.
"Look you now," Rhys asked, "could you fix my feet? There is pain."
"Do it promptly, my sweet," Princess said. "I'm sure you know how." Kedrigern rose, saying, "I'll see to it now." "There is plenty of time till we eat," Princess assured them. She left them, and Kedrigern set about his part of the bargain. Black Ivor Griffith's spell turned out to be a simple one, and he removed it easily. As he pronounced the last words of the counterspell, Rhys's face lit up with relief, and he heaved a great sigh.
"There is good you are with your magic, Master Kedrigern," he said. "I did not feel a thing."
Kedrigern gave a self-deprecating smile and waved off the compliment. "No reason you should. It was a small spell."
"It did not feel so small when it was in my feet."
"They never do. Rhys, I'm curious about something."
"I will answer you gladly," said the minstrel, rising.
"It seems to me, now, maybe I've just got rhyming on my mind, but it seems to me that when we were talking with Princess just now, we were all falling into rhyme. Is that right?" Rhys ap Gwalter took a few gingerly steps. He grinned at Kedrigern, walked firmly around his chair, then did a vigorous little dance.
"Better than ever I am, look you, Master Kedrigern. I could walk from here to the ocean without stopping, thanks to you. Yes, it may be that we were all rhyming. The charm is fresh and new, you see, and it spreads out around the lady touching others."
"Will it always be like that?"
"The rhyming is a fragile gift. Indeed, if the lady does not remain in constant practice, she will be speaking in prose before you know it," Rhys said.
Kedrigern smiled. All things considered, that might be for the best. That night, the three of them dined lavishly and drank deeply of Kedrigern's most treasured stock, the very best from the vineyards of Vascano the Open-Handed. It was well into morning when the last song was sung and the last health was drunk. With muffled yawns and weary good nights, Kedrigern and Princess left Rhys to curl up on a soft mat before the fire, while they made their way to their bedchamber. Kedrigern awoke to a bright morning, refreshed by a night's unbroken rest. He yawned and stretched and turned to Princess. She was already awake and was staring up with a preoccupied air. "My dear, did you have a good sleep?" he asked. She replied thoughtfully. "For a time it was restful and deep, but I woke with a cry." "Did you really? But why?" "I dreamed I'd relapsed to Rarebit." He took her hand and pressed it for reassurance. She snuggled closer, and they lay warm and quiet for a little while. Then Princess said, "Did you notice, my dear, that we rhyme?" "It will go away in a short time," Kedrigern replied automatically.
Then, thinking on her words, he realized that he really was falling into the patterns of his wife's speech. It was all harmless, he knew, but something in him made him chary of all spells. "Let us rise," he said tersely. "Yes," said Princess. "It's best we consider our guest." Kedrigan nodded, but remained warily silent. As they entered the dining hall, Princess in the lead, Rhys sat up, scratching himself and looking about confusedly. Kedrigan signaled to him to remain silent. The minstrel, seeing his gestures, looked even more confused and asked, "Look you now, what is this pantomime?" So Kedrigan gave up the struggle. All that day and the next, any conversation that took place in the presence of Princess was in limerick form, and there were no deviations from the rule. If Kedrigan deliberately tried to jumble the rhythm, the outcry from Spot supplied the missing beats. But when, on the morning of the third day after his arrival, Rhys ap Gwalter left them, the rhyming charm seemed to depart with him. Princess spoke in a voice as sweet and musical as an angel, but she spoke in prose. As they sat over lunch, Kedrigan said, "It took a long time, my dear, but you have your voice back at last." "Thanks to you, Keddy. I knew you'd do it." "I've disappointed you a number of times, I'm afraid. I needed Rhys's charms to bring it about. If it weren't for your powers, Rhys would never have helped you. I've heard you say hundreds of times that the bards of Cymru are very close with their magic. More ale?" "Just a drop, thank you." Kedrigan reflected for a time and said, "Yes, I suppose you're right. It's all professional courtesy, but nothing would have been done if I weren't a wizard of some standing." "Exactly. So the credit is yours." "It was a privilege, my dear. And now that you're speaking again, what shall we do to celebrate? Shall we invite a few friends and have a party?" "All my friends are toads," Princess pointed out. "Not much point inviting them. And your friends are scattered all over the place." "True," Kedrigan said, nodding. "Perhaps we could take a little trip. There's a convention coming up. I hadn't planned on going. You know how I am about travel, but if you'd like to." "It's hard to think. Actually, all I want to do for a time is talk. I want to talk about the meaning of life and gossip about people I hardly know. And I want to discuss great art and literature and music, and tell silly jokes and sing songs and recite poetry, and complain about the way you leave indescribable things lying about the house when you're in the middle of an enchantment." "I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't realize." "And congratulate you when you work a difficult magic just right. And talk with another woman about all the things that interest me but don't interest you. We could invite the Wood Witch for a weekend. Bess is a good sort." "That's a start. I want to talk and talk and talk, Keddy. I want to say everything." "I'm sure there's one thing you won't be saying." "What's that, my love?" "Rarebit," he said. In Midst of Life, James Tiptree, Jr. Alice Sheldon, who wrote SF for 20 years under the pseudonym James Tiptree, Jr., shot and killed her ailing husband and then herself in May 1987 at their home in McLean, Virginia. "Bullets end 2 fragile lives," said the headline on page 1 of the Washington Post, and they also brought an end to one of the most powerful voices in science fiction. Mrs. Sheldon, who served in the Army Air Corps in World War II and later taught experimental psychology, started writing SF in the late 1960s. Her best-known stories include Love is the Plan is Death, Houston, Houston, Do You Read?, and The Women Men Don't See, F and SF, December 1973. The story you are about to read was the last work her agent received before Alice Sheldon's death. The first sign of Amory Guilford's mortal sickness showed up in the spring when he was 45. His wife heard him stirring. When she looked up, he was sitting on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands. "Is anything wrong, dear?" "No." "I don't want to get dressed." She sat up. "Do you feel all right? We shouldn't have stayed at the Blairs so late." "It isn't that. I tell you, I just don't want to get dressed." "But I'm sick and tired of getting dressed. My pants, left foot in, right foot up and in. I've done some figuring, call it 400 times a year, counting dressing for dinner. That's 4,000 times a decade, 16,000 times now. Add in changing into exercise clothes, breeches. Call it 20,000 times I put my pants on so far. I'm tired of it, bored. And I forgot the pajamas. That's another 16,000. I'll ask Manuel to help you get dressed, dear. No, I don't want Manuel to help me get dressed. I don't want to get dressed. I'm bored with getting dressed, that's all. Do you know what would happen if I went down to the office this way? Oh, dear. I'll tell you. They'd all say, "Good morning, Mr. Guilford," as if nothing were different. And if I went over to the computer and pulled up our position on a couple of random stocks and then sat down looking thoughtful, Tony would have George on the modem before I said a word, and that would be all that would happen, except that sometime in the afternoon those stocks would go up a tick because of that leak I still haven't spiked. I've a good notion to do it, except that Mrs. Hewlett would phone Peters to bring down a suit of clothes, and I'd still have to get dressed, like she did when they found me still in my dinner jacket that time. God, I'm bored. With getting dressed, dear? Perhaps you want a vacation. No, I don't need a vacation. Besides, I'd still have to get dressed. But he was grinning now, and going into his dressing room where Manuel waited with his business clothes, and it all passed over. The next time came a couple of months later and was more serious. Amory, dear, what are you doing home? Did you forget something? No, I just couldn't face it. Face the office? But you love the office, your work. And isn't this the morning when the firm you're taking over was supposed to make you some kind of offer? You told me about that. Yes. Yes, Pickering drill. They'll pay up. I've got them over a log, but I don't know. At the tunnel, I just suddenly didn't give one damn about the whole thing. I told Peters to make a U-turn at Palisades Avenue and bring me home. You do need a vacation. And I think you should see Dr. Ellsworth. Some little thing may be bothering you. I'll make an appointment. This isn't like you, Amory, dear. I know. He sat down heavily, dropping the morning paper. Suddenly, I don't care what Pickering offers. Another $30, $40 million. God knows we don't need it. I just don't care about Pickering drill or Yamahito or Ailman or 4L bits. My empire building. He gave a derisive snort. I've worked so hard putting it all together, and now I don't care. Tony won't understand, Margot said thoughtfully. No, none of them will. All they see is my go, go, go. And you'll be go, go, go again, dear. This is just a mood. But I'm sure Dr. Ellsworth... No, I don't want Dr. Ellsworth. I don't know what I want. Just to stop, maybe. Oh, Amory. No, I don't mean that. Well, I better call Mrs. Hewlett and tell her something has come up, she said after a pause. Yes. No, wait. I don't know. He got up and paced around the room. Was his mood lifting? Yes. Sure enough, a little later he called Peters and went on his way into town, right in the old groove. And Pickering Drill came up with an offer that netted him $35 million, which he accepted and turned to other targets. And the days passed as usual. But the next week, the mood came back and settled in heavily, so that he twice went into the library and opened the drawer where lay his old .45 Colt, and looked at it. The second time, he reached in and touched the cool checkered grip. But he closed the drawer decisively, and let Margot talk him out of canceling the dinner they were giving that night. At dinner, he behaved normally, except that he disturbed a few guests by giving them long, probing looks in silence, so that conversation died. And next day, he agreed to go away for 3 weeks on a newly opened Caribbean beach that Margot had got wind of. Those weeks, and the 4 months beyond them, were the most appalling time of Amory Guilford's experience. The engines of his life seemed to have stopped, and nothing he could do would start them. He could find no motivation, no zest or joy or the mildest interest in anything at all, though he stoically went through the motions. He felt literally bored unto death. He and Margot had long lived, like most of their friends, in friendship without passion. Their children were both in colleges and effectively out of their lives. It had been tacitly understood that his passion was invested in his work, and incidentally in his stream of more or less mechanical erotic investigations of the new faces in his company. It says much for Amory's desperation now that he twice attempted to revive with Margot the activities of former days. But he could in no way keep this up, and presently turned to the girl they had brought down with them in case his interest in work resurfaced. This ended as abruptly as it had begun. By the end of their stay at St. Antrim,
He could barely make the effort to get into his swim trunks and looked with blank eyes at the scuba gear he had used to enjoy. He took to slopping about permanently in an old terry beach robe until Margot brought him home. Of the next 4 months, nothing more need be said. The end of them came one afternoon when he walked into the library, took out his gun, and without ceremony thrust it into his mouth and pulled the trigger. There was a blinding, soundless crash. Then, to his amazement, he found himself rising to his feet. He was facing the door, through which people were now rushing. He looked behind him and perceived something on the floor behind him. He looked away. People closed around. Avoiding the people, he made his way from the room. Movement was light and easy, without pain. He was, he thought, walking with an utter lack of effort that he had never known before. But, he murmured silently. Leaving the uproar behind him, he came out into the entry foyer. Here he hesitated a moment. The feeling of finality was strong. He sensed that what he left now he could never return to. So be it. After a moment, he went on through the foyer and out the front door and began walking down the curving drive. Peters was there, standing beside the town car and looking up at the house. "Hello," Amory said. Peters did not seem to hear or see him. Amory went on and came to the wrought iron gates. Here he stopped and looked back one last time. A milky sort of mist or film already lay between him and the house. He knew now, absolutely and finally, that he was dead, and apparently in the land of death. It did not appear much different. Outside the gates lay the familiar 2-lane blacktop road set about with big trees. The day was overcast, the light vaguely greenish. He went through the gates, he was not quite sure how, and began walking along the road. He had no goal and for a time needed none. He was content to pace along through an increasingly ambiguous landscape. All was silent. He saw no people, nor did cars pass him. Presently the road changed imperceptibly to the streets of a small town. But it was a silent town, without traffic or people. After a time, the street changed again. It became, block by block, a street in a silent city. He walked and walked, and still the pale light held steady, though he knew it was time for darkness. His watch, he found, had stopped at 3:48. But now and then a car silently crossed the street ahead of him and disappeared in the side streets. Once one came so close that he shouted and ran after it, but when he came to the corner, still shocked by the sound of his own voice, it had vanished. He strolled on, bemused by a growing feeling of familiarity. This corner, that building, he had seen them before, he knew, perhaps many times, but here they seemed oddly jumbled together, misjuxtaposed. He passed a block of luxury condominiums. Among them was the well-known building where friends lived on the penthouse level. Should he go in and see what he could rouse up? He peered into the lighted lobby. It was empty. There seemed to be a dark, moveless shadow behind the front desk. Was this someone who could tell him where he was? He doubted it, and found himself walking on. Still, everything was overlaid with the feeling of déjà vu. Never did he see anything unexpected or strange, except for the emptiness. He couldn't be sure what city he was in. But were these not the streets that he passed on his daily commutings? Or were they from an earlier time? He couldn't tell. Ahead of him lay a smoggy, mist-like curtain through which he could not see very far ahead. When he turned around, he found the same curtain hiding the blocks he had already passed. He found himself wishing to be out of the city. On this street he passed route signs, though he was not familiar with the number. But they must mean that this street turned to a highway at the city's outskirts. Good. It would be a long hike, but this gait was untiring and there was no alternative. He hastened his step, moved more purposefully. He was beginning to be puzzled, more than puzzled, resentful at the lack of any reception. Surely he had passed a significant boundary from life into death. Was he not due some kind of recognition or explanation, a sign, anyhow, to tell him where he was or what was going on? This strange existence was nothing from any religion he had ever heard about. He himself was a quiet unbeliever, but he had read a bit, and Margot occasionally took him to church for weddings or memorials. He knew he wasn't in hell or heaven. If he had been judged, he'd had no notification of it. Could it be that he was in some Eastern scenario, waiting to be born again? As, he hoped, a human being rather than some animal. He wasn't aware that he had done anything so wrong as to deserve being, say, a cockroach. Indeed, he wasn't aware of any particular wrongdoing outside of being born rich and making himself more so. He had always given freely to charities, if that counted as virtue, and he had helped several people along the way. Margot had seen to that. What was he being held here for? And where was here? It came to him that in some doctrine there was a place called limbo, which was neither heaven nor hell. He seemed to recall that certain doubtful cases ended there, unbaptized infants, for example. He hoped this wasn't limbo. It sounded unbearably tedious, and the sentences, as he remembered them, were indefinite. No, please not limbo, he murmured to himself. There occurred to him, then, the explanation for all this world. It was all a patchwork of his memories, old and new, conscious and forgotten. Everything here was from his own mind. He was, in effect, living in his mind, wandering through what was nothing but that which he had seen or heard of or experienced. Wandering in my wits, he mumbled, and made a bark of laughter that echoed crazily in the bare street. The thought displeased him, yet he couldn't get rid of it. It threatened an eternity of boredom, if this was to be eternity. Or perhaps, like a story he had read, all his walking had taken place in an instant of real time. The instant between the bullet's entry and the stoppage of his brain, and he would presently awaken to die for real. Certainly he had expected that death would be nothingness, a total erasure of Amory Guilford. That had been what he longed for, not this vapid excursion through random memory. And why were there no people? Of course he remembered people, too. And traffic. Was this some kind of a morality message that he hadn't paid enough attention to people? Some corny hint for him to repent? Well, what of? He'd paid as much attention to people as most men of his class and type, he thought defensively. He didn't deserve this isolation ward. And if he did repent, what good would it do? This was a nasty retribution, and useless, with no people here for him to notice. Or was this a hint that he really was going to be reborn, to have another chance? He scuffed his feet, resentful again. The idea of becoming a helpless, squalling infant did not appeal to him. And now he noticed something else, which shocked him. The misty curtain in which the street ahead ended seemed to be drawing closer. He wheeled about and saw the same effect behind. So few blocks were visible now. He counted ahead, 5, 6, and he could make out no more. Surely there had been 8 or 9 only a short time ago. The clear space that traveled with him was shrinking. Oh, no. He became frightened, his pulse raced. Yet he could do nothing but walk a bit faster, dreading what would happen if his space shrank to nothing. The thought terrified him, to be swaddled into the mist, alone with his own mind. Could this be some kind of substitute for the night that should have fallen? He couldn't know, but merely hiked on almost at a run now. He was so eager to be out of the city, into free air, where, he thought confusedly, the mist couldn't close him in as easily. And suddenly he saw that he was getting out of the city. On both sides now were big gas stations, and then a shopping mall, signs of suburbia. He hurried on. And now another thought came to him. He had heard of men who got shot in the head and yet did not die, but survived as horrible vegetables, living on tubes and machines. Maybe that had happened to him. Maybe his body was even now in a hospital, invaded by heart-lung machines and metabolic supports, while his mind walked free. Maybe the apparent closing in of the world signified his return to his body to take up the life of an idiot. Oh, God! He invoked a purely verbal deity, then flinched, wondering if he had offended some unknown. Well, if he had missed killing himself, the obvious thing to do was to complete the job now, to kill himself dead right here. But how? There were no weapons to be had here. He surveyed the line of shops in the nearest mall. No gun shop, of course, no hardware store even, and no one manned those stores. Well, if he could spot a hardware, he could just walk in and pick up a knife. That would be messy and painful as well, but he thought he could do it. He passed another mall on his right. Still no hardware store, but there was bound to be one soon. He remembered them so clearly. He strode on, watching alertly until a sound behind him made him turn. On what was now clearly an interstate highway, a big truck was overtaking him at speed. He could throw himself in front of that. Surely it would finish him. People managed to kill themselves that way, he knew, and his body was agile and well-coordinated. He could try, yes. He scrambled off the shoulder of the road and crouched behind some bushes. The huge 12-wheeler bore down frighteningly fast. It was blue and white with a great glittering grille-work nose. He caught a flash of Leroy's transport over the windshield. Quickly. Now. He leaped out directly in its path. But even as he jumped, he knew he had done it too soon. There was a blare of brakes, and the monster swerved by him, bowling him over in its air blast. As he picked himself up, he saw the truck stopping. For some reason, he tottered futilely toward it. "What do you want to do, get killed?" The driver was climbing down from the cab, a shiny wrench in his hand. To Amory's relief, he was a short man, though brawny, with thinning red hair. As they neared each other, he repeated his query. "You trying to get dead?" "Yes," said Amory humbly. "I missed." "Oh, a jumper, huh? Well, you didn't miss. I missed you. You ought to be grateful. You jumpers never think what you could do to the rig, the driver. Never think at all." "I'm sorry," said Amory distractedly. He was noticing something. All around the truck and driver, the world seemed different. The landscape was brighter, more detailed, and the mist had receded to be barely visible. And there were ordinary noises again. A man shouted at the filling station ahead, and Amory could see live people there, not dark ghosts like in the lobby, but real men moving. And there was sunlight. Wonderful. "Are you Leroy?" he asked the driver slowly. "Yeah. That's my rig. You could have trashed it." "I really am sorry. I didn't think a human body could damage anything that big and hard." "Ah, you never think. I ought to turn you in." Amory was thinking fast. He had never known a truck driver. Leroy must be real, not another dead man like himself. If this was Leroy's world, it was very different from his. Preferable. Not to lose touch with him, that was it. "Please don't. My name is Amory. I'd like to ride with you a ways, to someplace cheerful. Could you take me?" "Against regulations, no riders." Amory found his wallet was still in his pocket and took it out. Inside were a couple of hundreds and his gold credit card. He fingered out the bills. "Would this help, Mr. Leroy? I could give you more if you'd stop by a bank, and you could always say you picked me up wandering crazy and are taking me to a hospital. The first part is true, but I don't want the hospital. What do you say?" Leroy didn't look at Amory's hand, but somehow his hand took the bills neatly. "I guess I could do that," he said slowly. "Great." For a moment, Amory felt an actual surge of cheer. "So, let's get going. If your, rig is all right." "Oh, she's okay. No thanks to you. Go on, get in." Amory went around the big nose, reached up and climbed in. All he knew about trucks was that they had many gears, and he had heard a bunk up back of the seat where the driver could nap. Sure enough, there was one here. It was empty. Seeing the fresh paint, the newness, he said, "This is a beautiful truck." You said she. Does she have a name? Leroy was stowing the wrench in a built-in toolbox. "Daisy," he said with a trace of shyness. "I call her Daisy because she's a daisy." "Beautiful. Where are you headed?" Leroy set the gears and put the giant motor into action. They rolled ponderously off the shoulder and picked up speed. "I have a load for Chicago," he said. "Do you plan to drive straight through? I'm afraid I'm not a qualified driver, so I could spell you." "Oh, hell no. On this run, I usually stop at Overlook. That's a big trucker's rest. Deluxe. They have everything there at Overlook. Stores, theater, yeah, bank. You could spend a week there." "Oh, good. I meant it about the bank. I need some money, too. I can get it with this type of card." In Leroy's world, it was clear the usual rules held. You paid for what you got. Good enough. He could use some reality. But Amory was becoming more and more cheered. Certainly a trucker's rest was well out of his own experience. He wondered,
Was it normal here for the dead to meet? Perhaps the recently dead? Mysterious. How long have you been here? He asked. Leroy's head snapped around at him, wearing a strange, hostile look. Amory regretted his question. Things were tenuous enough. What do you mean here? Oh, I misspoke myself. I mean here in this cab, driving. The little man relaxed again. 30 years come March. This rig, 1 year. It's the first one I've ever owned free and clear. I can see why you were so mad at me for nearly damaging it. Truly, I didn't think it was possible. They never do, Leroy said glumly. His eyes sought Amory's face again. Say, are you an investigator about that hassle back at the Pensy docks? What hassle? I never heard of the Pensy docks, Leroy. And I for sure am no investigator. I'm just what I look like. Leroy slowly seemed to believe him. I guess no specter would jump like that. Okay. But Amory had the idea now. There must have been some accident at those docks, and Leroy was killed. But he wasn't admitting it. He was simply denying that anything had happened to him, living in his ghost world. How could he be driving his truck? Well, his truck was as much a part of his persona, his self-image, as Amory's clothes were of his. And he had walked away from that library in his suit. These must be ghost clothes, though. He fingered his vest. They felt perfectly solid and had his wallet in the pocket. Just so, whatever had happened at the Pensy docks killed Leroy, he must have driven off in his ghost truck as easily as Amory had walked away in his suit. He must be careful not to disturb the little man's belief in the reality of all this, or he might collapse the world Amory found so reassuring. But there seemed no danger of that. He was sure that if he told Leroy he was dead, he would get only laughter. What do you mean I'm dead? And indeed, Amory thought, what do I mean? They were barreling on through the endless sunset, the big truck eating up the road. The road wasn't empty now, Amory saw. Occasional traffic met them or passed them, the drivers seeming notably well-behaved, perhaps a happy memory of Leroy's. Desultorily, they conversed, discussing makes of cars and the ways of drivers. Amory was charmed learning about trucks and trucking. If he ever got back to a computer, he thought, he had a couple of names of firms to look up. Nothing like first-hand reports from the consumer. It seemed incredible. It reminded him that he was dead and most unlikely to have a use for the information. The only hint of his state was that the gold sky did not fade. It was the beautiful time of the evening when neon and arc lights bloomed against the colored sky, and it remained that way. Leroy did not comment on the unnatural length of the day. As they neared a big triple overpass, the little man pointed ahead. There's Overlook, he said with satisfaction. On the upper level was a substantial group of buildings topped by a big sign, Overlook, Truckers Bar and Grill. Below it said, Beds and breakfast, all services, 24 hours, no private cars. It looked like a medieval castle on a hill, Amory thought. They pulled off the overpass into an enclave ending in a parking lot full of big trucks and trailers. On their left was a Kmart store. On the right, the 2-story bar and grill. All the roadways and turns were truck-sized. Leroy trundled Daisy into the parking lot and took a ticket from a cute girl in a uniform. Full tonight, Patty. Yes, sir, Mr. Leroy. Professional smile from Patty. They all know me, he confided to Amory with a grin, skillfully backing into a slot between two behemoths. As they walked out, Amory felt impressed and exhilarated by the sheer size of the great trucks lined up here. This really was something new to him. The bank's in here. Leroy was leading him into the Kmart. At this time of night? 24 hours, you'll see. Nothing closes at Overlook. Beyond the aisles of clothing and appliances in a back corner, Amory saw the grills and counters of a small bank branch. Not one Amory had an account with. He made another futile mental note, an enterprising outfit. After a brief, completely normal hassle with another cute girl, he got $5,000 on his gold bank card. While she was making her phone check, Amory wondered who or what was on the other end. Limbo Central?
Impossible to believe that all this and the 5 bills she presently handed him were substanceless figments of his memory. He pulled off 1,000 and pushed it at Leroy. "Just so you won't forget and pull out without me," he smiled. The little man protested, but finally allowed himself to be persuaded to put it in his dog-eared wallet. "I tell you where I'm not going tonight," he told Amory. "Not with this." "Where?" "To the blackjack table." "Oh, so there's a casino, too. I told you, everything." Looking up at Amory with a shy smile, he added primly, "Girls, too. Hostesses." "Oh, yes?" "Oh, yes. Man." Leroy slapped his cap on his leg. They came out into the golden light and crossed the roadway into the bar and grill. Convivial sounds rose. 2 or 3 voices called out to Leroy. He waved. The bar was a cheerful, heavily wood-trimmed big room with an oak bar and booths, just beginning to be full. All the guests were clearly truckers, mostly huge mountains of men like their vehicles. Amory felt like an interloper in his dark 3-piece suit among Leroy's friends. Among Leroy's imaginary friends, he corrected himself. For God's sake, not to forget that he was a ghost living in another ghost's memories. But it was all so real, so persuasive, the solidity, the detail of Leroy's mental world. The big TV was showing what was evidently a sports cable. Music was also coming from a side room where dancing seemed to be going on. Leroy made straight for the bar. Amory followed. "Yo, Leroy," said the bartender, a husky individual with curly black hair. "Too light," said Leroy, smacking his cap on the bar. Amory had felt no thirst or hunger, indeed no physical needs, but the beers looked tempting. He tasted his and found it flavorful. Some of Leroy's zest must be spilling onto him. He drank more. A woman came from the dance room and circulated professionally through the bar. Finding no takers, she went away. "Dot here tonight?" Leroy inquired of the barkeep. "Oh, yeah, sure." "Wait till you see her," Leroy told Amory. "Oh, hey, there she is now." A tall, well-built young brunette was coming in. "Hey, Dottie, over here." "Hey, my man." Dot undulated toward them, looking curiously at Amory. "Friend of yours, hon?" "Yeah, he's with me. He's no trucker, though, so I see." She smiled at Amory, her eyes nearly level with his. "Find him a nice girl, will you?" "Oh, no," protested Amory. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm still a little shook up." Have sex with a ghost or whatever? No way, he thought. "Okay," said Leroy. To Dot he explained. "He had a near miss out on 91. "Oh, well, mister, a nice girl would just fix you up." Amory's protests finally ended the matter. Dot had a beer, and Leroy downed another, showing signs of impatience. Amory noticed that there was a staircase up off beyond the bar. "Room's up there," said Leroy. "Real nice. Hey, Giorgio, give us a key, will you?" He pulled out 100 and got back 25 and change. Amory saw Dot and the barkeep exchange nods. "Come on, hon." He boosted Dot away from the bar. "What I like," Dot laughed at Amory, "is these long engagements." "See you." With that, Leroy hustled Dottie to the staircase, seeming undisturbed by the slightly ludicrous figure he cut with the woman. She was a good head taller than he. Like his big truck, Amory thought. As they left him, he felt a pang of loss. The lights seemed to dim down a bit as the couple ascended into the shadows above, and a kind of slowness came over the scene, though the noise of the room stayed the same. It was as if Leroy's world was weakening behind him as he left the scene. Would it vanish if he removed himself too far? Panicked, Amory saw that the bartender had turned static, pouring a shot, yet the liquid didn't overflow. In a surge of fear, Amory ran to the staircase and called up, Hey, Leroy!" They didn't hear him. He was about to call again louder when a voice spoke almost in his ear. "Are you out of your senses, man? Let the poor ghost have his privacy." Amory whirled. The man who had spoken to him was sitting at the bar alone. Amory had noticed his sharp black eyes. But, Amory said, utterly confused by his need. "Who are you?" "Don't you recognize me?" the man asked. "You called me in yourself." "Called you in?" The man gestured to Amory to take the seat beside him. Amory saw he had a very white face in which his eyes burned like black embers, and felt a thrill of fear. When he was seated, the man said neutrally, "I am Death. To be more accurate, his delegate." In spite of Amory's fascinated horror, he felt a prick of satisfaction. At last, some explanations were about to begin. The man who called himself Death's delegate was unremarkable, save for his eyes, and clad in a suit no darker than Amory's own. This was no ghost, no figment. What was he? Before Amory could speak, he went on, "Now you can do something for me." Another woman was turning through the room, a cute little blonde moving as slowly as a zombie. Hers was the only movement in the room now, but still the noise of an active bar went on rising up the stairs. The blonde bent toward Amory, her open mouth making a kind of low moaning, like a slowed-down tape. "What?" said Amory distractedly. "Look, without him everything goes wrong. It's grotesque, horrible. That bothers you?" "Of course." The man raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At once the lights came back bright and everything speeded up to normal tempo. The blonde whirled away laughing. "Better?" "Oh, yes, thank you." The man looked him over. There was something clinical in his gaze. "Do you understand all this?" Amory asked. "Yes." "Then where are we?" "In the country of the dead, one of them." "And all this is just memory, right? Someone's memories?" "Right." "Then why were my memories so weak and foggy?" "Because death touched you while you were still alive." Amory thought this over. It sounded like what he had felt back then, the touch of death, yes. "Why?" The man didn't answer him directly. Instead, he said, "We are of a kind. I smelled it as soon as you came near. You will, too." Amory thought some more. "But this is death?" "Yes." "It isn't like what I believed. I believed I'd simply stop. Nothingness. Zero. That's the one belief that's not fulfilled." "Why not? I mean, it's logical. Where does a candle flame go when you blow the candle out?" "Perhaps the spark of consciousness, once ignited, is not so easy to put out." "No. It should be easy." Amory summoned a lifetime of quiet but impassioned argument. "Look, consciousness is one of the last developments, the last, so it should be fragile. It is, too. Look at the effect of a few drinks, a tap on the head. Gone. Poof." "Perhaps," the pale man said noncommittally. "You say it's the one belief that's not fulfilled," Amory said thoughtfully. "You mean you fulfill all the others? If I'd believed in the usual stuff, pearly gates, St. Peter, judgment, heaven and hell, I'd have found that?" "Yes, or any other faith." "What if I'd believed I was going straight to hell?" "You'd have got that, if you really believed it." "But that's terrible. Hell, for how long? Forever? And when does this end? What happens?" Death's delegate looked down at his hands. "I said this was just one of Death's kingdoms. For a special type. The unbelievers, do you see?" "That's me." "Exactly. But, as I also said, you're special, too." Abruptly, his tone changed. "Would you come outside with me for a moment? There's something I want to show you." Casting a perfunctory look upstairs, where there was no sign of Leroy, Amory followed the pale man out. Outside, the golden daylight still held. 2 big semis were rolling in. His new acquaintance halted near the entrance. "Look at the sky over there where it's dark. Can you see a kind of light on the clouds?" Amory squinted and made out a patch of pale luminescence, like a reflection of a light below. As he gazed, it seemed to shift a little, as if whatever was reflected was moving internally. "Do you think you could drive over there to the light?" "Sure. If the road leads there. What is it, a town?" "All roads lead there." "No, it's the main arrival point for this area. I should be there now, but I'm making a swing around to catch the incomers I missed." He made a gesture to Amory to follow him around the corners of the building. "The numbers keep increasing, you see. The old policy was to meet everyone individually, but He opened his hands in a helpless gesture. "Now we can cope only with the active questioners. You'll soon get to sense them. They stand out. People like your friend don't call for attention. They're satisfied. Maybe after a while he'll start to need help, but not soon. Anyway, there's where I need your help." "My help? What do you mean?" "Oh, just to drive around until you sense somebody who needs attention. Then you stop and talk with him. The ones who seem satisfied you don't need to bother with." "You mean you're trying to delegate your job to me?" Amory demanded incredulously. "Oh, only a portion of it, I assure you. There's plenty for me, too. Ah, here's my car." They'd come to a small parking line for ordinary autos. He was pointing at a dark maroon BMW much like Amory's own and getting out his keys. "As I said, we're alike. Here." Before Amory could resist, he found the keys thrust into his hand. "I'm giving it to you." "Why? What's all this about? I don't want it." "Yes, you do. You'll feel more comfortable, at first anyway. And it's nothing. Here one gets such things by simply wishing, in the right way." "Huh? You mean I'll get anything I wish for?" "Yes, virtually anything, except living people. Try." "Try wishing for something?" "Yes." As Amory stood nonplussed, to his surprise he found that he had a wish. For a dog he'd owned in his youth, a black Labrador. He wished for it, finding it awkward to phrase. At the last moment he remembered to ask for Dory, as he'd been early on, not the old dog he had become. Nothing happened. And then, suddenly, a black shadow that was a dog came bursting around the corner, stopping to pee as Dory always had, then galloping toward Amory. Despite his conviction that the thing was a phantasm, a figment, as the dog approached, so real, so living, Amory couldn't help holding out his hand to him, and then going down on one knee to receive the Labrador's familiar, enthusiastic greeting. Strangely, he felt a sense of comfort. The man beside him smiled. "Nice dog." "Yeah." Amory got up and dusted off his knee. "Sit, Dory." Dory did. "You see?" Death's delegate was taking off his dark jacket. He looked away oddly for a moment, as if concentrating. A moment later, long, dark wings extended themselves from his shoulders and spread wide. "Well, you'll be all right now," he said to Amory. "Wait," Amory cried. "What do I tell them? You haven't told me a thing." The wings seemed to enlarge. "I've told you all I know," the man said. "That's all the one who recruited me told me." He gave an experimental wing flap. "I specified that these should be easy to work," he confided to Amory. But... Beside him, the Labrador gave a low growl in his throat and raised his hackles at the winged man. "Leroy," Amory said helplessly. "My friend. He'll be all right." Death's delegate flapped again and rose a little in the air. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said. "Remember this. Death is not mocked." With a great sweep of his new black wings, the man lofted over the near roof and went soaring out of sight in the sunset. Amory stood looking after him dumbfounded, the car keys in his hand. Dory was looking up at him expectantly, but he couldn't go back in the bar with his dog, and he didn't want to wish him out of existence. What to do? Should he start out on this crazy business he'd been dragooned into? That seemed to be what the man expected, and he acted as if he had some kind of authority here. Or did he? "The one who recruited me," he'd said. Did that mean he was just another ghost who'd been hustled into being a reception committee? And what did that make Amory? Death's delegate's delegate? Or were there more behind that? This could be a whole chain of delegations with nobody knowing anything. And what did that mean? Death is not mocked. It sounded ominous. Maybe some kind of warning to take this seriously. Dory gave a little whine. Amory remembered that the dog loved riding in cars. Amory looked up at the dark sky again. The light patch was still visible, and the road seemed to run straight toward it. He might as well try. He'd nothing to lose. He opened the door. "Up and in, old boy." Dory jumped in eagerly and settled himself in the passenger seat. The car smelled new, and he liked BMWs. The motor started, purring out its happy song of good engineering. The man had said he'd spot people in need of help. How? Maybe he should lower the window to let vibrations or whatever in. And what would he tell them? Anything he liked, it seemed. But that caution against mockery might refer to this, not to tell too fantastic a tale. At least I'm not bored, he thought. As he thought it, a dire premonition hit him. Even this job could get boring with time and repetition. He checked himself hurriedly. Not to think that way, not to believe it. What you believe is what you get here. Determinedly, he pushed the thought away and eased the car into gear. Rolling out to the highway, an old quotation came to him. He twisted it around. In midst of death, I am alive. He gave a snort of laughter. Dory barked, startling him. He had forgotten that habit the dog had of barking when anyone laughed. Did that mean that Dory was at least a little real? That he, too, was a spark of consciousness? He hoped so. And what would happen if he wished for Dory to be real? A big sign in the sky saying, "Tilt." Better not try. He headed down the highway to encounter the existential unknown. Surviving. Judith Moffett. Judith Moffett is a professor of English at the University of Pennsylvania. She had written several books of poetry and criticism, but Surviving, which evokes memories of Tarzan but turns into something quite different, was her first published SF story. It received several award nominations and was followed by a well-received novel, Pantera. For nearly 18 years, I've been keeping a secret to honor the memory of someone, now pretty certainly dead, who didn't want it told. Yet over those years, I've come gradually to feel uncomfortable with the idea of dying without recording what I know, to believe that science would be pointlessly cheated thereby, and Sally, too. And just lately, but with a growing urgency, I've also felt the need to write an account of my own actions into the record. Yet it's difficult to begin. The events I intend to set down have never, since they happened, been out of my mind for a day. Nevertheless, the prospect of re-experiencing them is painful, and my silence the harder to break on that account. I'll start, I guess, with the afternoon. An exuberant colleague I scarcely knew at the time spotted me through the glass door and barged into the psychology department office, calling, "Hey, Jan, you're the expert on the chimp child. Wait till you hear this. You're not going to believe it." People were always dashing to inform me of some item, mostly inconsequential, relating to this subject. I glanced across at John from the wall of mailboxes, hands full of memos and late papers, one eyebrow probably raised. "What now?" "We've hired her." And when I continued to look blank, "No kidding. I was just at a curriculum committee meeting in the dean's office, and Raymond Licorice in biology was there, and he told me. They've definitely given Sally Barnes a tenure-track appointment to replace that old guy who's retiring this year. What's his name? Ferman. The virus man. Raymond said Barnes's PhD research was something on viruses and the origin of life on Earth, and her published work is all first-rate, and she did well in the interview. He wasn't there, so he didn't meet her, but they were all talking about it afterward, and she seems eager to leave England. So the department made her an offer, and she accepted. She'll be here in September, I swear to God." By this point, I'm sure I was showing all the incredulous excitement and delight a bearer of happy tidings could possibly have wished. And no wonder. I wrote my dissertation on Sally Barnes. I went into psychology chiefly because of the intense interest her story held for me. In fact, the chimp child had been a kind of obsession of mine, part hobby, part mania, for a long time. I was a college freshman, my years of Tarzan games in the woods less far behind me than you might suppose, in 1990, when poachers hauled the screeching, scratching, biting, terrified white girl into a Tanzanian village and told its headman they would be back to collect the reward. Electrified, I followed the breaking story from day to day. The girl was quickly and positively identified as Sally, the younger daughter of Martin and Hilary Barnes, Anglican missionary teachers at a secondary school in the small Central African Republic of Malawi, who had been killed when the light plane in which they and she were traveling from Kigoma had crashed in the jungle. A helicopter rescue crew found only the pilot's body in the burned-out fuselage. Scavengers may have dragged the others away and scattered the bones. Improbable survivors of the crash may have tried to walk out. The plane had come down in the mountains, something less than 150 kilometers east of Lake Tanganyika, and starved or been killed by anything from leopards to thieves to fever. However it was, nothing had been heard or seen of the Barnes family after that day in 1981. It was assumed that one way or another all three had died in the bush. No close living relatives remained in England. An older daughter, left at home that weekend with an attack of malaria, had been sent to an Anglican school for the children of missionaries, somewhere in the Midlands. There was no one but the church to assume responsibility for her sister, the wild girl, either. The bureaucracies of 2 African nations and the Church of England hummed, and after a day or two Sally was removed to the Malosa school in southern Malawi, where the whole of her life before the accident had been lived. She could neither speak nor understand English, seemed stunned, and masturbated constantly. She showed no recognition of the school, its grounds or buildings, or the people there who had been friendly with her as a small child. But when they had cleaned her up and cropped her matted hair, they recognized that child in her. Pictures of Sally at her 4th birthday party, printed side by side in the papers with new ones of the undersized 13-year-old she had become, were conclusive. Hers was one of those faces that looks essentially the same at 6 and 60. But if the 2 faces obviously belonged to the same person, there was a harrowing difference. A long time later, Sally told me, gazing sadly at this likeness of herself. Shock. It was nothing but shock, nothing more beastly. On top of everything else, getting captured must have uncovered my memories of the plane crash. Violence, noise, confusion, my parents screaming, then not answering me. I mean, when the poachers started shooting and panicked everybody, and then killed the old man and flung that net over me, I fought and struggled, of course, but in the end I sort of went blank. Like the accident, but in reverse. Birth trauma number 3. We were sitting cross-legged on the floor before the fireplace in my living room, naked under blankets like Mohicans. I could imagine the scene vividly, had in fact imagined it over and over. The brown child blindly running in the green world, the net spreading, dropping in slow motion, the child pitching with a crash into wet vegetation. Helplessness, claustrophobia, uttermost bowel-emptying terror, the hysterical shrieks, the rough handling. Sally patted my thigh, flushed from the fire's heat, then let her hand stay where it was. No point looking like that. What if they hadn't found me then? At University College, you know. They all think it was only just in time. And having read my book, you know, I think so too. We smiled. I must have pressed my palm flat to her hot, taut belly, or slipped my hand behind her knee, or cupped her breast. Some such automatic response. The wonder is that after that double trauma they were able to get you back at all. You had to have been an awfully resilient, tough kid as well as awfully bright. A survivor in every sense. Or you'd have died of shock and grief after the plane crashed. Or of shock and grief when the poachers picked you up. Or of grief and despair in England from all that testing and training, like spending your adolescence in a pressure cooker. I can remember nuzzling her shoulder, how my ear grazed the rough blanket. You're a survivor, Sal. In the firelight, Sally smiled wanly. Up to a point. Any standard psych text published after 2003 will describe Sally Barnes as the only feral child in history to whom, before her final disappearance, full functional humanity had been restored. From the age of 4.5 until just past her 13th birthday, Sally acted as a member of a troop of chimpanzees in the Tanzanian rainforest. From 16 or 17 onwards, she was a young Englishwoman, a person. What sort of person? The books are vague on this point. Psychologists, naturally enough, were wild to know. Sally herself, who rather thought she did know, was wild to prevent them from turning her inside out all her life in the interest of science. I was, and am, a psychologist and a partisan, but professional integrity is one thing and obsession is quite another, and if I choose finally to set the record straight, it's not because I respect Sally's own choice any less. From the very first, of course, I'd been madly infatuated with the idea of Sally, in whose imagined consciousness, that of a human girl accepted by wild creatures as one of themselves, I badly wished to see, myself. The extreme harshness of such a life as hers had been, with its parasites, cold rains, bullying of the weak by the strong, and so forth, got neatly edited out of this hyper-romantic conception. Yet the myth had amazing force. I don't know how many times I read the Jungle Books and the best of the Tarzan novels between the ages of 8 and 15, while my mother hovered uneasily in the background, dropping hints about eye makeup and stylish clothes. Pah. So that later, when a real ape child emerged from a real jungle and the Sunday supplements and popular scientific magazines were full of her story, for me it was an enthralling and fabulous thing, one that made it possible to finish growing up at graduate school inside the myth. A myth not dispelled but amplified, enhanced by scientific scrutiny. The more one looked at what had happened to Sally, the more wonderful it seemed. Her remarkable progress had been minutely documented, and I had read every document and published half a dozen of my own, including my dissertation. It was established that she had talked early and could even read fairly well before the accident, and that her early family history had been a happy, stable one. All we experts were agreed that these crucial factors explained how Sally, alone among feral children, had been able to develop or reacquire normal language skills in later life. She was, therefore, fortunate in her precocity. Fortunate, too, in her foster society of fellow primates. Almost certainly, she could not have recovered so completely from 8 years of life as a wolf or a gazelle. Unlike Helen Keller, she had never been sensually deprived. Unlike Caspar Hauser, also sensually deprived, she had not been isolated from social relations. Wild chimpanzees provide one another with plenty of those. Unlike the wolf girls of India, she had learned language before her period of abstention from the use of it. And, like Helen Keller, Sally had a very considerable native intelligence to assist her. It may seem odd that despite frequent trips to England, I had never tried to arrange a meeting with the subject of all this fascinated inquiry, but in some way my fixation made me shy, and I would end each visit by deciding that another year would do as well or better. That Sally might come to America, and to my own university, and to stay, was a wholly unlooked-for development. Now that chance had arranged it, however, shyness seemed absurd. Not only would we meet, we would become friends. Everyone would expect us to, and nothing seemed more natural. My grandfather used to claim with a forgiving chuckle that his wedding night had been the biggest disappointment of his life. I thought bleakly of him the September evening of the annual cocktail party given by the Dean of Arts and Sciences so that the standing faculty could make the acquaintance of their newly hired colleagues. A lot of people knew about Sally Barnes, of course, and among psychologists she was really famous, a prodigy. Everybody wanted to meet her, and more than a few wanted to be there when I met her, to witness the encounter. I was exasperated with myself for being so nervous, as well as annoyed that the meeting would occur under circumstances so public, but when the moment arrived and I was actually being introduced to Sally, the dean had stationed himself beside her to handle the crush and did the honors himself. These feelings all proved maddeningly beside the point. There she stood, the chimp child of all my theories and fantasies, a small, utterly ordinary-seeming and sounding young woman who touched my hand with purely mechanical courtesy. The plain black dress did less than nothing for her plain, pale face and reddish hair. History's only rehabilitated feral child was a person you wouldn't look at twice in the street, or even once. That in itself meant nothing, but her expression, too, was indifferent and blank, and she spoke without any warmth at all, in an educated English voice pitched rather high. "How do you do? A pleasure to meet you." There she actually stood, saying her canned phrase to me, sipping from her clear plastic container of white wine, giving away nothing at all. I stared at the pale, round, unfamiliar face whose shape and features I knew so well, unable to believe in it or let go of the hand that felt so hard in mine. The room had gradually grown deafening. Bright, curious eyes had gathered round us. The moment felt utterly weird and wrong. Dean Eccles, perhaps supposing his difficult charge had failed to catch my name, chirped helpfully. "Of course, Janet is the author of that fascinating book about you," and beamed at Sally as if to say, "There now, you lucky girl." Only a flicker of eyelids betrayed her. "Oh, I see," she said, but her hand pulled out of mine with a little yank as she spoke, and she looked pointedly past me toward the next person in the receiving line, a snub so obvious that even the poor Dean couldn't help but notice. Flustered, he started to introduce the elderly English professor Sally's attention had been transferred to. We had hardly exchanged a dozen words. Suddenly, I simply had to salvage something from the wreck of the occasion. "Look, could I call you in a week or two? Maybe we could get together for lunch or a drink or something after you're settled in." I'm afraid I'll be rather busy for quite some time," said the cool voice, not exactly to me. "Possibly I might ring you if I happen to be free for an hour one afternoon." Then she was speaking to the old gentleman, and I had been eased out of the circle of shoulders, and that was that. I went home thoroughly despondent and threw myself on the sofa. An hour or so later the phone rang. John, who had witnessed the whole humiliating thing. "Listen, she acted that way with everybody. I watched her for an hour. Then I went through the line, and she acted like that with me. She was probably jet-lagged or hates being on display. She was just pretending to drink that wine, by the way, sip, 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 but the level never went down the whole time I was watching. You shouldn't take it personally, Jan. I doubt she had any idea who you were in that mob of freak show tourists." "Oh, she knew who I was, all right, but that doesn't make you wrong." "Okay, thanks. I just wish the entire department hadn't been standing around with their tongues hanging out, waiting to see us fall weeping on each other's necks." Realizing I wasn't sure which I minded more, the rejection or its having been witnessed in that way, made me feel less tragic. I said good night to John, then went and pulled down the foldable attic stairs, put on the light, and scrounged among cartons till I found the scrapbook. This I brought downstairs and brooded over, soothed by a glass of rosé. The scrapbook was fat. The chimp child had been an international sensation when first reclaimed from the wild, and for years thereafter picture essays and articles had regularly appeared where I could clip or copy them. I had collected dozens of photographs of Sally, arriving at Heathrow, a small, oddly garbed figure, face averted, clinging to a uniformed attendant. Dressed like an English schoolgirl at 15, in blazer and tie, working at a table with the team of psychologists at University College, London. On holiday with the superb teacher Carol Cheswick, who had earned a place for herself in the educator's pantheon beside Jean-Marc Guittard and Annie Sullivan by virtue of her brilliant achievements with Sally. Greeting Jane Goodall, very old and frail, on one of Goodall's last visits to England. In her rooms at Newnham College, Cambridge, an average-looking undergraduate. The Newnham pictures were not very good, or so I had always thought. Only now that I'd seen her in person, I turned back to the yellow newspaper clipping, nearly 20 years old, of a wild thing with matted, sawed-off hair. And now, for the first time, the blank face beneath struck me as queerly like this undergraduate's, and like the face I had just been trying to talk to at the party. The expressive adolescent's face brought into being sometime during the 90s. What had become of it? Who was Sally Barnes, after all? That precocious, verbally gifted little girl. I closed the cover, baffled. Whoever she was, she had long since passed the stage of being studied without her consent. Yet I wanted so badly to know her. As fall wore on to winter, I would often see her on campus, walking briskly, buttoned up in her silver coat with a long black scarf wrapped round her, appearing to take no notice of whatever leaves or slush or plain brickwork happened to be underfoot, or of the milling, noisy students. She always carried reading equipment and a black shoulder bag. Invariably, she would be alone. I doubt that I can convey more than a dim impression of the bewilderment and frustration with which the sight of her affected me throughout those slow, cold months. I knew every detail of the special education of Sally Barnes, the dedication of her teachers, her own eagerness to learn, and there had been nothing at all to suggest that once restored to human status, she would become ordinary. Nothing to foreshadow this standoffish dullness. Of course it was understandable that she would not wish to be quizzed constantly about her life in the wild. Rumor got round of several instances when somebody unintimidated by her manner had put some question to her and been served with a snappish, "Sorry, I don't talk about that." But was it credible that the child whom this unique experience had befallen had been, as her every word and action now implied, a particularly unfriendly, unoriginal, bad-tempered child who thereafter had scuttled straight back to sour conventionality as fast as ever she could? I simply did not believe it. She had to be deceiving us deliberately. But I couldn't imagine why, nor entirely trust my own intuition. I wanted far too badly to believe that no human being who had been a wild animal for a time and then become human again could possibly really be the sort of human Sally seemed to be. And yet why not? I would argue with myself. Why doubt that a person who had fought so hard for her humanity might desire above all else the life of an ordinary human? But is it ordinary to be so antisocial? I would argue back. Of course, she never got in touch with me. A couple of weeks after the party, I nerved myself up enough to call her office and suggest meeting for lunch. The brusqueness of that refusal took some getting over. I let a month go by before trying again. "I'm sorry," she said, "but what was it you wanted to discuss? Perhaps we could take care of it over the phone." The idea wasn't to discuss anything particularly. I only thought, new people sometimes find it hard to make their way here at first. It's not a very friendly university. And then, naturally, I'd like to, well, just talk. Get acquainted. Get to know you a bit. Thanks, but I'm tremendously busy, and in any event, there's very little I could say. And then, after a pause, "Someone's come to the door. Thanks for ringing." It was no good. She would have nothing to do with me. Beyond speaking when we met on campus, I could and did force her to take that much notice of me. Where was she living? I looked it up, an address in the suburbs not awfully far from mine. Once I pedaled past the building, a shabby, older high-rise, but there was no way of telling which of the hundreds of windows might be hers. I put John up to questioning his committee acquaintance in biology, learning in this way that Sally had coolly repulsed every social overture from people in her department, without exception, that student gossip styled her a Britishly reserved but better than competent lecturer, that she was hard at work in the lab on some project she never discussed with anybody. Not surprisingly, her fellow biologists had soon lost interest. She had speedily trained us all to leave her alone. The psych department lost interest also, not without a certain tiresome belaboring of me, jokes about making silk purses out of chimps' ears and ugly chimplings and the like. John overheard a sample of this feeble mailbox badinage one day and retorted with some heat, "Hey, Janet only said she's human in that book. If education made you nice and personable, I know lots of people around here besides Sally Barnes who could stand to go back to school." But John, embroiled in a romance with a first-year graduate student, now found Sally a dull subject himself. Besides, what he had said was true. My thesis had not been invalidated, nor Carol Cheswick and the team at University College overrated. It was simply the case, in fact, that within 6 months of her arrival, Sally, billed in advance as an exotic ornament to the university, had compelled us all to take her for neither more nor less than the first-rate young microbiologist she had come among us to be. My personal disappointment grew by degrees less bitter, but still I would see the silver coat and subduedly fashionable boots, all points and plastic, moving away across the quad and think, "Lady, had it been given unto me to be the chimp child, by God, I'd have made a better job of it than you do." Spring came. Between the faculty club and the library, the campus forsythia erupted along its straggling branches. The azaleas flowered as usual a week earlier in the city than in my garden 15 miles away. Ridley Creek, in the nearby state park, roared with rains and snowmelt and swarmed with stocked trout and bulky anglers, and cardinals and titmice, visible all winter at the feeders, abruptly began to sing. Every winter, I used to lose interest in the park between the 1st of February and the middle of March. Every spring rekindled my sense of the luck and privilege of having it so near. During the first weeks of trout season, the trails, never heavily used, were virtually deserted, and any sunny day my presence was not required in town, I would stuff a sandwich, a pocket reader, and a blanket into a day pack and pedal to the park. Generally, I stayed close to the trails, but would sometimes tough my way through some brambly thicket of blackberry or raspberry canes, bright with small new chartreuse-colored leaves, to find a private spot where I could take off my shirt in safety. Searching for this sort of retreat in a tract of large beech trees one afternoon in April, I came carefully and painfully through a tangle of briars to be thunderstruck by the sight of young Professor Barnes where she seemed at once least and most likely to be, 10 meters up in one of the old beeches. She was perfectly naked. She sat poised on a little branch. One shoulder sat against the smooth gray bole of the bare tree, one foot dangling. The opposite knee cocked on the branch, the whole posture graced by a naturalness that smote me with envy in the surreal second or two before she caught sight of me. She was rubbing herself, and seemed to be crying. One after another, like blows, these impressions whammed home in the instant of my emerging. The next instant, Sally's face contorted with rage. She screamed, snapped off, and threw a piece of dead branch at me, and hit me, too, in the breastbone, and was down the tree and running almost faster than I could take in what had happened, what was still happening. While part of my brain noted with satisfaction, she didn't hear me coming. A different part galvanized my frenzied shouting. "No, Sally, for God's sake, stop. Stop. Come back here. I won't tell anybody. I won't, I swear. Sally!" Unable to move, to chase her, I could only go on yelling in this semi-hysterical vein. I felt that if she got away now, I would not be able to bear it. I'd have been heard all over that side of the park if there had been anybody to hear, outside the zone of noise created by the creek. It was the racket I was making, in fact, that made her come pelting back, that and the afterthought that all her clothes were back there under the tree, and realizing I had recognized her. "All right, I'm not going anywhere now. Shut up," she called in a low, furious voice crashing through the undergrowth. She stomped right up to me barefoot and looked me in the eye. "God damn it to hell. What will you take to keep your mouth shut?" Did she mean right now? But I had stopped shouting. My heart went right on lurching about like a tethered frog, though, and the next moment the view got brighter and began to drift off to the right. I sat down abruptly on something damp. "I was scared witless you wouldn't come back. Wait a second, let me catch my breath. You're the one who read that book." "Morgan," she said between her teeth. "God damn it to hell." In a minute she sat down, too, first pushing aside the prickly stems unthinking. The neutral face that gave away nothing had vanished. Sally Barnes, angry and frightened, looked exactly as I had wished to see her look. Incredibly, after so much fruitless fantasy, here we were in the woods together. Here she sat, scratching a bare breast with no more special regard than if it had been a nose or a shoulder. It was pretty overwhelming. I couldn't seem to pull myself together. Sally's skin had turned much darker than mine already, all over. Plainly, this was not her first visit to the bare-branched woods. Her breasts were smallish, her 3 tufts of body hair reddish, and all her muscles large and smooth and well-molded as a gymnast's. I said what came into my head. "I was a fairly good tree climber as a kid, but I could never have gotten up one with a trunk as thick as that, and those high, skinny branches. Do you think if I built my arms and shoulders up, lifted weights or something? I mean, would you teach me? Or maybe I'm too old," I said. "My legs aren't in such bad shape. I run a few kilometers 3 times a week, but the top half of my body is a flabby mess." "Don't play stupid games," Sally burst out furiously. "You had to come blundering in here today. You're the worst luck I ever had. I'm asking again, will you take money not to tell anyone you saw me? Or is there something else you want? If I can get it, you can have it, only you've got to keep quiet about seeing me out here like this." "That's a rotten way to talk to people," I said, furious myself. "I was blundering around in these woods for years before you ever set foot in them. And I'm sorry if you don't like my book, or is it just me you don't like? Or just psychologists? If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even be one." My voice wobbled up and down. I'd been angry with Sally for 7 months. "Don't worry, I won't say anything. You don't need to bribe me." "Yes, but you will, you see.
Sooner or later you'll be at some dinner party and someone will ask what the chimp child is like really. I looked slantwise at her. This had already happened a couple of times, and you won't be able to resist. There I was, walking along, minding my own business, and whoever do you think I saw, stark naked and gone right up a tree like a monkey? Christ, Sally said through her teeth, I could throttle you. Everything's spoilt. She got up hastily. I could feel how badly she wanted to clobber me again. But I was finally beginning to be able to think and to call upon my expertise. Well, then, make me want not to tell. Make it a question of self-interest. I don't want money, but I wasn't kidding. I'd absolutely love to be able to get around in a forest like a chimp does. Teach me to climb like one, like you do. If the story gets out, the deal's off. Couldn't you agree to that? Sally's look meant, what kind of idiot do you take me for? Quickly, I said, I know it sounds crazy, but all through my childhood and most of my adolescence, too, for whatever wacky reason, I wanted, in the worst way, to be Tarzan. And for the past 20 years, I've gone on wanting even more to be you. I don't know why, it's irrational. One of those passions people develop for doing various weird things, being fans or collecting stamps, or... I used to know a former world champion flycaster who'd actually gone fishing only a couple of times in his life. I drew a deep breath, held it, let it out in a burst of words. Look, even if I don't understand it, I know that directly behind the chimp child in the human family, and the whole rest of my career for that matter, is this 10-year-old kid who'd give anything to be Tarzan swinging through the trees with the great apes. I can promise that, so long as you were coaching me, you'd be safe. I'll never get a better chance to act out part of that fantasy, and it would be worth just everything, one hell of a lot more than keeping people entertained at some dinner party, I'll tell you that. You don't want to be me, said Sally in a flat voice. I was right the first time. It's a stupid game you're playing at. She looked at me distastefully, but I could see that at any rate she believed me now. The ground was awfully damp. I got up, starting to feel vastly better. Beech limbs webbed the sky. Strong sunshine and birdsong poured through the web. It was all I could do suddenly, not to howl and dance among the trees. I could see she was going to say yes. Sally set conditions, all of which I accepted promptly. I was not to ask snoopy professional questions, or do any non-essential talking. At school, we were to go on as before, never revealing by so much as a look or gesture that an association existed between us. I was not to tell anybody. Sally could not, in fact, prevent my telling people, but I discovered that I hadn't any desire to tell. My close friends, none of whom lived within 150 kilometers of the city, could guess I was concealing a relationship, but figured I would talk about it when I got ready. They tended to suppose a married man reason enough for secrecy. Sally and I both taught our classes, and Sally had her work in the lab, and I my private patients. Once in midweek and once each weekend, we met in the beech grove, and so the lessons got underway. I acquired some light weights and began a program of exercise to strengthen my arms, shoulders, chest, and back, but the best way to build up the essential muscles was to climb a lot of trees. Before long, the calluses at the base of each finger, which I had carried throughout my childhood, had been recreated, and I remembered then the hardness of Sally's palm when I'd shaken hands with her at the cocktail party in September. Seeing how steadily my agility and toughness increased, Sally was impressed and, in spite of herself, gratified. She was also nervous. She'd had no intention of letting herself enjoy this companionship that had been forced upon her. It was a queer sort of blackmail. I went along patiently, working hard and trying to make my company too enjoyable to resist, and in this way the spring semester ended. Sally was to teach summer school, I to prepare some articles for publication and continue to see my patients through the summer. By June, all the trout had been hooked and the beech woods had grown risky. We found more inaccessible places on the riding trail side of the park where I could be put through my training exercise routines. By the 4th of July, my right biceps measured 37 centimeters, and Sally had finally begun to relax in my presence, even to trust me. That we shortly became lovers should probably surprise nobody. All the reports described the pre-accident Sally as an affectionate child, and her family as a loving one.
From my reading, I knew that in moments of anxiety or fear, chimps reassure one another by touching, and that in placid ones they reaffirm the social bond by reciprocal grooming. Yet for a decade, ever since Carol Cheswick died and she'd gone up to Cambridge, Sally had protected herself strictly against personal involvements, at the cost of denying herself all emotional and physical closeness. Cheswick, a plump, middle-aged, motherly person, had hugged and cuddled Sally throughout their years together, but after Cheswick's death, sick of the pokings and peerings of psychologists and of the curious public, resentful and guilty about the secret life she had felt compelled to create for herself, Sally had simply done without. Now she had me. Except for the very beginning in London, there had always been a secret life. She abruptly started to talk about it late one horribly hot afternoon at the end of a workout. We had dropped out of the best new training tree, a century-old white oak, then shaken out a ragged army blanket, sat on it cross-legged, and passed a plastic canteen and a bunch of seedless grapes between us. I felt sticky and spent, but elated. Sally looked me over critically. "You're filling out quite well. It's hard to believe these are the same scrawny shoulders." She kneaded the nearer shoulder with her hard hand, while I carefully concealed my intense awareness that, except to correct an error, she had never touched me anywhere before. The hand slipped down, gripped my upper arm. When I made a muscle, the backs of her brown fingers brushed my pale tan breast. Our eyes met, and I said lightly, "I owe it all to you, Coach," but went warmer still with pleasure and the rightness of these gestures, which had the feeling of a course correction. Sally plucked several grapes and popped them in her mouth, looking out over the creek valley while she chewed. After a bit she said, "They let me go all to pot in London. All anybody cared about was guiding me out of the wilderness of ignorance, grafting my life at 13 back onto the stump of my life at 4, and then making up for the lost years how they could. The lost years. Mind you, they had their hands full. They all worked like navvies, and so did I. But I'd got absolutely consumptive with longing for the bush before they brought Carol in, and she noticed and made them let me out for a fortnight's holiday in the countryside. I'd lost a lot of strength by then, but it was only just a year, so it came back quick enough." She stopped there, and I didn't dare say anything. We ate grapes and slapped mosquitoes. It was incredibly hot. After a bit, desperate to hear more, I was weighing the risks of a response when she went on without prodding. "At University College, though, they didn't much care to have me swinging about in trees. I think they felt, here we are, slaving away trying to drag the ape kid into the modern world, and what does she do the minute our backs are turned but go dashing madly back to her savage ways? Sort of ungrateful little beast. They never imagined I might miss that benighted life, or anything about it. But when I read Tarzan of the Apes myself a few years later, the part toward the end where Tarzan strips off his suit and tie and shoes and leaps into the branches, swearing he'll never, never go back, I cried like anything." I said, "What could you do about it, though?" breaking Sally's no-questions rule without either of us noticing. "Oh, on my own, not much. But Carol had a lot to say about what I should and shouldn't do. They respected her tremendously, and she was marvelous. After I got so I could talk and read pretty well, she'd take me to the South Downs on weekends and turn me loose. We had a tacit agreement that if she didn't ask, I needn't tell. We were so close. She certainly knew I was getting stronger and my hands were toughening up, but she never took the view that those years in the wild were best forgotten. She arranged for me to meet Jane Goodall once. I couldn't have borne it without her. I never should have left England while she lived, if it weren't for Carol." For several minutes, Sally's hand had been moving of its own accord, short, rhythmic strokes that ceased abruptly when, becoming aware of this movement, she broke off her sentence and glanced, sharply, in alarm, at me. I made a terrific effort to control my face and voice, a fisherman angling for the biggest trout in the pool. She must have been remarkable. For a wonder, Sally didn't get up without a word and stalk away. Instead, she said awkwardly, Do you mind very much my doing this? I've always done it, for comfort, I suppose,
ever since I was small, and it's a bit difficult to talk about all these things without...
From the first day of training, I had determined never to let Sally force a contrast between us. I would adapt to her own sense of fitness out here. If she climbed naked, so would I, tender skin or not. If she urinated openly and standing, so would I. And without a doubt there was something agreeable about spraddling beside Sally while our waters flowed. A civilized woman can still pass the whole length of her life without ever seeing another woman's urine, or genitalia, or having extended, repeated, and matter-of-fact exposure to another woman's naked body. And yet how many men, I had asked myself, ever gave these homely matters a second thought? Then why on earth should we? Certainly no woman had ever before done in my presence what Sally had been doing. Mentally I squared my shoulders. Why should I mind? Look, I'll keep you company. Suiting action to words with a sense of leaping in desperation into unknown waters, graceless but absolutely determined. Okay? It was the very last thing Sally had looked for. For a second I was afraid she thought I was ridiculing her in some incomprehensible way, but she only watched briefly before saying, Okay. For a psychologist, you're not a bad sort. The first bloody thing they did at that mission school was make me stop doing this in front of people. So anyway, Carol knew I was longing for the wildlife, and knew it was important, not trivial or wrong, so she gave it back to me as well as she could. But she couldn't give me back... Her voice cracked as she said this. The chimpanzees. The people I knew. And I did miss them dreadfully, certain ones, and living in the troop. The thing is, I was a child among them, and in a lot of ways it was a lovely life for a child out there. The wild chimps are so direct and excitable. Their feelings change like lightning. They're perfectly uninhibited. They squabble like school kids with no master about. And the babies are so sweet. But it's all very, physical, and I missed it. I thought I should die with missing it before Carol came. The grapes were all gone. Sally chucked the stem into the brambles and lay back on the blanket, left arm bent across her eyes, right hand rocking softly. Part of my training in London was manners and morals. To control myself, play fair, treat people politely whether I liked them or not. I'd enjoyed throwing tantrums and swatting the little ones when they got in my road, and screaming when I was furious, and throwing my arms around everybody in reach when I was excited or happy, and being hugged and patted. Like this, patting her genitals to demonstrate the chimpanzee's way of reassuring one another, when I was upset. Chimps have no superego. It's hard to have to form one at 13. By then, pure selfishness without guilt is hard to conquer. Oh, I had a lot of selfishness to put up with from the others. I was very low-ranking, of course, being small and female, but I never got seriously hurt. And a knockabout life makes you tough. And then I had the old man for a protector as well. Sally lifted her arm and looked beneath it up at me. For a kid, most of the time, it was a pretty exhilarating life, and I missed it. And I missed, she said, getting fucked. They were not providing any of that at University College London. What? My thumb stopped moving. Were you old enough? I mean, were the males interested, even though you didn't go pink? I began to rub again, perhaps faster. For the last year or thereabouts. I'm not quite sure how long. It must have been, I don't know, pheromones in the mucus or something in my urine. But I know it was quite soon after my period started that they'd get interested in me between periods, when I would have been fertile even without the swelling. I knew all about it, naturally. I'd seen plenty of copulating right along, as far back as I could remember. A pink female is a very agitating social element, so I'd needed to watch closely, because one's got to get out of the way, except while they're actually going at it. That's when all the little ones try to make them stop. Don't ask me why, she added quickly, then grinned. Sorry, that's one thing every primatologist has wanted to know. Sally's movements were freer now, watching. I was abruptly pierced by a pang of oddity, which I clamped down on as best I could. This was definitely not the moment for turning squeamish. It frightened me badly that first time.
Adult male chimps who want something don't muck about. When they work themselves up, they're quite dangerous. I usually avoided them, except for the old man who'd sort of adopted me not long after the troop took me in. Any road the first time hurt, and then, of course, everybody always wants a piece of the action, and it went on for days. By the time it was over, I'd got terribly sore. But later, after I'd recovered from that first bout, I found it didn't really hurt anymore. In fact, I liked it. Quite a lot, actually, once I saw I needn't be frightened. The big males are frightfully strong. The only time I could ever dare be so close to so many of them was then, when I came in season, and one or another of them would sort of summon me over to him, and then they'd all queue up and press up behind me, one after another. More relieved than she realized at having broken the long silence at last, Sally went on telling her story. And of course, the more vividly she pictured for me her role in this scene of plausible bizarreness, elaborating, adding details, the more inevitable was the outcome of our own unusual scene. All the same, when the crisis struck us more or less simultaneously, it left me for the moment speechless and utterly nonplussed, and Sally seemed hardly less flustered than I. But after that momentary shock, we each glanced sidelong at each other's flushed, flummoxed face and burst into snorts of laughter. And we laughed together, breathlessly, raggedly, probably a little hysterically, for quite a while. And pretty soon it was all right. Everything was fine. It was all right. But common sense cautioned that if Sally's defenses were too quickly breached, she would take fright. So many barriers had collapsed at once as to make me grateful for the several days that must elapse before the next coaching session. Still, when I passed her figure in its floppy navy smock dress and dark glasses on campus the following morning, I was struck as never before by the contrast between the public Sally and the powerful, glowing creature nobody here had seen but me. A different person in her situation, I thought, would surely have exploited the public's natural curiosity, made movies, written books, gone on the lecture circuit, endorsed products and causes. Instead, to please her teachers, everything that had stubbornly remained chimp-child in Sally as she learned and grew had had to be concealed, denied. But because the required denial was a concealment and a lie, she had paid an exorbitant price for it. Too much of what was vital in her had living roots in those 8 years of wildness. Sally was genuinely fond of and grateful to the zealous psychologists who had given back her humanity. At the same time, she resented them quite as bitterly as she resented a public interested only in the racier parts of her life in the wild, and in her humanity not at all. One group starved her, the other shamed her. Resentments and gratitudes had split her life between them. She would never consent to display herself as the chimp child on any sort of platform, yet without the secret life she would have shriveled to a husk. When I surprised her in the park, she had naturally feared and hated me. Not any more. Success, despite such odds, made me ambitious. I conceived a plan. Somehow I would find a way, become a way, to integrate the halves of Sally's divided self. One day she would walk across this quad, no longer alone, wearing her aspect of the woods, though clothed and cleaner. I'd worked clinically with self-despising homosexuals, and with the children of divorced and poisonously hostile parents. Sally's case, though unique in one way, was common enough in others. Charged with purpose, I watched as the brisk, dark shape entered a distant building and swore a sacred oath to the principle of human potential. I would finish the job. I would dedicate myself to the saving of Sally Barnes. Who but I could save her now? At that fierce moment, I knew exactly how Itard had felt when finally, for the first time, he had succeeded in reducing Victor to the fundamental humanity of tears. Saturday looked threatening, but I set off anyway for the park. The mid-afternoon heat was oppressive. I cut my muscle-loosening jog to a kilometer or two, then quartered through the woods to the training oak. Early as I was, Sally had come before me. I couldn't see her, high in the now dense foliage,
but her clothing was piled in the usual place, and I guessed she had made a day nest at the top of that tree or one nearby, or was traveling about up there somewhere. After a long drink from the canteen, I peeled off my own sweaty shorts, toweling shirt, shoes, and the running bra of heavy spandex, smeared myself with insect repellent, and dried my hands on my shirt. Then I crouched slightly, caught a heavy limb well over 2 meters above the ground, and pulled myself into the tree. For 10 minutes I ran through a set of upper-body warm-ups with care and concentration. I'd pulled one muscle in my shoulder 4 times, and once another in my back, before finding an old book on gymnastics explaining how to prevent and treat such injuries. The first few weeks I had worn lightweight keds and been otherwise generally scraped and skinned, but now my skin had toughened. I hadn't known it would do that, and greater strength made it easier to forego the clambering friction of calves and forearms. Now, for the most part, my hands and feet were all that came in contact with the bark. A haircut had nicely solved the problems of snarling twigs and obscured vision. Warm and loose, I quickly climbed 10 meters higher and began another series of strengthening and balancing exercises, swinging back and forth, hand over hand, along several slender horizontal limbs, standing and walking over a heavier one, keeping myself relaxed. After half an hour of this, I descended to the massive lowest limb and practiced dropping to the ground, absorbing the shock elastically with both hands and both feet chimp style. Again and again, I sprang into the tree, poised, and landed on the ground. I was doing quite well, but on about the 15th drop I bruised my hand on a rock beneath the leaf mold and decided to call it an afternoon. My hair was plastered flat with sweat, and I was as drenched as if I'd just stepped out of a shower. I had a long, tepid drink and was swabbing myself down with my shirt when Sally left the tree by the same limb, landed with a negligent, perfect pounce, came forward and, without meeting my eye, relieved me of the canteen, at the same time laying her free arm briefly across my shoulders. "That one's looking pretty good," she said, nodding at the branch to indicate my dropping to the ground exercise. The arm slid off. She picked up the squirter of tropic bug. "But did you ever see such monstrous mosquitoes in your life?" "It's the humidity. I was afraid the storm would break before I could get through the drill. Maybe we better skip the rest and try to beat it home." Sally squirted some repellent into her palm and wiped it up and down her limbs and over her brown abdomen. She squirted out some more. "Yours is all sweated off," she said, still not meeting my eye. And instantly, Hugo van Laark's photographs of chimps soliciting grooming flashed into my mind, and I turned my shoulder toward Sally, who rubbed the bug stuff into it, then anointed the other shoulder, and my back and breasts and stomach for good measure, and then handed the flask dreamily to me, presenting her own back to be smeared with smelly goop. At that instant, the first dramatic thunderclap banged above the park, making us both jump, and for a heart-stopping second Sally's outstretched arm clutched round me. We bundled the blanket back into its plastic pouch and cached it, and pulled on clothes while rain began to fall in torrents. My jogging shoes were clearly goners. I didn't bother to put on the bra, rolling it up on the run and sticking it inside my waistband. We floundered out of the trees in a furious commotion of wind and crackle wham of lightning, and dashed in opposite directions for our parked cars. It took me fully 15 minutes to reach mine, and 20 more to pedal home by roads several centimeters deep in rain, with the heater going full blast, and another half-hour to take a hot shower and brew some tea. Then, wrapped in a bathrobe, I carried the tea tray and Jane Goodall's classic study, In the Shadow of Man, into the living room, and reread for the dozenth time the passages on the social importance of physical contact among wild chimpanzees. Over and over as I sat there, I relived the instant of Sally's instinctive quasi-embrace in the storm, and each time it stopped my breath. What must Sally herself be feeling then? What terrifying conflict of needs? She must realize, just as I did, that a torrent had begun to build that would sweep her carefully constructed defenses away, that she could not stop it now, that she must flee or be changed by what would follow. When I thought of change,
It was as something about to happen to Sally, though change was moving just as inexorably down upon me. 3 or 4 times in my life I've experienced that sense of courting change, of choosing my life from moment to moment, the awareness of process and passage that exalted me that evening, but never before or since with such intensity. I alone had brought us to this, slowly, over months of time, as the delicate canoe is portaged and paddled to where the white water begins. Day by day we had picked up speed. Now the stream was hurtling us forward together. Now, with all our skill and nerve and strength, we would ride the current. We would shoot through. There is a word for this vivid awareness: existential. If I feared anything then, it was that Sally might hurl herself out of the canoe. The next day was not a regular coaching day, but the pitch of nervous excitement made desk work impossible. I drove to the park in mid-afternoon to jog, and afterward decided, in preference to more disciplined routines, to practice my traveling from tree to tree. My speed and style at this, that of a very elderly, very arthritic ape, was still not half bad, I thought, for a human female pushing 40, though proper brachiation still lay well beyond my powers. The run, as usual, had settled me down. The creek, still a-boil with muddy runoff from the storm, was racketing along through a breezy, beautiful day. I chose an ash with a low fork, stuffed my clothes into my fanny pack, buckled it on, and started to climb. I hadn't expected to find Sally at the training tree, but saw her without surprise, seated below me, cross-legged on the grubby blanket, when an hour later I had made my way that far. She stood up slowly while I descended the familiar pattern of limbs and dropped from the bottommost one. Again, without surprise, I saw that she looked awful, shaky and sick, that assurance had deserted her, and understood then that whatever happened now would not surprise me, that I was ready and would be equal to it. While I stood before Sally, breathing hard, unfastening the buckle, the world arranged itself into a patterned whole. Then, as I let the pack fall, Sally crouched low on the blanket, whimpering and twisting with distress. I knelt at once and gathered her into my arms, holding her firmly, all of her skin close against all of mine. She clutched at me, pressed her face into my neck. Baffled, moaning sounds and sobs came out of her. She moved inside this embrace, still moaning, eyes squeezed shut, her blind face searched until she had taken the nipple and end of my left breast into her mouth. As she sucked and mouthed at this, with her whole face pushed into the breast, her body gradually unknotted, relaxed, curled about mine, so I could loosen my hold to stroke her with the hand not supporting her head. Soon, to relieve the strain of the position, I pressed the fanny pack, I could just reach it, into service as a pillow and lay down on my side, still cradling Sally's head. Time passed, or stopped. The nipple began to be sore. At last, seemingly drained, she rolled away onto her back. Her face was smeared with mucus and tears. I worked my shirt out of the pack one-handed and dried it. At once she rolled back again, pushing herself against me with a long, groaning sigh. The past couple of nights. God, I've had all sorts of dreams. Not bad dreams, not exactly. But there was this old female in the troop. Maybe her baby died. It must have done. I'd completely forgotten this. This must have been when they first found me. She found me, I think. I think I'd been alone in the forest without food long enough to be utterly petrified and apathetic with terror. But when she found me, I remember she held me against her chest and shoved the nipple in, maybe just to relieve her discomfort, or to replace her own child with a substitute, who knows. I think I would certainly have died except for that milk. There was such all-encompassing fear and misery. I don't know how many weeks or months she let me nurse. She couldn't have lived very long, though. Sally weighed my breast in her hand. Last night I dreamed I was in some terrible place, so frightened I couldn't move or open my eyes, and somebody picked me up and held me, and then I was suckling milk from a sort of teat, and felt, ever so much better. A great flood of relief. Then I opened my eyes and saw we were in the bush. I recognized the actual place, but it was you. the person holding me, was you. You had a flat chest with big, rubbery chimpanzee nipples," lifting the tender breast on her palm, "and a sort of chimp face, but you were only skin all over, and I realized it was you." I put my hand firmly over hers, moved it down along her forearm. "How did you feel when you knew it was me?" "Uncomfortable, confused, angry." Then reluctantly, "Happy, too. I woke up there, and then mostly felt just astonished to remember that old wet nurse had saved my life, and I'd not given her a single thought for 25 years. She lay quiet under my caressing. Neck, breasts, stomach, flank. Her eyes closed again. "What's queer is that I should remember now, but not when Carol first took charge of me, and not when I first read Tarzan, even though the Tarzan story is nearly the same as mine. I don't understand why now and not then." "Do you feel you need to? I mean, does it seem important to understand? I don't know." She sounded exhausted. "I certainly don't feel like even trying to sort it all out now." "Well, it'll probably sort itself out soon enough, provided you don't start avoiding whatever makes these disturbing memories come back." Sally opened her eyes and smiled thinly. "Start avoiding you, you mean?" "No, I shan't. Never fear." She snuggled closer, widening and tilting herself. In my therapist frame of mind, I tried to resist this, but my hand, stroking on automatic for so long, slid downward at once of its own volition, and I ceased at the same instant to ignore a response I'd been blocking without realizing it for a good long while. I was still lying on my side, facing Sally. My top knee shifted without permission, and seconds later another afternoon had culminated in a pow that made my ears ring. I was destined to know very well indeed the complicated space between Sally's muscular thighs, far better than I would ever know the complicated space inside her head. But that first, swift, unforeseen climax had a power I still recall with astonishment. My sex life, though quite varied, had all been passed in the company of men. I'd never objected to homosexuality in any of its forms, on principle and by professional conviction, but before that day no occasion of proving this personally had happened to occur. As for Sally, her isolation had allowed for no sex life at all with humans, male or female, and though the things we did together meant, if possible, even more to her than they did to me, she didn't really view them in a sexual light. To Sally's way of thinking, sex was a thing that happened more or less constantly during several days each month, and had to do with dark, shaggy, undeniable maleness forcing itself upon you with brief, rough gusto from behind. She continued to miss this fear-laced excitement just as before. Our physical involvement, which was regularly reinforced, and which often ended as it had that afternoon, was a source of immeasurable pleasure and solace to her, but she viewed it as the natural end of a process that had more to do with social grooming than with sex. But for me, it was a revelation, and late in August, when the coarse, caterpillar-chewed foliage hung dispiritedly day after day in the torpid air, I went away for a week to remind myself of what ordinary sex was like with an ordinary man. Afterwards, I returned to Sally, having arrived at a more accurate view of the contrast, not as pudendum versus penis, but as the mythic versus the mundane. Sleeping with my comfy old flame had been enjoyable as ever, but he was no wild thing living a split life and sharing the secret half with me alone. "Are you in love with somebody?" Bill asked me on our last evening together. "Is that what's up with you? It's got to have something to do with your being in this incredible physical shape. Wait, don't tell me. You've conceived a fatal passion for a jock." I laughed, and promised to let him in on the secret when I could. And though his eyes were sharp with curiosity, he didn't press the point. And for that, when the time came, Bill was one of half a dozen friends I finally did tell about Sally. But even then, after it could no longer matter materially, I was unable to answer his question. Was I in love with Sally? Or she with me? No. Or yes. For more than a year I worked hard to link her with the human community, she to school me for a role in a childhood fantasy of irresistible and doubtless neurotic appeal. Each of us was surely fated to love what the other symbolized. How could we help it? But I've wondered since whether I was ever able to see Sally as anything but the chimp child, first and last. For each of us, you see, there was only one. In such a case, how can individual be told from type? How can the love be personal? And when not personal, what does love mean, anyway? Whatever it was or meant, it absorbed us, and I was as happy that summer as ever in my life. As the season waned and the fall semester began, my skills and plans both moved forward obedient to my will. After workouts, we would spread the blanket on its plastic ground sheet and ourselves across the blanket, giving our senses up to luxuriant pleasure, while the yellow leaves tapped down about us, all but inaudibly. And afterward we'd talk. It was at this stage that bit by bit I was able to breach Sally's quarantine by turning the talk to our work, her research, my theoretical interests, gifted or maddening students, departmental politics, university policy. Even then, when I encountered Sally on campus, her indifference toward me, as toward everyone, appeared unchanged, and at first these topics annoyed and bored her. But, bit by bit, I could see her begin to take an interest in the personalities we worked among, form judgments about them, distinguish among her students. To my intense delight, colorful chimp personalities began to swim up from her memory, with anecdotes to illustrate them, and she spoke often of Carol Cheswick, and less frequently of the team of psychologists at University College. Cambridge provided no material of this sort, for by the time the Church Fellowship had sent her up, Cheswick was dead, and Sally left to devise ways of coping on her own with the nosy public while protecting her privacy and the purposes it served. Antisocial behavior had proved an effective means to that end at Cambridge, as it was to do subsequently at our own university. She had concentrated fiercely on her studies. In subjects that required an intuitive understanding of people, literature, history, the social sciences, her schoolwork had always been lackluster. In mathematics and hard science, she had excelled from the first. At Cambridge, she read biology. Microbiology genuinely fascinated her. Now, thus late in her career, Sally was discovering the pleasures of explaining an ongoing experiment to a listener only just able to follow. In fact, she was discovering gossip and shop talk. By the time cold temperatures and bare trees had forced me to join a fitness center, and Sally to work out alone in a thermal skin suit and thin pigskin gloves and moccasins, she was able to say, "I remember that old mother chimpanzee because she saved me out of a killing despair. And so did you. So did you, Jan. That day you discovered me crying in the beach, remember? I actually believed I was coping rather well then, but the truth is I was dying. I might really have died, I think, like a houseplant, slowly, of heat and dryness and depleted soil." And to me, as well, this seemed no more than the simple truth. That winter, one measure of our progress was that I could sometimes coax Sally to my house. Had close friends of mine been living nearby, or friendly neighbors or relatives, this could not have been possible. As it was, she would leave her pedal car several blocks away and walk to the house by varying routes, and nearly always after dark. But once inside, with doors locked and curtains drawn, we could be easy, eat and read, light a fire to sit before, snuggle in bed together. In winter, outdoor sex was impractical, and we could never feel entirely safe from observation in the denuded woods, whose riding trails wound through and through it. And Sally's obsessive concealment of the fact that she had made a friend, and that her privacy could therefore be trespassed upon, seemed to weaken very little despite the radical changes she had passed through. Truly, I found myself in no hurry to weaken it. I could not expect, nor did I wish, to have Sally to myself forever. Indeed, my success would be measured by how much more fully she could learn to function in society, develop other friendships and activities, and so on, eventually. It is true that I could not quite picture this, though I went on working toward it in perfect confidence that the day would come. Yet for the time being,
Like a mother who watches her child grow tall with mingled pride and sorrow, I kept our secret willingly and thought eventually would be here soon enough. As spring drew closer, Sally began sleeping badly and to be troubled again by dreams. She grew oddly moody also. All through the winter she had dressed and slipped out to her car in the dark. Now I would sometimes wake in the morning to find her still beside me. Several times her mutterings and thrashings disturbed me in the night, and then I would soothe and hold her till we both dozed off again. That a crisis was brewing looked certain, but though the dreams continued for weeks, she soon stopped telling me anything about them and said little else to reveal the nature of her distress. In fact, I believed I knew what the trouble was. The first dreams, those she had described, were all about Africa and England and seemed drenched in yearning for things unutterably dear, lost beyond recall. They seemed dreams of mourning for her parents, her lost wild life in Tanzania, her teacher. Events of the past year, I thought, had rendered the old defenses useless. She could not escape this confrontation any longer. I was very glad. Beyond the ordeal of grief lay every possibility for synthesizing the halves of her life into one coherent human whole. I believed that Cheswick's death in Sally's 23rd year had threatened to touch off a mourning for all these losses at once, and that to avoid this, she had metamorphosed into the Cambridge undergraduate of my scrapbook. Intellectual, unsociable, dull. "You're a survivor," I had told her one night that winter, and she had replied, "Up to a point." Now it seemed she felt strong enough at last to do the grieving and survive that, and break through to a more complete sort of health and strength. Either that, or the year's developments had weakened her ability to compensate, and she would now be swiftly destroyed by the forces held so long in check. But I thought not. Weeks passed while Sally brooded and sulked. Our partnership, so long a source of happy relief, had acquired ambiguities she found barely tolerable. Once she did avoid me for 9 days, despite her promise, only to turn up in a state of feverish lust for a session as unlike our lazy summertime trysts as possible. Afterward she was heavy and silent, then abruptly tearful. I bore with all this patiently enough, chiefly by trying to foresee what might happen next and what it might mean, and so was not much surprised when she said finally, "I've decided not to teach this summer after all. I want to go to England for a month or so, after I've got the experiment written up." I nodded, thinking, here it is. Huge green skunk cabbages were thick now in the low places on the floor of the April woods, and fly fisher folk thick along and in the creek. Once again, we had the mild, bare, windy, hairy-looking forest to ourselves, and were perched together high in a white-topped sycamore hung with balls. "Sounds like a good plan, though I'll miss you. Where to, exactly? Or have you decided yet?" "Well, London for a start, and Cambridge, and here and there. I might just pop in on my sister. Not that there's much point to that." Sally's sister, Helen, had married the vicar of a large church in Liverpool and produced 4 children. "But about missing me? You like England. You're always telling me. Why not come along?" "Really?" I hadn't foreseen everything, it seemed. "Of course I'll come. I'd love to." "Or no. Wait a minute," squirming round on the smooth limb to watch her face. "Have you thought this through? I mean, suppose the papers get wind of it. Chimp child returns to foster country, or even chimp child friend visit England. If we're traveling together, people are bound to see us together. Sure you want to risk it?" "Oh, well, so what?" said the chimp child, for all the world as if she hadn't been creeping up to my house under cover of night all winter long. "I want to talk to the blokes at the university, Snyder and Brill and a couple of others. Get them to show me the files on me." She swung free of the branch and dangled by one hand to hug me with the opposite arm. "Sorry I've been such a bore lately. There's something I'm suddenly madly curious about. I've had the most appalling dreams, night after night, for weeks." She swung higher in the tree, climbing swiftly by her powerful arms alone, flashing across gaps
as she worked her way to the high, outermost branches and leapt outward and downward into another tree with the action I loved to see. "Right," she called back across the gulf between us. "Get to work, then, you lazy swine. We'll put on a show for Helen's kids that'll stop traffic all over the ruddy parish." And so we flew to England. And now my part of the story is nearly finished. Sally did not quite feel ready to come out, as it were, to the extent of going anywhere in my company at school, though she'd smile now with some naturalness when our paths would cross there, and even exchange a few words in passing. We arrived separately at the airport, but from that point on we were indeed traveling together, and she never tried to make it seem otherwise. She had wanted a couple of days in Cambridge before tackling the records of her unique education, as if to work backward in time by bearable degrees, and so it was together that we climbed the wide stairs on a Tuesday afternoon early in June to look into her first-year room in Newnham College. Unfortunately, the present occupant knew the chimp child had once been quartered in her room and recognized Sally immediately. She must have felt perplexed and dismayed at the grimness of the famous pilgrim, who glared round without comment, refused a cup of tea, and stalked away, leaving me to render apologies on behalf of us both. I caught Sally on the stairs. Nothing was said till we had proceeded the length of 2 green courts bordered with flower beds and come out into the road. Then, "God, I was wretched here," she burst out. "I went through the whole 3 years in a chromatic daze, half unconscious except in the lab, and going through that door again, it was as if all the color and warmth began to drain out of a hole in the floor of the day, and I could only stand helplessly watching. The very smell of the place means nothing but death to me. What bloody, bloody waste." And what a waste, more thoughtfully the next morning as we walked back to the station from our bed and breakfast across the river and the common with its grazing Frisians and through the botanical gardens. One sees why other people could manage to be so jolly and smug here, while I'd go skulking down to Grantchester at 5 in the morning to work out in the only wood for miles, terrified every day I should be caught out, and skulking back to breakfast every day relieved, like an exhibitionist who thinks, "Well, there's one more time I got away with it." A few minutes later she added, "Of course it got much better when I was working on my thesis. Only those years don't seem real at all when I try to remember them. All I can remember is the lab. I expect that's why." "Why it got better or why it's unreal?" "Both, very likely." She was pensive on the train. I fell asleep and woke as we were pulling into Liverpool Street, feeling tired and headachy, the beginnings of the flu that put me to bed for a crucial week when I might otherwise have done something, just by staying well, to affect the course of events. By late afternoon of that Wednesday, I felt too miserable to be embarrassed at imposing myself on Dr. Snyder's wife and filling their tiny guest room with my awkward germiness. For 4 or 5 days, I had a dry, wheezy cough and a fever so high that Mrs. Snyder was beginning to talk rather worriedly of doctors. Then the fever broke, and my head, though the size of a basketball, no longer burned, and I rallied enough to take in that Sally was gone. She had spent the early days of my illness at University College, reading, asking occasional questions, searching, as it seemed, for something she couldn't describe but expected to recognize when she found it. Late on the 4th day, the day my temperature was highest, she came in and sat on the bed. "Listen, Jan, I'm off to Africa tomorrow." I swam wearily to the surface. "Africa? But don't you have to get, inoculations or something? Visas?" I didn't wonder, within the remoteness of my fever, why she was going, nor did I much care that evidently she would be going without me. "Only cholera and yellow fever, and I've had them. Before we left, just in case. And yesterday afternoon I bagged the last seat on a tourist charter to Dar es Salaam. The flight returns in a fortnight, by which time you should be fit again, and we can go on up north then, or wherever you like." When I didn't reply, she added unnecessarily, "I've got to visit the school, Melosa School, and sort of stare the forest in the face again. It's terribly important, though I can't say just why. Maybe when I've got back, when you're better. Only I've made my mind up to take this chance while it's going, because I do feel I've absolutely got to go through with it as quick as I can." My eyes ached. I closed them, shutting out the floating silhouette of Sally's head and shoulders. "I know. I wish... Never mind. It'll be all right. Sorry I didn't tell you before, but first I wanted to make sure." I felt her hand beneath my pajama jacket. "God, you're hot," she said, surprised. "Perhaps I ought to leave it till you're a bit better." Distantly amused at this display of superego, I said, "You know a fever's always highest at night, old virologist. Anyway, you can't do any good here. We'll have a doctor in soon if it doesn't go down." I made a truly tremendous effort. "It's probably a good idea, Sally, the trip. I hope you can find whatever it is you're looking for." Clumsily, I patted the hand inside my pajamas. "But don't miss the plane coming back. I'll be dying to hear what happened." "I shan't. I promise you," she said with relief. And when I woke the next morning, she had gone. We know that Sally reached Dar es Salaam after an uneventful flight, spent the night in an airport hotel, flew Air Malawi to Chileka Airfield the next morning, and hired a driver to take her the 125 kilometers overland to Machinga and the Malosa Secondary School, where she was greeted with pleased astonishment by those of the staff who remembered her. Everyone, of course, knew of her connection with the school. She stayed there nearly a week, questioning people about the details of her early childhood and of exactly what had happened when the church officials brought her in the weeks before she had been whisked to London. She spent hours prowling about the grounds and buildings, essentially the same as 30 years before, despite some modest construction, and borrowed the school's Land Rover several times to drive alone into the countryside of the Shire Highlands and the valley beyond. Her manner had been alternately brusque and preoccupied, and she had impressed them all as being under considerable strain. The school staff confirmed that Sally had been driven back to Chileka by a couple, old friends of her parents, who at her request had dropped her at the terminal without coming in to see her off. She had told them she intended to fly back to Dar that evening in order to catch her charter for London the next day, and that she hated a dragged-out goodbye. The couple had no way of knowing that her ticket had specified a 2-week stay abroad. Inside the terminal, she bought a round-trip ticket for Ujiji in Tanzania. From Ujiji, a helicopter shuttle took her to Kigoma on Lake Tanganyika. Once there, Sally had made inquiries, then gone straight to the town's tiny branch of Booker's Limited, a safari agency operating out of a closet-sized cubbyhole in the VW dealership. She told the Booker's agent, a grizzled old Indian, that she wanted to hire 2 men to help her locate the place where a plane had crashed in the mountains east of the lake some 30 years before. She produced detailed directions and maps, and the agent, though openly doubtful whether the wreckage would not have rusted into the ground after so long, agreed for a stiff price to outfit and provision the trip. He assigned his cousin to guide her, and a native porter. 48 hours later, this small expedition set off into the mountains in the agency's battered 4-wheel-drive safari van. The cousin had parked the van beside the road of ruts that had brought them as far as roads could bring them toward the area marked on Sally's maps, much nearer than any road had approached it on the day of the crash, but still not near. They had then followed a footpath into the forest for several kilometers before beginning to slash a trail away from it westward toward the site where the plane had gone down. Something like 50 kilometers of rain-forested mountainous terrain had to be negotiated on foot, a difficult, unpleasant, suffocating sort of passage. Sally must have been assailed by frustration at the clumsiness of their progress. The guide called her a bad-tempered bitch, probably for good reason. On the 3rd morning, her patience had evidently snapped. When the men woke up, Sally was not in camp. They waited, then shouted, then searched, but she never replied or reappeared. And I knew what they could not, that she must have slipped away and taken to the trees, flying toward a goal now less than 15 kilometers distant. I had gone out to meet Sally's plane, due into Gatwick on the same day the reporters got hold of the story of her disappearance. When she proved not to be aboard and to have sent no word,
All my uneasiness broke out like sweat, and back in the city I must have hurried past any number of newsagents before the Guardian headline snatched at my attention. Wild woman missing in jungle. Search continues. I bought a paper and stood shaking on the pavement to read. Dodoma, Tanzania. Tuesday. Sally Barnes, the wild girl brought up by chimpanzees, has been missing in the mountains of Tanzania since Friday. 2 companions state no trace of the chimp child, police notified, and a search party. And finally, searchers report sighting several groups of wild chimpanzees in the bush near the point of her disappearance. All the rest is a matter of record. Day by day the newspapers repeated it. No trace, and at last, presumed dead. The guide and porter were questioned but never tried for murder. In print and on the video news it was noted that Dr. Barnes had vanished into the jungle only a few kilometers east of the spot where she had emerged from it 20 years earlier. Investigators quickly discovered that Sally and I had been together in Cambridge and London, and I, too, was forced to submit to questioning. I told them we had met on the plane and spent a few days as casual traveling companions, and that when I fell ill her friends had kindly taken me in. I denied any closer connection between us, despite my having studied her case professionally, mentioning that she was well known at the university for her solitary ways. Sally herself had said nothing in particular to the Snyders about us, and I had been too sick. No one was alive in all the world to contradict the essential elements of this story, and as it appeared to lead nowhere, they soon let me alone. Some years later, however, I told Dr. Snyder the whole truth. It developed that no one had any idea why Sally had gone to Tanzania, why she was looking for the site of the plane crash. For me, that fall was hellish. By the time I returned to the States, only a few days before the new semester was to get underway, Sally's apartment, the apartment I had never seen, though she had called me from it 2 or 3 times during the final weeks of spring, had been stripped of its contents by strangers, and her effects shipped to the Liverpool sister. At school, people were overheard to suggest, only half-jokingly, that Sally had rejoined the chimps and was living now in the jungle, wild again. Such things were freely voiced in my presence. Indeed, the loss of Sally, so shocking, so complete, was the more difficult to accept because not a single person on my side of the Atlantic could have the least suspicion that I had lost her. My acting, I believe, was flawless. Though I went dazedly about my work, nobody seemed to see anything amiss. But might-have-beens tormented me. Save for my interference, Sally would almost certainly still have been alive. Or, more excruciating by far, had she not met defeat in the jungle, her search would almost certainly have left her healed of trauma, able to fit the halves of her life together. I had nearly freed her. Now she was dead. The labor come to nothing, the child stillborn. I did believe she was dead. Yet I felt as angry with her at times as if she had purposely abandoned and betrayed me, disdained the miracle of healing I had nearly brought off, as if she had really chosen to return to the wild. For now neither of us could ever complete the crossing into those worlds each had been training the other to enter for the preceding year. I did not see how I was going to survive the disappointment, nor could I imagine what could possibly occupy or justify the rest of my life. The interlude with Sally had spoiled me thoroughly for journeyman work. It would not be enough any longer to divide my time between educating healthy minds and counseling disturbed ones. Long before that bleak winter was out, I had begun to cast about fretfully for something else to do. This document has been prepared in snatches over many evenings by kerosene lantern light in my tent in the Matangawi River Nature Reserve overlooking Lake Malawi, 750 kilometers northwest across the immense lake from Sally's birthplace. The tent is set up inside a chimp-proof cage made of cyclone fencing and corrugated iron. Outside, 11 chimpanzees of assorted ages and stages of reacclimatization to independent survival in the wild are sleeping, all but the newest arrival, who is crying to get in. A few of these chimps were captured as infants in the wild. The rest are former subjects of language and other learning experiments, ex-laboratory animals, or animals who were reared in homes until they began to grow unmanageable. This may seem an unlikely place in which to attempt the establishment of a free-living population of rehabilitant chimpanzees, for the ape has been extinct in Malawi for a couple of centuries at least, and the human population pressure is terrific, the highest in Africa. In fact, to stare the forest in the face, Sally was forced to go on back to Tanzania, where there was, and still is, some riverine forest left standing. Yet private funding materialized, and I've been here since the reserve was created nearly 15 years. Despite some setbacks and failures, well, there were bound to be some, the project is doing very well indeed. At this writing, 34 chimps have mastered the course of essential survival skills and moved off to establish breeding, thriving communities on their own in the reserve. For obvious reasons, these societies fascinate the primatologists, who often come to study them. We've lost a few to disease and accidents, and 2 to poachers, but our success, considering the problems inherent to the enterprise, might even be called spectacular. We've been written up in National Geographic and the Smithsonian, which in primate studies is how you know when you've arrived, and similar projects in several more suitable West African countries have been modeled on ours. I started alone with 3 adolescent chimpanzee graduates in psychology from my university who, having outgrown their usefulness along with their tractable childhoods, faced long, dull lives in zoos or immediate euthanasia. Now a staff of 8 works with me. My husband, John, yes, the same John, and 7 graduate students from my old department and from the Department of Biology, which used to be Sally's. She would be pleased with my progress in brachiation, though arthritis in my hands and shoulders has begun to moderate my treetop traveling with my charges. That skill, incidentally, has given me a tactical edge over every other pioneer in the field of primate rehabilitation. To all the foregoing, I will add only that I have found this work more satisfying than I can say, and that very often, as I'm swinging along through lush forest in the company of 4 or 5 young chimps, feeding with them on new leaves and baobab flowers, showing them how to build a sturdy nest in the branches, I know a deep satisfaction that now, at last, there's no difference that matters between Sally and me.